Nightbot.
Griffin.
Welcome to my channel. Stream Elements.
We like Peter Griffin around
Welcome
here.
to my
Peter
channel.
the cult. Hate it.
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Diablo 4 digital scammers counter so far. Sunday time flies by.
Cheek answered no.
It doesn't make me anxious because the way that I look at it is it shouldn't impact my 4 kids.
But it does. It shouldn't, but it... Wait. This radiation shouldn't give me cancer, but it does.
We have been dealing with trades for the last 3 years, and Crytek just made an announcement. They just take a shot. A dedicated game server confirms if the hit is valid. Because the server is in a different location, this process isn't instant. The information must travel to the server, get verified, then return with the result. Yep. That's why the server has to be the one in control. The server has to be king. In the early years of Hunt Showdown, hit registration issues were a common pain point. When we dug deeper, we discovered that most invalidated hits occurred when a player died on the server, causing their shot to be deleted, even if it was already mid-flight. Are they talking mid-flight according to the server or according to the player? To the player's client, right? Because if you shoot on your screen, you haven't technically shot on the server yet, because just like they said up here, this process isn't instant. It takes time. So I think here they're saying on your client. That's what it would seem like. I mean, this also means on the server, because I don't remember that happening to me. The common frustration of the previous hit registration way where there wasn't an 800 millisecond trade window. Before this update, I'm saying. Before this update, I don't remember having this problem. I don't remember having that at all. That might be because I always played on my own servers and I never had high ping. You know, I feel like this is, you shot on your client, but that information didn't get to the server yet. And that was the annoying part, which I get. But if you just play on low ping on your own servers, you're less likely to run into that situation. And just like some people have put out videos saying, oh, I live over in this place and I'm going to play over on these servers. Haha, look at me. I think encouraging playing on other servers is not good because that makes this situation worse. Don't you think? Intentionally playing on high ping? Probably not a good idea. Many community shared videos showed players landing shots without a hit marker, only to die moments later. Yes, so here they're doing the thing. They're not being completely clear. They're talking about the server over here, and then over here they're talking about the client. Because yes, you can take a shot, and on your client, on your PC, it shows you taking the shot, but that information hasn't gotten to the server yet to be verified, and you might already be dead according to the server. What I think it should be is the server is king, and they need to very clearly say that, you know, you might shoot on your client, but that doesn't mean you're shooting on the server in that exact moment. You know what I'm saying? They're not explaining why that makes sense. That makes perfect sense because you shot on your PC. That takes time to get to the server, and that didn't happen on the server yet. But on the server, there's a totally separate situation happening where you're already dead. So you didn't actually shoot on the server yet. I just think they need to explain that because I don't think people get that. Our next iteration of the system focused on addressing this, and so we adjusted the system to allow roughly 800 milliseconds for a hit to be confirmed. I've seen a lot of people also say like, where's the 800 millisecond, where's that confirmed, as if it didn't exist. So that's, you know, further confirmation for anybody that didn't think there was an 800 millisecond trade window in the game. Another important point is that so far, melee has worked differently from shooting, and melee attacks generally had no time limit for the validation to happen. So think about those clips. I don't know if I showed this before in a previous video, but I want to show you the worst trade that I have ever seen.
Let's go.
Well done. What? I am very confused right now.
Generally had no time limit for validation to happen. Who had that idea? We could talk about trades, how they currently happen. It's great that they're saying they're going to fix it. That's wonderful. But man, oh man, oh man. One of our biggest challenges has been how simple tuning changes often lead to more instances of invalidated shots that were unreasonable outside of PvP. And we've since worked to strike the new right balance. We've reworked and decoupled the affected systems and focused these new settings purely on player death moments, increasing overall performance of transmitting information to the server. Man, main challenge has been that simple tuning changes often cause more unreasonable, invalidated shots outside of PvP. To address this, we've reworked. But I want to show you the worst trade that I have here.
Where is my friend? I guess you are famous now.
Ever seen.
Well done. What? I am very confused right now.
Generally had no time limit for validation to happen. Who had that idea? We can talk about trades, how they currently happen. It's great that they're saying they're going to fix it. That's wonderful. But man, oh man, oh man. One of our biggest challenges has been how simple tuning changes often lead to more instances of invalidated shots that were unreasonable outside of PvP. And we've since worked to strike the new right balance. We've reworked and decoupled the affected systems and focused these new settings purely on player death moments, increasing overall performance of transmitting information to the server. Man, our main challenge has been that simple tuning changes often cause more unreasonable, invalidated shots outside of PvP. To address this, we've reworked and separated the systems involved, focusing specifically on player death moments. This improves overall performance by enhancing how information is sent to the server. I don't know if that's a translation thing or what, dude, but they've done that before. It's like, I like that they're trying to be clear, but please. In outlining new rules for the system, we've adjusted the specific time limit for how long a player can still shoot or land a hit after death to 75 milliseconds. This is regardless of local internet speed or server delays. The only thing that matters is how long the player has been dead on the server. See how they're including on the server? I think most people don't realize that there's 3 states to the game at all times. If I'm in the middle of the game, there's what I see, there's what my opponent sees, and there's what the server sees. And the only thing we can agree on is the server is king. Me and my enemy are both connected to the server, and we have to agree that the server rules. Maybe not the average person. Maybe the average person doesn't understand that things are happening on the server that are different from what I see. So they need to, like up here when I was talking about this before, I think they need to be very clear and not have big word salads. But 75 milliseconds, it sounded like they did some other stuff, but if all they did was change the trade window from 800 milliseconds to 75 milliseconds, that's going to make a gigantic deal. To break this down further, when your enemy dies, the dedicated server will wait for a maximum of 75 milliseconds for additional information about an eventual shot or action to arrive. A certain amount of time is still required because of how information must be exchanged with the server. We cannot make it 0, and through internal testing, we found that the 75 millisecond threshold works well. The same 75 millisecond rule now applies to melee attacks too, so even with a knife or punch, they can only land hits for that short window after dying. The hope is that this system will make things feel fair and consistent for everyone, no matter their connection speed, prioritizing player reaction times more than external factors. This new system will not make trades impossible, especially at longer ranges where bullet travel time is relevant. However, it should drastically reduce their frequency in close quarters. So it definitely sounds like they're responding to specific points that I made. I know David Feffield, the general manager of Hunt Showdown, watched my trade video, maybe it's just me, but it sort of sounds a little bit like you, or whoever made this. It sort of sounds like, you know, they're addressing specific parts that I brought up, maybe, possibly. But yeah, as I've said, trades, there's always a possibility for trades, because it is with a game that has bullet travel time, it is possible for two people to click at the same time and both their bullets are traveling in the air and they both hit each other. That's totally possible. Trades themselves are not impossible. It's just the crazy frequency that they happen at now, right? Sorry for not being able to address this sentiment earlier, but now we're finally able to begin releasing our improved system. We can't wait to receive your feedback when the rollout begins with update 2.2. They made an official Reddit account, Upside Down Official. So even if Reddit isn't official, they made an official Upside Down Reddit. I mean, this part, sorry for not being able to address this earlier. Why? Obviously, they're changing it. That's good. I'm glad. Of course, it's just why. It's like, hey, I'm going to punch you in the face for 3 years straight. And then after the 3 years is up, hey, sorry. Why? Please. Give me a good reason why. I imagine they would say, like, we felt it worked fine. Now they changed their mind? I don't know. So, yeah, whenever update 2.2 is coming around, I guess that's when this new trade system is going to be out. I'm of course very excited to try it. Like I said, it's very good that they're at least addressing this, because I know not just myself, but many other people have wanted them to do something about trading. Let's see what happens. So, yeah, this is obviously a good thing. I can't wait for update 2.2 to come out so we can try it and see how often trading really happens. Then the next question is what they're going to do about high ping players, people that are intentionally playing with high ping. If you don't follow me on Twitter, I made this post taking one of the devs' own posts, and in a section where they talk about high ping players, right here, they talk about people with high ping. Another issue we're aware of is the problem that arises from high ping players in game. Some plans are in place, and we want to finalize the design of them. Once the study is done, that might look like making ping a part of the matchmaking process and separating those with high ping from the rest of the player base to make the experience fair for everyone. As mentioned, this is something we're looking into, and it's not set in stone just yet. We need to properly test the solutions, and we'll let you know once we've decided on the final call. Now, read between the lines the problems that arise from high ping players in game, separating those with high ping from the rest of the player base to make the experience fair for everyone. What is that saying? That is saying that high ping is not fair. So to me, they are telling us playing with high ping is not fair. Now, like I said before, we have Crytek partners putting out videos saying, look at me, I'm from over here and I'm gonna go play on these servers, haha, when the devs are saying that playing with high ping isn't fair, which is weird. I'll link the official post so you can read this. I'll link that in the description. I think that's maybe the next step on things that they need to handle. And also, I'll just include this too. If you don't follow me on Twitter, you know, you might not have seen this, but in October we had 1 million views. Thank you guys very much for enjoying all the videos and all the shorts. Absolutely appreciate it. Ridiculous. A million, dude. Thank you very much. I think that's it for this one. I think I covered everything. Excited to see what that update is going to have in it and how often trading is going to happen. I've been tracking how many trades have been happening in the subathon. I've been doing a subathon for the last 36 days now, and I've been tracking how many trades there have been in the last 36 days. 165. There have been 165 trades in the last 36 days. So we'll see how much that changes. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good one.
Hey folks, this is Riker, and is it better to have a disappointing holiday event or no holiday event at all? I've actually changed my mind on this, and I'll tell you why. In this video, we'll talk about that. We'll also talk about this week's patch, the upcoming news we can expect from the dev team, and later on we'll also talk about some Path of Exile news, as well as a massive studio shutdown that no one saw coming, as well as early reviews of Dragon Age: The Veilguard. It's all coming up. But before we go on, a word from this video's sponsor, Wartoon Ultra. Originally launched as a web game over 12 years ago, Wartoon Ultra has now returned with a faithful mobile adaptation developed by the original dev team. When I was approached for the sponsorship, I looked at the game and I thought, oh my gosh, this is one of those turn-based web games I used to play back in the day. It's a nostalgia trip for veteran players, with 100% of the core gameplay recreated to keep that same classic feel. And you can play either on mobile or in a web browser. Your data is going to be synced across both platforms. The game revolves around building up your hero, upgrading their combat power through equipment, skills, heroic spirits, and then taking on both PvE and PvP challenges, from story dungeons to world bosses, PvP arenas, guild battles. It's got plenty of social features as well, from guilds to world chat channels, and you have the ability to team up with friends and fight together. The gameplay is focused entirely around your hero. You do get to build up a town and everything, but it's with your hero as its lord. It leans very much into the RPG side of developing fragment sync added to the game, so that we can have something to spend our gem fragments on. Maybe work it into the crafting system, maybe we spend gem fragments to increase our chance of rune upgrades when we're doing rune crafting, right? Getting a rune of the next tier. And speaking of runes, why is our rune inventory tab not big enough to hold every rune? Because of that, we have to put runes in our stash, and now I need more stash tabs. Path of Exile introduced years ago the concept of specialized stash tabs that are designed to hold specific things. Can we just get like a rune stash tab? This way we can just put our runes, they automatically get slotted into the correct slot, they're neatly organized. Now unfortunately the patch also started causing a bunch of people to experience frequent game crashes. It seems to be related to DLSS. The devs implemented a temporary fix, which was pushed to Battle.net users only, I believe, that would automatically disable DLSS, and while that did help for some people, I was still hearing about people experiencing crashing issues. Hopefully this will be resolved soon. We also got word from Community Director Adam Fletcher this week, confirming that there will be a mid-season update and that there will be a small stream to talk about what's going to happen coming up in the future, as well as more news related to game balance. As we all know, the current state of balance is terrible. Spiritborn are a million times more powerful than other classes because of some bugs or unintended behaviors within their toolkit, so I look forward to hearing what balance changes will come mid-season. I've said from the start that the Spiritborn is the most well-designed class from a standpoint of customization and build versatility.
That is.
But because it's overpowered right now, it's basically outshining every class at everything. It's a better spellcaster than a sorcerer, it's tankier than a barbarian, it's faster than a rogue. It overall just feels like a superior nature class to the druid. The only thing it can't do is a minion build, so necromancers are safe for now. Though, if you want to get into the deep lore, necromancers summon spirits from the spirit realm. They do tap into the spirit realm, while the Spiritborn class can fully harness the potential of the spirit realm. Seriously though, balance is in such a bad state that non-Spiritborn players report having problems finding parties to play with. Lots of reports of people getting kicked from group finder parties if they are not a Spiritborn. Now again, we also got the start of the Halloween event this week, and the hot topic of the week is how low effort and disappointing the event is.
Not much.
The event includes free cosmetics that you can claim in the shop, a 35% XP buff, 50% gold find buff, and the meet or treat event. Basically, any shrine that you run into in a dungeon, specifically, will either spawn a treasure goblin or an infernal butcher. The way I see it, the XP buff is there to make the core gamers happy, or at least to appease us. Now is a great time to log in and try to blast our way to Paragon 300. And the meet or treat event is for the more casual players to just have a bit of fun. More on that in a little bit. First, a quick note. Because we're running more pits than ever to blast XP, one thing I found is that pits can feel worse than Greater Rifts in D3 because they only have 2 floors, and you can easily find yourself having to backtrack once you reach a dead end on floor 2 of a pit. One improvement I will say over D3 Greater Rifts is wherever you are, if you're split up in a party, when you complete the pit, the portal opens for you to go to the boss. You don't have to look around for the boss, so at least that is an improvement over the D3 Rifts. But otherwise, if you full clear both floors, then yeah, you don't run into this issue of having to backtrack. But the pit feels like that's the thing in the game that's there for blaster players. And blaster players, going by their blaster playstyle, will run into this issue a lot of getting to the end and then having to backtrack. Nightmare Dungeons, that's the gameplay, that's the game element designed to have that slow dungeon crawl, clear everything, or clear at your own pace, kind of do whatever you want. Undercity, that's meant to be the challenge to carefully check corners and manage your monster kills to maximize your rewards. But pits feel like they're meant for blasting. So I do wonder what the design intent is behind not allowing us a third floor, which I honestly think just having a third floor would just solve this problem. Or at least giving the pits a circular design rather than the mostly straight lines that we get that end in a dead end. It just feels like this is a problem that was solved in Diablo 3 with Greater Rifts years ago. But I digress from the Halloween event. So, the 35% XP buff felt like it was added so that the Blaster players wouldn't complain about the event, because the meter treat event is not worth going out of your way for. I have a full video going over how to get the most out of all elements of the Halloween event. Do check that out. But basically we recorded 100 dungeon runs to see if anything makes farming these meter treat shrines worth it. And the conclusion basically is that if you happen to be doing a Nightmare Dungeon, then these shrines are a nice little bonus, but it doesn't seem worth going out of your way to farm them. For a more casual gamer though, I imagine these are fun little surprises, right? If you're just doing Nightmare Dungeons, hey, now you have a shrine that's going to spawn generally a goblin, sometimes a butcher. Oh, and not to beat a dead horse, but this event has highlighted how problematic conduit shrines are. When you transform, you cannot even kill a goblin when you're a conduit. These shrines were they were clearly overlooked when the difficulty rebalance was done for Torment 4 and everything. It's the only thing that makes sense. And at this point, I would just prefer the conduits be disabled. Just remove them from the game until they can be addressed.
Until they're fixed.
D3 conduits are fine. But onto the crux of the matter, the event itself, which most people find disappointing. Now, I've always been of the mentality, would you rather get what we got or nothing at all? Sure, would I have liked a better event, more elaborate, more fun? Yeah, I would have, but hey, at least I got a 35% XP buff, so I can't complain, because the alternative would be getting nothing at all. However, Rax put out a video recently that made me reconsider my thoughts on this. He brought up a point that I'd never thought of before. Reputation. We've had 1 year of holiday events in Diablo 4, and none of them have been considered bangers by the community. So when Blizzard announces a new holiday event for D4, are you excited? Or at this point, are you just setting your expectations in the gutter and expecting disappointment? Sometimes it is actually better to release nothing at all than something subpar. In fact, this is the very same logic that allowed early Blizzard to become the industry powerhouse that it became. It grew into a household name because Blizzard leadership refused to release a mediocre product. Blizzard canceled roughly 50% of all the games they ever started working on because they'd rather throw away years of work than release something that would have tarnished their reputation. Because there was a time when everyone would be excited for whatever new game Blizzard had in the works, because we all knew that whatever it was gonna be a banger. So yes, while for me, as someone who will continue to play Diablo 4 and play any new events they release, it is better for me personally to get something rather than nothing. But for the community at large, and for capturing attention outside of the community, I think it's better to just have events that everyone speaks positively about. Oh, did you hear about what Diablo 4 did for Halloween? Nah man, I haven't played in months. Should I log on? As opposed to having people just hear more negativity. Oh, did you hear? D4 had another lame event. Lol, what a joke, I'm gonna go back to playing PoE. Now, despite me coming to this change of heart, Rax and I actually have two very different takeaways. He says that more effort should be put into these events to make them bangers. My takeaway is drop the events for now. And here's why. Blizzard has a finite amount of resources to work with. And I know right away the answer is Blizzard is rich, they have all the resources in the world. Here's the thing. This is not a problem that you can just throw money at. This is not a problem that you can just throw manpower at. D4 already has a large team. Hiring more people at this point doesn't allow them to get more work done when it comes to ideas. It just makes the entire machine move more slowly. You reach a point of diminishing returns on team sizes, and when you get too many chefs in the kitchen just arguing with each other and unable to settle on a vision. Smaller teams are perfectly capable of executing a banger event, as we've seen other games do, so it's really not about throwing money at the problem. It's about what the designers are able to devote their attention to. And if everyone would be loving the season themes, I would say yes, put manpower behind making a banger holiday event. But right now, I want 100% of Blizzard's design manpower dedicated to making sure Season 7 is an absolute banger season theme. The Season 6 theme was a disappointment. Season 6 is carried by the strength of Patch 2.0 and all the new game systems. But the theme itself, nothing really to write home about. And this has been the case for the past couple of seasons. In fact, the only season theme that people really considered a banger was Season 2. That's 1 out of 6 seasons at this point that people really liked. I don't want Season 7's theme to be another disappointment. I want it to be the best theme that we've gotten yet. I don't want resources pulled from making Season 7 amazing in order to make a 7-day event that's just going to be a footnote in an otherwise 3-month season. Once we reach a point where we're getting banger seasons, then yes, you can comfortably pull resources away from that to make banger holiday events too. But I would rather get banger season themes and no holiday events than banger holiday events and mediocre season themes. Now, of course, I would rather everything in the game always be a banger, and hopefully we can get there one day. But for now, we need to prioritize, and I don't think it's worth getting the car repainted before we get the brake pads replaced. Now, all that said, I'm surprised that we didn't at least see some holiday decorations thrown around. Because art assets, that's something that you can throw money at. You can throw manpower at. You can outsource. We had nice decorations for the Midwinter Blight event, if I recall correctly. I know Diablo's already dark and evil themed, but they could have built up a little lore around some kind of folktale style event, maybe a spooky harvest festival, get some pumpkins in there. Midwinter Blight had their Krampus monster, the red cloaked horror, that was nicely tied into the lore, felt natural. Maybe we could have gotten a headless harvester, if we want to be cliche. And I think these kind of short-term events can also be a way to tie in community goals. Helldivers style, right? Kill X demons by a certain date to unlock something for everyone in the community. Like for the event we got, maybe they would have put a community goal of kill 6 million goblins. And now all those scrolls of contained goblins from the Dark Citadel would actually come in handy. I think the keys to a good event are, first off, when people log in, they can tell in-game that there's an event going on by more than just a splash screen, right? Decorations and such. Some change to the game world. Then, of course, there should be some fun activity to partake in, and there should be rewards to earn. And it feels as though the holiday event that we got, the Halloween event, was basically designed to be as innocuous and non-disruptive as possible. They could have locked the cosmetics behind having to farm 100 of those meter treat shrines, and people would have hated that. Let's face it. It's what happened with the Christmas event, right? They gave cosmetics, and we had to engage with a holiday event, and a lot of people complained about that. So this was like a response to that. But maybe if the shrines were not only found in Nightmare Dungeons, maybe people would have found it more fun, been more receptive to it. Maybe if the shrines would actually be like Diablo 3 Bandit shrines, spawning like 10 goblins instead of just 1. Maybe that would have been more fun. I don't know. What do you guys like to see in a holiday event? Sound off in the comments. And I actually have a theory. I believe during the Lunar New Year event, they added some shop skins, I think, for purchase. And I believe that the spooky costume skins that we got at the start of Season 7 in the shop, I believe those were intended to be saved for Halloween. I mean, look at these. Just imagine that these were released around Halloween. Don't they feel
Welcome
like
to my
costume
channel.
style, spooky Halloween skins?
Jutro.
Doesn't it all make sense? But then I imagine some decision was made to release them at the season start instead of Halloween, possibly for 2 reasons. One of these 2 reasons are both either one, they knew they didn't have much for the Halloween event and they didn't want to take the heat of having a small event that just adds expensive skins to buy, or two, because I imagine most skin sales probably happen within the first week or 2 of a season before people fade away. Alright, let's end the Diablo 4 news on a lighthearted note here by drawing attention to this creation by Reddit user raw_0. He comes from the future with a Diablo 4 item from Season 39. Godly Plate of the Whale. Ancestral, Mythic, Heroic Armor. Hexed Souls of Percival's Blessing A+. Plus 230 Protected Maximum Life. Plus 9% Critical Strike Chance against Crouched Flying Enemies. Pledged Souls Collected 10+. Numb Hit, up to 5% chance to gain 700 attack rating. Plus
Oh,
30%
ja.
chance for
Biće
Rend
tu
bleeding
popodne,
to
ne boj se.
consume Tainted Heralds. Brutal Barbarian only.
Samo ti radi, treba
Plus
neko
7
da radi.
draconic ranks of Whirlwind. Casting Rend while under a slasher's potion effect grants 1 stack of hidden skill Undying Brawler that deals damage to enemies that are looking to their left. Gain 20% max life for 6 seconds while supercharged. Boat of Madness item, Crangled. The Crangled reference there, and the entire joke to be honest, it comes from the Path of Exile community, where years ago someone made a very similar parody joke in PoE. And speaking of Path of Exile, PoE 2 game director Jonathan Rogers gave a heartfelt announcement this week that the PoE 2 beta will be delayed by 3 weeks, now starting on December 6th. He apologized and took full accountability for not leaving enough time to handle some server-side infrastructure issues that came up at the last minute. And the internet, like it always does, raged at him in anger. Nope.
Fuck it.
In fact, in an immense and very pleasant surprise, everyone was super understanding, accepting, and civil in response.
Imam
Disappointed, sure,
Jana
but
Dekudi
overall it was
Ali
sort of
Eni
a,
Moguda
"Hey, don't worry about it,
Communisirum
buddy,"
Tako
kind
de
of
Simo de
reaction.
Sipamo
Again,
AKO
incredibly
Buts
surprising for
Raspo
a game
Lazen
community to
Posla
react
Mod
this way, and I think
Posla.
it's a testament
Okay.
to GGG's integrity and the goodwill that
Kapiram.
they've cultivated in the community.
Više ćemo napraviti za par sati igranja nego za 8 sati da ti kucaš poruke. Ja.
No, I'm kidding. People were a little more miffed about this one, it seems, but that's mostly because of promises that PoE 2 would not impact PoE 1, and it kind of feels like the new league is getting delayed because of PoE 2. The 3.26 expansion will be announced in late January 2025, meaning it's likely going to launch in February, and this makes Settlers of Kalgur the longest PoE league yet. And thank goodness it's at least a really good league. In fact, it's such a good league that we're basically getting the meme, yes, we've had Settlers of Kalgur, but what about second Settlers of Kalgur? On November 7th, GGG is basically relaunching Settlers of Kalgur with a little twist. A new league begins on this date with a fresh economy and ladder reset. It'll be the same Settlers of Kalgur, but they're adding a touch of Necropolis. Monsters in every area will be affected by a pool of mods which you can customize, but unlike Necropolis, there will only be rewarding mods. Also, if you reach level 50, you are guaranteed one Settlers account. In other news, Sony is shutting down Firewalk Studios, the developers of Concord, in a move that absolutely no one
surprised no one.
Fewer than 1,000 concurrents for a AAA multiplayer release on Steam is catastrophic. These are the kinds of numbers that lead to studio closures.
Odo Dalj Samo de SE Jobim.
Okay. Hvala što ste bili.
I expect to hear news of servers shutting down for good within 6 months, and
Tamo radi
Firewalk
vjerojatno.
Studios shutting down within a year. Firewalk Studios was founded in 2018 and was bought by Sony in 2023 because Sony liked how development on Concord was going. Concord was in development for 8 years before release, and it was rumored to have a budget of $400 million.
Really?
And that's looking to be confirmed now by a new report from Kotaku that, based on the initial development deal for the game being just over $200 million, and that figure did not include the studio buyout price, nor the marketing, nor the game's delayed launch, which means extra salary time, or the sale of IP rights. So this makes the $400 million figure sound entirely plausible. A game's marketing budget alone, this makes Concord the biggest flop, not just in video game history, but in the entertainment history as a whole. The biggest Hollywood flops cost like $200 million, and they still recoup some of that, like generally about $50 million at least. Concord lost $400 million and has nothing to show for it. They made like $1 million in sales and then offered refunds to everyone. All this in less than 2 months after the game launched. Sony had previously made an announcement suggesting that they may have been evaluating what to do with Concord, maybe tried to reboot it or something, but clearly they've determined that it is not worth salvaging. And as I expected, when you see a flop like this in the AAA video game industry, this generally leads to a studio closure, and that's exactly what happened, sadly. This should never be celebrated. People have lost their jobs, their livelihoods. Even if you want to ascribe blame to some people, there are countless blameless individuals who are now without work. Good luck to them all. In other news, Dragon Age: The Veilguard released this week. It currently has decent reviews. On OpenCritic, we see a top critic score of 82 out of 100, with 76% of critics recommending it. For reference, Dragon Age Inquisition had an 88 out of 100, with 92% of critics recommending it. On Steam, early reviews are mostly positive. 79% of them are positive, based on about 5,000 reviews so far. The early reviews from journalists and influencers are overall generally positive, but there definitely are people who didn't like it. This title actually seems quite divisive. Some common things I saw was that the game takes several hours to really hit its stride. Also, combat doesn't seem great. I've heard of a number of reviewers who lowered the difficulty of combat later in the game, not because it was challenging, but just because enemies were becoming bullet sponges and the combat was getting repetitive and boring. I've also seen the dialogue between characters being criticized, and I watched a couple of clips myself where the dialogue did seem really bad. Which is a shame, because for me, the dialogue between characters was really a highlight of the franchise. The game does seem to be selling well, however. It beat Jedi Survivor to become EA's biggest single-player game on Steam ever, having peaked at about 70,000 concurrent players as of the time of this recording. Now, 70,000 is a respectable number, but this isn't anything close to chart-topping for Steam launches. Over the weekend, I'm sure we'll see those numbers rise, as well as more reviews pour in. And honestly, I think there may be a lot of hesitation from people on this one, with reviews being good but not great, and with the game's initial marketing being pretty poor. I think a lot of people are waiting to see how the dust settles with this one, and what other gamers really think about it. The more cartoony visual style was a controversial change for many Dragon Age fans, and the first trailer really left a sour taste in everyone's mouth with its bizarre stylistic choices, despite subsequent trailers being more traditional and making the game look really good. If you played the Veilguard, what are your thoughts? What is your verdict? Do you recommend it? Do you not? Why? Sound off in the comments. Meanwhile, seems some folks at BioWare already want to distance themselves from the latest Dragon Age. The director of Mass Effect 5, Michael Gamble, took to Twitter to post earlier this week, quote, "Lots of people asking me about Mass Effect now that Veilguard reviews are out, and October 31st is close. Both are from the studio, but Mass Effect is Mass Effect. How you bring a sci-fi RPG to life is different than other genres or IPs, and has to have different kinds of love." Someone replied, "Please don't Pixar Mass Effect like you guys did with Dragon Age." Gamble replied, "I'm not sure I agree with the Pixar thing, but Mass Effect is photorealistic and will be as long as I'm running it." While he isn't exactly throwing Veilguard under the bus, he is making clear that he acknowledges that the Veilguard has taken a different step in the Dragon Age franchise, and that he does not intend to take this same step with Mass Effect. And that's going to wrap up this week's video, but do be sure to check out last week's video in which we discussed just how long it takes to reach Paragon 300 in Diablo 4. Also, folks, if you want some free cosmetics in Diablo 4, from October 8th to November 5th, you can get cosmetics just by watching Twitch streams. There'll be new cosmetics to farm up every week. You gotta watch at least 3 hours a week to earn the cosmetics of the week. You can watch me at twitch.tv/Riker. Also, during this time period, if you buy or gift 2 subs, you get this horse, and 4 subs will get you the horse armor as well. Thanks for watching. Special thanks to my Patreon supporters for making these videos possible. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up, and subscribe to join Riker's Raiders for more gaming content.
Bum, 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 bum.
Hey folks, this is Riker.
This has been probably one of the saddest things that I've seen in gaming ever since Starfield. So about once every 6 months, game journalists decide to take the small sliver of credibility that they have and cut it in half. This has happened with Veilguard, it happened with Concord before this, it happened with Starfield, and it's just been happening over and over and over.
Just the other day we were talking about Dragon Age the Veilguard and how the review embargo lifted, causing the discourse around that game to proliferate. And already since then, two other major things have occurred that have caused the biggest shills for this game to absolutely lose their minds. One being the situation with YouTuber Mr. Matty Plays, and the other being the situation with news publication Dual Shockers. The Dual Shockers situation is going to be much more brief to go over, so let's start with that one. On October 28th, they posted their official Dragon Age the Veilguard review, and one particular line that they wrote in their review has caused a number of gaming journalists to get very upset on social media, specifically that being this area, where they say, it's a game that clearly has had a bit of the Sweet Baby Inc. treatment in spots when it comes to its character backgrounds and storytelling, and it's a game that is willing to offer fan service by giving old characters little cameo appearances, but unwilling to truly cater to the wants and needs of long-serving Dragon Age fans. The Sweet Baby Inc. thing is what's...
I bet they're not happy about that, are they? I bet they're mad about that one. And this is the problem with journalists, is that a lot of the journalists try to enforce a same thing across all the different people that are reviewing games. So it's like, they don't want to see a person that goes outside of the box that they've created for themselves. So it's like, nobody is allowed to like address this or give it any credibility. And when you do, when you see a person that does this, all of the other journalists get mad about it. Nobody's objective? No, they're not objective. You can't rely on people to be objective, but you should rely on them not to be corrupt.
Really setting these people off. Now, to be fair, the wording there could be a bit better because it might confuse some people into thinking that SBI had anything to do with Veilguard, which I don't believe it did. However, I think it's reasonable to conclude that the author is simply referencing similarities with Veilguard and SBI affiliated games in regards to how some things are written, like some of the characters, the story, etc. For example, paraphrasing that part of Skillup's review, where he mentioned that it felt like Veilguard was written with HR constantly in the room. Now, here's the really funny.
It absolutely was. Anybody can see that. And you want to know the reason why so many people got super excited about that game I just showed? The real reason why a lot of people got super excited about it is because it's a game that very clearly doesn't pull any punches, like this one here, the Showa American story. It's a game that doesn't pull any punches, and it's a game that has a true, like, identity of itself. And it looks like it's something that's an authentic piece of art, rather than just something that's been created through like a test tube. It looks like they're not afraid. Yeah, exactly. Like, it gives off the vibe that, like, basically this is a problem that I have with a lot of modern stories, is that even the villains in modern stories are unwilling to do things that are considered socially unacceptable nowadays in like culture. And so a lot of characters and stories that are written now are written with so many guardrails that it doesn't feel like you're seeing an authentic, a real experience. You don't have that escapism whenever you're watching this. It's sanitized writing, exactly. A true villain never misgenders someone. Yeah, exactly. China is taking advantage of the discourse in the West by giving the players what they want. Hey, as I said, I had a permanent ban on Bilibili because of comments that I had made critical of China. Because I was so positive about Black Myth Wukong, I have been unbanned on the entire website. I think it's pretty fucking funny. Yeah.
Thing though. The issue that the journalists that we're about to take a look at have with that part of the review isn't what I mentioned. They're actually mad at Sweet Baby Inc. simply even being referenced. For example, this corpo journalist over at Polygon, etc. had this to say.
Who puts in your title, in your description, gay idiot? Like, I mean, I guess I have professional neckbeard, but like, I don't know, what is this? Gaming, yeah, big surprise this person's going to be mad because they're trying to put their like their sexual orientation into a video game.
To say, me, when my brain is sludge and I cannot form a cohesive critique without being a dirtbag, and going on to post that part of the review that mentions Sweet Baby Inc. I noticed the journalist.
By the way, I actually think that some of the journalist criticism is accurate. Because Sweet Baby Inc. I don't think is some sort of harbinger of death for video games. I think the companies that pay them are the harbingers of death, and Sweet Baby is just the, they're just the scapegoat. That's what I think is happening.
attempting to hide a response, so I went to take a look at it. This person pointing out how Kotaku has done similar things in their own way. And once again, the journalist's response to this was simply to try and hide the tweet. We can see another self-proclaimed journalist right here.
What
also
the F is this?
At DualShockers' reference of Sweet Baby Inc. A response.
See, this is what I'm saying, right? Is like in the professional space, this is the reason why basically all gaming people were saying, every games journalist website is owned by the same platform. I said, I didn't know that, and I already knew that. There's no real difference between IGN, Rock, Paper, Shotgun, Kotaku, or Polygon. They're basically all the same thing. They all have the same opinions. They push the same narrative. They have the same takes. And if somebody steps off of that, outside of that little box,
Out you go.
They get in trouble. And that's what's happening right here.
Read, what the heck is this even about anymore? And someone else says sexism and bigotry. Same thing it's been since the beginning. As always, these people come off extremely fake. There's been verifiable evidence of racism and bigotry from Sweet Baby Inc. But go figure that these people will ignore that to defend the corpos. By the way, the person on top claims to be a CEO of a media consultation company. Journalist Jason Schreier would also comment on this, saying, this from a review on Metacritic is truly unhinged, not just because of the dog whistling, but because of the divine power that idiots keep ascribing to consultants. Hate to break it to you folks, but the people making key decisions at game companies aren't on contract.
This is the problem with somebody like Jason Schreier, is that half of what he's saying is absolutely fucking true. Think about how stupid it is to imagine that the people that are making key decisions on the game are from some random fucking consultancy company. Completely fucking retarded. Absolutely not. However, it's not dog whistling, and you can't just keep insulting the intelligence of people and pretending like, oh, this stuff doesn't matter. Tell people that, oh, well, this isn't happening. You can't do that forever. You're going to kill all of your credibility. You're just misrepresenting what people complain about. Well, I actually think that it's a lot simpler. Jason Schreier is not against woke stuff. He thinks it's probably good. He probably falls onto the category that he thinks it's a good thing. So he's demonizing it. It's that simple. Is he really? Yeah. Half truth is still not a truth. Well, I think that it's okay to identify which side is which, right?
It comes off like he's really trying to deflect any of the issues that consultation companies bring to games. I've mentioned in many of my videos that I think it's unwise to put all the blame on consultation firms like SBI.
True.
Because ultimately these corporations are the ones willingly hiring them to begin with.
I've said
and
this
of course they
1,000
also
times.
make plenty of terrible decisions on their own. It's also a really bad move to ignore the issues that these consultation firms also bring. And yet it seems like Jason Schreier really doesn't want to acknowledge that. I also find it hilarious how he's attempting to say
it's the underlying issue that they don't want to acknowledge. I think that it's very easy to acknowledge that some consultancy companies might have bad ideas, but it's basically like they don't want to acknowledge that this is an issue that people care about. And like this is what's happened is like it's created a growing disconnect between like the establishment media and the player base. And you see this reflected in YouTube video like dislikes. You see it reflected in like Steam reviews or in Metacritic scores.
that simply referencing Sweet Baby Inc. is a dog whistle, as if people aren't even allowed to say Sweet Baby Inc.'s name. On occasion, Schreier has actually done pretty good investigative work in the gaming space, so it's too bad due to suffering from such political brain rot. Over here, we have a senior reporter.
Well, everybody's gonna have some opinions you agree with, some opinions you don't agree with, right? I mean, sure. But like, whenever you try to piss on people and tell them it's raining, they're gonna get mad at you, because fundamentally you're insulting their intelligence. And I think that's why so many people get frustrated about the language that journalists like this use.
At Kotaku, and he also posts that part of DualShockers review that mentions Sweet Baby Inc., saying that it's utterly disqualifying. And the responses...
And see, here's the problem, is that a lot of these journalists think that they are... To say that it's disqualifying, the big issue is that people like this have been under the false impression that they are the gatekeepers of acceptability. They're not. The internet has completely made everything a meritocracy. There's no longer any sort of value that's ascribed to a person because they're at a certain platform. That doesn't make people take them more seriously at all. And that's why these people are so against, in a lot of cases, like YouTubers and independent people. It's because those people are not, they don't have to play by the same rules.
Someone would say, actually shocking to have a major publication feed into right-wing talking points.
Of course, right? And this is like, and again, it's the implication that right-wing is bad. And this is like, again, no, being a conservative is not a bad, you're not automatically a bad person if you're a conservative. This is like a third grader take. Obviously, that's not the case. Especially when people think that a right-wing talking point is not allowing illegal immigration. Like, it's been extrapolated to such a degree that it just means nothing. It's a shortcut argument? Yeah, it's just, exactly.
I find it crazy how many social media activists say that critiquing companies is now a right-wing thing to do. A response to that person would say, imagine thinking those are right-wing talking points, not people simply ticked off at the amount of slop and saying enough. Just look at all these AAA failures and mass layoffs over the last 2 years. The response
they wouldn't be doing mass layoffs if these games were actually successful. It's really simple. It just wouldn't be happening. Why would they be doing mass layoffs?
from that individual was to block that person. That reminds me of the journalist we talked about earlier, whose response to another tweet was to simply hide it. Here we have a self-proclaimed media games critic and sensitivity consultant, once again also posting the Sweet Baby Ink mention in DualShockers review.
Knocking all of this shit over? What? What does that even mean? Stop, hashtag stop Gamergate 2014? You have an NFT? Oh, nice. Fuck. Okay, that's clever. What the fuck?
And as you can see, getting pretty upset by it, saying they want to knock it all over. Wow, real tough guy here. This person claims to be a singer-songwriter featured in Ubisoft games, and they removed the part of the article mentioning Sweet Baby Ink, saying that they fixed it. A self-proclaimed PR marketing person would also comment on this, saying, man, what are we doing? I would really love it if I could assume most of the people I run into at professional industry social events are at the baseline good people, please.
Yeah, and this is the issue, is that a lot of these people ascribe virtue to their worldview, and so they look at anybody who doesn't share their worldview as a bad person. And I think this is what makes it a lot easier for them to try to attack and demonize people. It's because they just basically categorize these people as bad people, bad actors, like they're murderers or something like that. Such man babies, holy fuck, grow up hair. Well, like what I'm saying is that the best way that you can fight against this is by supporting the websites that give you opinions and represent your beliefs. Because at the end of the day, if the websites that are representing your beliefs are the ones that are putting out information that's accurate, they're going to be more popular. You as the customer have all the power. These people don't have any power.
As you can see, many of these industry corpos think that simply referencing Sweet Baby Ink makes you a terrible person. These sort of people would love to be able to control a specific narrative, and they freak out when that narrative is shattered.
Exactly. That's exactly what's happening.
For DualShockers would defend the article, saying, the entire drama doesn't sit right with me. I'm a queer writer for DualShockers. My experience working with Callum across different websites for nearly 2 years now has been nothing short of excellent, and anyone calling him a quote-unquote anti-woke grifter knows nothing about him.
Of course.
Unfortunately, DualShockers would eventually capitulate to these angry people in the industry and make an edit removing the mention of Sweet Baby Ink from their article. So let me know what you think.
So that's the reason. This is the reason why nobody trusts games journalism. It's that everybody understands that what that phrase meant, but we're all trying to like play this dishonest game as if we don't. I think that's really the big issue. Yeah, you let them win, exactly. And if you do let those people win, guess what happens? They're going to keep pushing for it more and more and more. It is extremely fucking common, and I think that's what's happening here.
Think about all that stuff in the comments, and now moving on to the section where we talk about what happened to Mr. Matty Plays. As you may know, he had put out a review that isn't exactly positive of the game, titling it, Dragon Age the Veilguard is a big disappointment. That in of itself has already upset a number of the biggest shills for this game. However, things also got a lot more complicated. So the first thing, do you remember how some of the game footage got leaked shortly before the review embargo was lifted?
Sure.
For example, this being one of those clips.
Fruit before it spoils.
I like the cookies better.
Everyone likes the cookies better.
I'll eat the fruit. So, the Dragon Hunter has a softer side.
The Kyun says you take care of people.
So, you're a little Kunari, a little Rivani, and
We've seen this before.
dragon?
Reddit dialogue, yeah.
I get that.
Come on. I should tell my mother how Karash is doing.
Well, Twitter people would go on to take a look at the Rook being used in those leaks, Rook being the player character, and compare it to the Rook that was used in Mr. Matty Play's review, going on to accuse him of breaking NDA and leaking the game.
Yeah.
More specifically, they would accuse him of leaking that footage to someone else, who then posted it to Twitter and also went on to make a number of racist comments. For example, this tweet saying, by the way, Mr. Matty Plays broke the Dragon Age NDA and leaked gameplay footage to a friend who happens to have a very racist Twitter account, so yeah, good luck with this one. Another tweet, this one with over 2,600 likes, would read, hey cutie, this you from the leaked footage being spread by you or one of your friends, quote unquote. Shame other companies saw who they trusted their content either. Couldn't give it 24 hours to just post a critical review. You bad to show your phobe friend, or was it you directly? While half that post is incoherent nonsense, we get the...
Yeah. What? It's a schizo post. Yeah, it's a schizo post. What is this?
Point. They're upset. Another post,
These
this
are
one
adults,
with over 2,200 likes, saying, Mr. Matty Plays insulting the game while also leaking the game to his Nazi friend. Adding,
anytime that I hear somebody use the word Nazi, I automatically assume that they're a retard. Like, there's a handful of words that if I see somebody use this term, I instantly am like, oh, okay, you're a retard. Like, let's not, there's no reason to take any of this seriously.
Look at them side by side and tell me it's not his Rook. This tweet got over 8,500 likes, and it reads, it's being claimed that a prominent reviewer not only leaked NDA'd footage under an alias, he then posted a video review of the game featuring an identical custom character. The real insider is back, ladies and gentlemen. So they basically accuse him of not just leaking it to a friend, but instead leaking it himself on an alt. The same person later adding, oh, it's so over, and reposting one of the tweets that we already just read. Here's another example with 6,200 plus likes reading, I'm not going to respect the opinion of someone who broke their NDA and gave their phobic friend, quote unquote, game footage to spread around in people's Twitter replies unsolicited.
Here's the thing. Look at this fucking, like, this is like a K-pop stan.
Screw all the way off with that nonsense.
Look. They've got a profile picture of a character in the game. They've got their name is that character of the picture. And then their title, their ad is failed to serve. This is a K-pop stan. You can't look at somebody like this and be like, oh, I wonder what they think. This person's insane. It's got to be, yeah, what are we even talking about here? Yeah, story writer. Yeah, it's a PR person. Let's go the way. Yeah, what even is this? It's their entire personality. Yeah, of course you were never going to expect. You were never going to respect their opinion to begin with. Okay, let's not pretend like, oh yeah. Well, let's go ahead and believe this person who has their entire identity tied up in a video game, who at this time did not even. The video game's not even released yet. Yeah, this is totally This is a normal person on the internet.
Unsolicited. Screw all the way off with that nonsense. Going on to add, honestly, I'm side-eyeing anyone who takes the review seriously knowing what he did. Can we be serious? This dude clearly has some weird vendetta against the Veilguard.
Do we know? Like, I mean, by the way, it's bad if he leaked NDA footage, right? It's bad. He shouldn't have done that, like, for sure. But, like, why don't people ever want to read what somebody says and then discuss whether what they're saying is accurate or not? I feel like so much nowadays, there's like all of a conversation around the noise. There's just noise. It's like, oh, well, let's talk about who this person is. Let's talk about, well, they're friends with this other person. Like, there's never a conversation about ideas. There's never a conversation about like a element of the game. There's always conversations that are like these like weird virtue signals or basically some form of performative behavior. There's no thinking that's happening here. The guy shared it with his damn editor, part of his team, the one responsible for his review video. It's not a friend. Well, I mean, he just made a mistake by showing it, right? It's really not complicated. Yeah, sure. As I mean by acknowledge that they're right, there's no way it's going to happen. It's a tribal war. It's guilt by association. Yeah, individual thinking is dwarfed. Yeah, it's like nobody's even talking about what the guy said in the video. That's what's so crazy about this, is like people will link a video, nobody will watch the video, and everybody will have an opinion about it. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. It happens constantly. Like I will see clips on Reddit, and it will be a 15-second clip, and half of the comments didn't even watch it. What are we doing? How is this happening? It gets worse, yes.
Soon enough, Maddie would address the situation himself in a tweet getting over 9,900 likes. He says, "I think it goes without saying, but today has been an extremely hard day.
Yeah.
I really appreciate your patience as I looked into things. First off, I would like to apologize to everyone at BioWare and EA. I have already reached out to them to let them know the truth. We already have plans to sit down and have a conversation about it. That is my gameplay. It was never my intention for clips of Dragon Age to get released ahead of the embargo lifting. I had shared these 2 clips of the game with an editor of mine. It's my understanding that these clips were then taken, shared again, and went down the chain to someone far removed from both of us, who then posted them claiming to be associated with me. So yes, the clips are mine. If BioWare, EA, or any other game company chooses not to work with me over this, then I fully understand and accept that. If you, the viewers of my content, choose not to trust me because you deem me irresponsible for the privilege I was given as a game reviewer, I also fully understand and accept that."
Wow.
That's a mouthful.
That's basically fucking... That is the perfect way to say it. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. That's a perfect way to address it. Yep.
With that said, it's extremely important for me to firmly shut down one element of this narrative going around about me. Whoever shared these clips on X with the attached hateful comments and replies is not me. I have no clue who runs that account. They're most definitely not my friend, and they stand against everything I believe in. I am only speculating, but I think whoever took my game footage and tweeted it as if they were connected with me was quite deliberate, as it's an easy way to paint me in a bad light.
Sure.
Beyond any guesses I may have. I would never leak my own footage on an alt, and then use that exact same footage in my review. That account no longer exists, and it is my understanding that it's because it was reported multiple times following the public ridicule it rightfully received. There's no room for that type of hate.
I don't even know what that person
said. I have not deleted any comments on my review. I believe as a consumer of media, you have a right to call someone out on BS or say what you feel. I do have preset words for my channel filter that fall under racist, homophobic, etc. terms that automatically get caught by YouTube's moderation system, but that's it. I know I can't convince each and every one of you, but I do think you all deserve an explanation. At the end of the day, my circle of trust was breached, and it was my fault for sending a clip in the first place. As a quick...
At the end of the day, it's his responsibility, but it might not necessarily be his fault. I mean, most people that do YouTube videos have an editor for the YouTube videos. Few people like edit and record their own videos just because of the way that, you know, it just takes a long time. And so I actually think that that type of a statement is one of the best ways, like this is probably one of the best statements that you could make. Yeah, based response, absolutely based response. And I think it's fair, like, I mean, yeah, it was a mistake to have that happen, and it's like clearly bad that it happened. Yeah, sure.
Side note for additional context, the reason why he references his YouTube comments is because a flood of comments came from Twitter accusing him of breaking the NDA during the entire situation. Continuing, he says, "I'm deeply disheartened by the amount of people who believe that this Twitter account was me. I don't..."
Because they're stupid liars. And as soon as they see somebody who they disagree with, or who they think is against them, they think that it's totally normal and fair to make up lies about them and damage their reputation. That's what happens, is that as soon as, and this is what the internet does, is they find a way to dehumanize somebody, and then they use that as evidence or like some sort of justification to treat this person like shit. Twitter brain, many people, yeah, I think it's very common.
That blind loyalty, yet it hurts to see just how quickly I was thrown under the bus. The sad reality of it all is the damage is done, and many people have made up their minds about me today. Since I have started covering...
Yeah, you should never try to... Like, for me, I've learned that you can never convince people that are ideologists or, like, ideologues that they're wrong. Like, there will be no combination of words that you can tell them that will make them rethink their worldview. And so, if you realize that, the only thing that you can do is make them look stupid publicly, because you're never actually going to change their mind. Don't cater to Twitter mob? Yeah, exactly. They use the same logic to cancel you. Well, it sure didn't work. After I came back from my break, you know, my house was cleaned up. I had a number of responsibilities I didn't want to deal with. They're now off my plate. My stream is getting more viewers than ever. All of my YouTube videos are getting hundreds of thousands, if not over 1 million views. So it sure didn't work very well. I'll tell you that.
This game, many angry opinions have fallen in my lap. When I played the preview, I thoroughly enjoyed it and had a chance to interview the game's director, Corinne Bush. In that video, people were sending hate my way because they wanted their opinions heard. Now I have put out my honest and objective review, and people are still unhappy with my personal opinion. It is always—
That's always what it's going to be. It never had anything to do with, like, if you had said the game was great and then the person had posted that clip, they wouldn't have hated you. They would have felt sorry for you that somebody betrayed your trust. The reason why they're hating you is because you said something they disagree with. And they're just using the NDA as an excuse to justify that hate.
It's been my goal to deliver fair, honest coverage of video games and elevate the conversation, not fan the flames. I'm deeply sad that my clips have played into the detraction of a game that, as stated in my review, others may enjoy more than me. Looking at the Open Critic score, I'm glad to see it is that way. It's been a tough cycle for the folks at BioWare, and to know I played a part in the pain of the developer who made my favorite games ever is a regret that I don't think I will ever live down, even if people choose to forgive me. I want to thank my wife, my best friends, and my LSM family, who hung with me and didn't lose faith in me. The statements made about my character today have broken my heart into 1,000,000 pieces. I don't say that so you feel bad for me. I just feel it's important to give my love to those who willingly stood by me in the face of all this. I know it wasn't easy having your ethics in question just by being in my vicinity.
These people will do anything that they can, and there is nothing that's off limits for them to do. Like, for example, like, whenever I've had tons of people talk about, like, how they were, like, make jokes about, like, my mom dying and stuff like that as, like, a result of me saying something that they disagree with on stream. There is no like, depth that these people won't do. There's no line they won't cross. There's no bar they won't be able to manage to go under. They will always do this. They're just shitty people. That's it. And, like, I don't take it personally. I don't get mad about this, really. I just look at it like, okay, this person's just an asshole. Who cares, right? I mean, it doesn't hurt my feelings, really. It's just a dumbass. But at the end of the day, you have to acknowledge that, like, these people, they are bad actors and they are bad people, fundamentally. And what they're doing is they are looking for a person that they can use as an outlet for that aggression. They're looking for a person, like, think about, like, let me think of a good way to say this. Everybody wants to be able to enact violence or enact vitriol and be cruel to somebody and have a moral superiority to it. And I think that's what happens a lot on Twitter. Yeah, they're looking for acceptable targets. They just want to hurt people, their life must be messed up? Yeah, sure. They got bullied in high school, then I bully other people. Well, I think that the best way to deal with that is to call it out and make sure that these people don't feel like there's an ecosystem that supports that behavior. Like, that's really what it comes down to, is that the only way that you can stop these people from doing it is if you indicate to them that it's not popular for them to behave this way. Because these people don't actually have any beliefs. A lot of what they do, they're only doing it for attention and for, you know, basically to look like they're being a good person. So if there are people that look like, oh, wow, this is the wrong opinion, they'll just immediately change their opinion because they don't have any real values other than trying to be accepted. Social shaming works on them? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're weak-minded, stupid people. So the best thing that you can do is to just publicly support things that are against them and publicly not support them and say negative things about them. And this will make them go away because the only reason they're doing it is for clout. And so if they're not getting clout for it, they'll stop doing it. It's really simple.
Lastly, I'm not going anywhere. I will continue to make content about games across Mr. Matty Plays, Retro Rebound, and The Finding Duke. I will also continue to pretend I know what I'm talking about when it comes to movies on Retro Rewind. Hopefully I'll see you there. If not,
yeah, use their social validation against them. That's exactly right. I have no problem doing that because I think that these people are I think that they're bad people, and I think that they're... I also don't think that, like, you have to go and attack them, necessarily, but I think that what's better than attacking them is to build something that is more successful and that is more well-received, and they will naturally come over to your side anyway, because they don't really care about the issue. All they care about is their perception. That's all you have to do.
Thanks for taking the time to read this, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Stay sexy, stay active, Maddie. As mentioned, his tweet here ended up getting just around 10,000 likes, and we can see that a lot of the responses are supportive of his explanation. However, what Maddie said about many people throwing him under the bus is also true, and many of the people who did such haven't deleted their tweets after his explanation. Some of them have even doubled down. It really looks like parts of the mob want him to be guilty, perhaps as some sort of payback for his negative review of Veilguard.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly, yeah, it's literally just that. You can never make people like this happy.
Dragon Age subreddit, we can see top comments like this. Better report them to EA/BioWare. According to Jill or Kala, I don't remember now, they're under NDA to not post spoilers about the game. Even during the review time, they're forbidden to show some spoilery things. I say let EA deal with this jerk. This whole friend is likely just an excuse to leak things from his review copy. I really gotta wonder, if his review was positive, if they'd be saying the same things. Back on—
No, they wouldn't be. The only reason they're mad is because he's saying something that they disagree with. There's no actual principle behind this at all. There's no real thinking or anything like that. It's just like they're saying this because he's saying something they don't like. Most of the time, like, this is one thing you have to keep in mind, is that every internet controversy doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't really matter what Mr. Beast does. It doesn't really matter what, you know, happens on, like, I don't know, some, like, random YouTube channel, like, oh, Logan Paul said something that was stupid. Like, nobody really cares about any of this stuff, right? And so, if you acknowledge that and you understand it, and you come to the realization that basically every single controversy on the internet, and even like political events, most of them will never actually have any direct effect on the people that are talking about them. You understand that people are only getting mad about stuff to be recreationally offended. This is what they do on the internet now. And people like to go on the internet, follow channels that make them mad, and complain about it all the time. It's like a form of, like, you know, like fucking self-harm mental illness. And so the way that you push against that is you just simply ignore it. You just ignore it and don't give them any attention. That's it. Recreational offenders, yeah, that's what it is. That's what they do.
On Twitter, other people would respond to Maddie, still upset, saying things like, "Personally, I'm not buying it. Those leaked images came out a while ago. He had to know that was his rook, and he didn't say anything until it was exposed. And all you have to do is look at the comment section of that review to disprove the not feeding the drama about this game."
So, like, the comment section, like, and this is the logic, right? It's harder to convince a man that he's been fooled than to fool a man.
Yeah.
Once a person has made up their mind about something, they will almost never change their mind, even if evidence is presented that directly contradicts what they said. They just won't change their mind because they don't want to acknowledge that they're wrong. Yeah, they dig their heels in. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Like, and this is the way people on the internet think. 90% of Gen Z? No, boomers do the same thing. Like, Gen X does the same thing. Millennial, it's a human psychology. It's like just low intelligence human psychology.
Fault in breaking the NDA, but that's not going to cut it. We need an actual apology for the toxicity that's grown in your channel and space.
See, now again, right? You don't actually have it. You don't really care about the NDA. Why would you care about the NDA? You don't work at the company. You don't give a shit about that. All you care about is shitting on somebody who's saying something that you don't like. And people do this a lot with me too. They get mad at my community because, like, I have a very hands-off approach with, like, my moderation. I only basically ban people that are breaking the rules on the website that could get me in trouble. I don't ban certain types of opinions generally. Like, if somebody wants to say something that's, like, you know, perceived as toxic, I think that that's their right to say that. Now, there's some things, if I just don't like them, I'll ban them, right? Like spamming or something like that. But overall, I let people express whatever viewpoint they want. You don't ban them. You only ban people if they make you mad. Yeah, exactly. Right? But like if somebody wants to have a viewpoint that I don't agree with, I think that's totally fair. Yeah, because you like the views? Well, of course I like the views. Do you think I'm doing my YouTube? You think I record YouTube videos and I stream because I don't want people to watch the content? Do you think this is like some kind of like a gotcha? Of course I want people to watch my content. Dove? Yeah, everybody does. Of course.
As a result of your editor,
Absolutely.
and a response about how that will be handled going forward.
Yeah.
Name shame that editor. This one simply saying you should never get review code again. One more example we'll take a look at reads, people fawning in the comments and quotes, even though he neither says what will happen with the editor allegedly responsible for the leak, nor addresses the toxicity he's let grow in his community.
See, this is another thing that people criticize me for. And so I feel like I'm kind of shadowboxing this because it's like this is the same thing that people say about me. Is that a lot of people criticize me because they say that, like, you know, my community is extremely toxic. I think in a lot of cases, my community is toxic. It is. I'm the Lich King. Absolutely. But the community is toxic because these are the viewpoints of people. Some people are toxic. They might not share the same viewpoints that you have. That's the real world. There are people who don't like looking at things the way that you like looking at things. And you can call it toxic, that's fine. Totally okay. But that's not going to make them change their viewpoint.
I'll keep my forge hot.
Not toxic specifically, but surely quite stern. Well, that's just the way it is. This isn't an echo chamber. Every stream to an extent is an echo chamber. But what I'm saying is that I let people express viewpoints that other content creators don't let them express. And I'm not sorry, and I'm going to keep doing it. Straight up. Like, if you want to talk about a really contentious, super controversial topic, I let you do that. Because it's not a problem to me. I don't think that that's an issue. Like, I don't... The idea that, like, I should be held accountable for the words that somebody else says? What a ridiculous notion. That's insane. Of course I'm not accountable for the comment that they make on my video. It's crazy. They are. That's their comment. They're typing that. That's the way that accountability is, right? And so, let's go back to medieval diplomacy. Yeah, exactly. Is there anything people can do to realistically change somebody's viewpoint? Well, I don't know, right? It depends on who it is and what it is. So, like with people, like for example, like the Mr. Beast thing, there were a lot of people who thought that just earlier, you know, Mr. Beast was like actually just doing it because like a scam, and it was like all a lie. I explained my viewpoint on why I don't think that happened, and then we move on. Like, yeah, obviously if somebody disagrees in a way that's littered with personal insults and they're being rude, then yeah, they might get banned. But they're not getting banned for disagreeing, they're getting banned for being rude. And so, of course there's going to be people that disagree with things. That's the way that the world works. And trying to silence and censor out any part of a community that you think is toxic because of some imaginary criteria that you've invented, and then, you know, basically demonize somebody else as a bad person because they don't have that same criteria as you. It's like a level of entitlement that is just incredible. And I don't support that at all. Come on, man, that's not true? No, I think it depends on who it is. Facts change viewpoints, not opinions? No, the best argument isn't an argument. Most people make opinions and decisions based off of emotion and not actual rationality. That's just the way it is. Twitch doesn't think so about your chat. You're responsible for stupid people here? Yeah, no, I am. And we have to ban people if they go over the line. But if they're not going over the line, they're probably not going to get banned. Even if they say something that you think is terrible. Too bad. Too bad. That's their freedom of speech. They can say that. It's my channel. Yep. You don't like it? You think it's bad? Toxic? Go ahead. Fine. I'm still going to let them say it. Keep complaining.
Okay, buddy, there are many other responses that he's getting just like those. And when you take a look at those accounts, they come off like those sort of social media activist types. I find it very amusing how many of them...
A social media activist, another term for that, is a person that doesn't do anything that matters. Social media activist, it's like an oxymoron, or like non sequitur.
tend to be pro-labor, yet they're also the quickest people to cry to corporations and try to get those corporations to take actions against individual laborers. Anyways, that's the situation. Let me know what you think about all of that in the comments. As always, thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed my coverage, and if you did, please consider liking and or subscribing to the channel. Appreciate ya, and I'll see you in the next one.
There it is.
Just the other day we were talking.
Well, give me a second to make sure I pause this. So yeah, I pretty much agree with everything that he said. I think it's an extremely common topic where
Just
like
the other day
people say and they paint your audience or like a person's audience as being toxic when that audience has a viewpoint or values that people disagree with. And I think that's what happens a lot. It happens a lot with my stream. And I see it all the time on like Reddit where like people are like, oh, I hate Asmongold's community. You don't hate my community. You hate the fact that I don't silence people that disagree with you. That's what you really hate. And I think that's what happens with a lot of these people. And I'll link you guys the video. This is a very good video. But like when people are talking about this, like I have a lot of opinions because I feel like I get targeted with this stuff a lot. And like you're really getting mad that I'm not censoring and silencing people that you don't like. That's really what it is most of the time. That's why you're respected. Well, some people respect me, some people don't, right? But what I try to do is I try to give as much of a fair take and a good shake on things as I possibly can. I try not to lie to viewers. I try not to play into things that are unpopular. Like for example, or sorry, they're not unpopular. That like I try not to like not play into things just because they are unpopular. Like for example, like I said, Dragon Age. Like I didn't think it was that bad. I actually didn't. I think that yeah, it wasn't a great game. It's not amazing. But like it's better than Starfield. It was like I was pleasantly surprised. It's not a great game. It's not a game of the year. It's not even a nominee for it. It was okay. Check Steam reviews and scroll down. How the fuck is it mostly positive with 5 pages of negative? Because the negative reviews are probably more highly upvoted or more highly interacted with. That's probably the reason why. Why are they mad? We're not the target audience for this game. Consultants don't like have that kind of power, but if you don't hire them, we will write never-ending negative press for you. Yeah, that's actually true too. Is that games journalists create a necessity for consultants by intentionally misunderstanding and misrepresenting things in a way that creates their own necessity. Like basically games journalists, and this is something all journalists I think do too, is that they necessitate their own existence by effectively appointing themselves as gatekeepers to taste in a different market. And so what they do is that I think Black Myth Wukong is a really good example of this, where like in Black Myth Wukong, where like all these games journalists kept like going and putting out all these reviews saying like, oh, there's accusations of sexism in the workplace, and all of the people that are actually looking for an evaluation on the company, not on the company, on the game, were getting mad about it. Game reviews are unreliable? Yeah. This is the type of game we'll get an 80 from journalists and 30 by the players? Yeah, exactly. And I think that indicates that there is a huge problem. When we watch reviews that express the opposite opinion of mine to see if there's a logical argument that I may be missing with something in my opinion, I listen to a lot of people who don't have the same viewpoint as me. And obviously, like, I don't want to have people like that in my Twitch chat constantly trying to fight with me, because I don't really consider those people generally, like, very good arbiters of having those opinions. But whenever I'm looking at it on, like, my own, if you look at my following list, right, on Twitter, for example, like, because I'm pretty sure that's still public, you can see that I follow people that are, like, all across the political spectrum, all across the social spectrum, all across every spectrum, right? And so the reason why is that I think that that gives me a more comprehensive viewpoint on things, and it allows me to better understand, like, what is and is not happening.
Ugh.
Did you know that for No Country for Old Men, a group of psychiatrists studied 400 movies and identified 126 psychopathic characters? They chose Javier Bardem's portrayal of Anton Chigurh as the most clinically accurate portrayal of a psychopath. 2. When directors Joel Cohen and Ethan Cohen approached Javier Bardem about playing Chigurh, he said, "I don't drive, I speak bad English, and I hate violence." The Cohens responded, "That's why we called you." Bardem said he took the role because his dream was to be in a Coen Brothers film, and we're so glad he did. 3. An unforeseen expense for the film was the makeup department buying expensive fake blood at $800 a gallon. Joel Cohen realized why they were spending so much when it came time to film the scene where Josh Brolin stumbles across the aftermath of a shootout with lots of extras lying around dead in the dust. Ordinary fake blood, made with sugar, would have meant the extras would have been crawling with bugs and ants while the insects had no interest in the expensive stuff. Did you know that for No Country for Old Men, a group of psychiatrists studied 400 movies and identified 126 psychopathic characters? They chose Javier.
This has been probably one of these
16 seconds. The jumping of the numerical order means that several videos were created on March 3rd, 2007, but was not utilized until 2008. Phil began by recording some of the fighting game events he would enter. The earliest available video is Midwest Moment 4, Day 1 Setup. The next one is Moment 7, then 13, then 19. Though all these videos range from 13 seconds to 2 minutes and 16 seconds, the jumping of the numerical order means that several videos were deleted and various pre-existing videos are lost. This was not the only event he recorded in 2008, and alongside those videos, DSP began recording gameplay of various genres. The quality as such reflected the best his equipment would allow, as he positioned his camera initially on the floor and pointed it towards his television. DSP recorded Star Wars The Force Unleashed,
at least I got all this fucking high-definition gear detail.
Castle Crashers,
It's a bunch of fucking horseshit, to be honest.
and Mercenaries 2.
Another Grand Theft Auto 4 rip-off mission.
While the genres varied, the style of recording, the commentary, and the titling, in that he proclaimed the game sucked, provided some theming in a space that lacked cohesion. YouTube, as it was looked at as a video repository, a place to consume viral videos. Series and the like were virtually non-existent. There was no meta for videos and not much of a reason to make them, considering that a paycheck through content creation was unheard of. In such an uncompetitive and themeless space, Phil's videos excelled. He quickly found out that his gameplay videos did better than his recordings of fighting game events. Then found out that if he recorded proper sequences of walkthroughs of missions and games, the chain of videos garnered even more views, as was demonstrated by his gameplay of Saints Row 2. These were uploaded out of sequence, as Phil relied on a unique method of recording. Instead of recording the entirety of his gameplay in one go that would create a single video file to chop into several parts, Phil subverted the need to edit his videos down below the required 10-minute mark that YouTube had by physically stopping the recording on his camera every couple minutes.
Oh my god, this is bullshit. Okay, Saints Row 2. Trying to kill the general again.
This naturally created individual files that not only saved him time on the editing process, but the rendering as well. From here, he could upload the files directly. The only additional effort applied left was to name the videos. Though Phil, in late 2008, did commit himself to recording entire playthroughs of games full with his commentary, the sequence was still scrambled and parts were uploaded out of order. But by the time he began his Fallout 3 series, now adopting his role of what would be known as a Let's Player, he was finally correcting these errors and uploading a sequence. Then the issue was not the sequence, but how much he was uploading. If he did a 4-hour recording session, that amounted to 25 videos, and those 25 videos were uploaded from November 28th to November 29th. That was 25 uploads in just 2 days. Phil, with some fluctuation, was spamming his uploads. By December 19th, even with his job in mind, he was up to part 137 of the Fallout Let's Play series. That was only a fraction of his 749 videos. This means Phil, at 1,400 subscribers, averaged around 2 subscribers per video. The comments were quite vocal with their exhaustion of the spam. Quote, "Stop spamming videos, they are not that good," unquote. Some comments seem to just target Phil as a person. Quote, "Fucking you! You are a stupid man. Suck my lick," unquote. Phil's commentary was colorful and could prompt these responses.
Oh look. Blah, blah, blah. You cannot speak the English, you stupid. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, time for a save.
Viewers were not sure if DSP's crudeness was him playing a character, though the Street Fighter community knew it wasn't.
DSP, stop recording. No one gets a shit. Play. You can't hold up a tournament.
Where am I playing? You still haven't told me. Jesus Christ! Want me to run the fucking tournament for you?
Taking form now in early 2009 was the basis of DSP. All the core elements were finally present, including the audience. From those few who were vocal about their dislike of DSP, DSP responded by comparing himself to Satan, and those who enjoyed his videos enough to donate to him. As seen in his description, he was now accepting PayPal donations for what he claims were games and equipment. Even now, in the channel comments, people were suggesting the use of direct capture via what is known as a capture card, and DSP did indeed spend that money, a lot of it too, on a more expensive, yet worse option.
As you know, any donations that you send help me to in the cost of games and equipment, especially this brand new HD camera. It cost me a pretty hefty sum, so.
As these suggestions to how he could improve his videos poured in, Phil would go on and pour them out.
This guy just wants to be my friend so he gets deleted. Why don't you use capture card instead of camera? I've already explained this 7,000 fucking times, because then I'd have to actually use a professional microphone, I'd have to record the voiceovers, I'd have to actually do video editing on every fucking video that I put up. Considering I put up like 30 a fucking day, unless you want to fucking stay home and do that while I'm at work, I don't think that's gonna happen. So shut your fucking face.
That, as would be understood, was DSP's long-winded way of saying it was because he did not want to put forth the effort to learn the technology, making it seem over-complex to an audience that knew very little about video creation. From here on, he would label his videos as HD, inherent from the camera and not the game as people would be actually searching for. It is difficult to say how much DSP was making from these donations, but he was earning something and realized he could be making even more. Not from gameplay, as YouTube was afraid to monetize such content in fear that the copyright strikes from the game companies would doom the platform, but from vlogs, as YouTube recognized it was all original footage. This new channel, once more promoting his new camera's abilities, going as the King of Hate HD, shined a light on DSP's previously private life. There were videos of him making custom controllers with John Rambo and friends, sometimes videos of DSP and friends at a cookout, and sometimes the different competitions he would attend and not perform well in. It was clear that DSP had a vibrant social life. DSP was attending midnight releases, freely interacting with strangers, and now, because his vlogging channel was successfully accepted into the YouTube Partner Program, where he pressed what he assumed to be the advantage.
Hello everyone, DSP here. But you're probably shocked that we're finally meeting face to face. I just want to say thanks a lot to everyone. I hope to entertain you in the future. Please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos there, because hopefully, fingers crossed, that actually starts giving me some money back for what I'm doing.
Combined with the money from his traditional job, he moved out of his parents' house into his own condo that he purchased for $131,000, leaving him to be a host for such events such as a pizza/gameplay party.
Yeah. What better to eat right before a Ninja Turtles playthrough than a delicious, ginormous pizza?
Pesno, šta ima?
So why don't you stop playing Street Fighter 4 and come get pizza so we can play Turtle?
To je tako ti?
John Rambo
Je neko isicu energije. Nisam te ja smanjio toliko, valjda. Iako si ono par puta nas razvaljivo sa Facebookom i čime već. Niste toliko smanjio. Možda su Kinezi rešili da te nerfuju. Sad bi te pitao da mi pomogneš da završim ova 2 challenge-a za oružje, ali ne znam da li...
Ti nisi ni bio 6 kad si ga sam mi se makišim.
A? Ja?
Nisi,
Jeste. Ja znam.
Ne mora me teže da kopam mi to po streamu.
Jeste.
Ti kad si igrao sa mnom i sa njim, nisi bio.
Ti si princeza. Pusti ga, bre.
Nisi bio šestica. Nemoj, molim te. Manje.
A što nećeš da mu priznaš? Ti znaš da on voli da mu se prizna, ajde.
Ko je za bombu ono juče? Eno ti na snimku da si probao da aktiviraš.
Šta je probao, da aktivira onaj Dark Side, onu bombu?
Da, je ona zasijela i ovi se povukli nazad.
Pa što je to radio? A? A to je on umjesto tebe te oduzme kill, ili? Ti postavio bombu, on te oduzme...
Ti nisi bio ta šestica, Milane.
Oh my god. Jao, šta vi radite, dec? Ne. Oj! Taksi. Ovo je naš.
Mi one petici i šestici napala, jednu patiju što napala devojke.
Radi moj mikrofon.
Nisu pala još tvojke, samo u jednu patiju su pale dve devojke, ali ne znam ja sam kako.
Pomoć na 10 minuta za challenge. Možda vidiš poruku, možda ne.
Ne mogu sad ili...
Dobro, samo kad si mi odgovorio. Znači, vas dvojice se natežite. U redu je, bit ću danas tu do 11, tako da ako te ulovim neđe danas.
Sad sam krenuo da igram i Tron Liberty malo.
O ne, dobro. O ne. Jesi video ono da su na Redditu onaj post? Od Krajteka. Jesi video? Aj malo prevrti. Mislim da ima, sad ćete reći koliko ima upvotova, čekaj. Bilo nekih par hiljada upvotova. De.
Dobro. Šta si htjela za Krajtek ili ja?
Imaš da spuštaju onih 800 milisekundi na 75. Posle 3 godine od onoga zloglasnog peča kad su rekli da su kao sredili, znaš.
Šta će da spuste konačno to?
Aha, sa 800 na 75. I dalje imaš ljude koji su van regije, koji imaju onaj high latency, ali je 75 milisekundi, razumeš. Ne zašto 2 puta spamujem isto.
Ja ću doći.
Da. To polako. Ne.
Seth.
Like, what? Like, it does, though. Or does it? I don't know, man. Maybe the radiation is tasty. Bad analogy? Suck my left nut, dude. It's an excellent analogy because social media is cancer and so is OnlyFans.
Why would any adult think that it's okay to treat a child anyway based on the parents' job?
Having things happen to
Yeah. But it's porn related work. Yeah, you are looked down upon. Like, if your dad is a garbage man, the kids are probably gonna make fun of him too. I'm just saying, it's like a profession choice thing. I'm trying to like process how to like phrase
I mean,
this.
at Fort Salami Base, there was a very high-ranking senior enlisted member whose wife is an adult film star. I mean, he drove a Lambo, so I don't think he was that upset.
He drove a Lambo, so I don't think he was that upset. I'm saying that he doesn't care. I'm talking about this guy. He doesn't care, but it does affect his children. Because children, I don't know, man. But I feel like he thinks that the kids should be the same as him and not care about what their mom does. Or other people shouldn't care, but then if you look at how vicious children are, if they find out, of course they're gonna roast him for it. They're kids. They don't use their brains. They just do it.
Negro cabron.
Parents raise the kids. If you think your job won't influence your kid in some way, you're probably delusional. Well, that's what I'm saying, man. Children can smell and fear and weakness. If you... Your mom's an OnlyFans girl? I can smell it. If society isn't gonna change, society can change. It can. We might, you know, accept this in a few years. I don't know.
Get
Kids
out
and
of
even
here.
worse,
Stop
teens
here.
will just roast every day. Yeah. Your mom's a VTuber? God, how horrifying. This is why I don't want to have kids, man.
to our children has been really hard because we turn off work.
My God. Stvarno nije ti fazon da ne nosiš kondom. Oh, brother. Okay, whatever.
We're parents in that situation, and to see them get affected, it's probably the most heartbreaking thing anybody can experience.
She's also a really public figure too. Like, she's not just some random OF girl that makes like, I don't know, $1,000 a month, which is like pretty good, but you know, not like millions like Amaranth. She's a public figure. Like, what? Of course her kids are gonna get affected by it.
Pair also claim that this isn't even the first time Cheek's explicit content has affected their children. In the past few years, she's been banned from attending her daughter's cheerleading events, and her sons were booted from their football league. One of the pair's sons was even suspended from school. I think most of us can agree that punishing a child for the sins—
No, that's not cool, man. Why are they getting punished
Back in
for
my
it?
day, gay was a roast. Not so much anymore. Society could.
This goes around, and this goes around, and this is huge. Oh my lord, I see. Done and done. Okay. Meh. About the best. The fuck is that? Sure. Хорошо.
can change.
It can. We might be heading in that direction. No, I feel bad. It shouldn't. They shouldn't ban the kids. I don't think that's the correct move. Why would it? Why would the kids? What the? That is freaked up.
Of their parents is probably not the way to go. But for these parents to act surprised and blindsided when these things inevitably happen in these situations is wild. Like, people go to people. I feel like that's pretty well established.
I don't understand why they would ban her from watching the cheerleader thing. Is it because she's a distraction or something? What's the excuse?
Probably cause the moms complain to the school cause they already know their husbands will be checking her out and are insecure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like a distraction thing. She's like a celebrity and like...
Vidiš uvijek o tome, a?
All the boys are just digging it up, you know?
Now, I don't have but I would say that's a general consensus among decent parents is that doing something that causes
Ne mare I ne treba da ga bude. Ljudi će biti manje toksični.
You stop. The same thing would go for any other relationship with a
Hold on though, this... What was the altercation about at the start with the hockey thing? Was like, did someone call him names over his mom? I kind of missed this part. I don't think they actually elaborated
Da,
on
ali
it.
trenutno nemaš pojma šta se dešava, pošto se svaki put reduješ.
Someone who can't just often cut you out of their lives and over whom you have a degree of control. But rather than doing that, identifying that OnlyFans and the creation of explicit content is causing children pain and stopping, the Cheeks have done what many other content creators in similar situations have also done. Blamed everyone else and doubled down. This is actually an attitude that I came across again.
Well, I don't think it was correct to ban her from the school and like ban the kids. I'll disagree with that completely. That was terrible, man.
This topic, and I suppose it brings me to my first point about this issue. These people seem to believe that sex work, as they call it, is as innocuous as any other profession, and if it makes them feel good, then really no harm done. In July 2021, in another Reddit post, a mother allegedly likened her OnlyFans content to working in a bank or a grocery store. Okay.
When I confronted my mom about this, she told me I was overreacting. That is the same as working at a bank or a grocery store. Wait, what? It's not! What? Yeah, man, you hear that, you guys? If you are part of a bank management, you are just like an OnlyFans girl. This could also be completely fake, keep in mind. I don't trust Reddit posts at all.
Gaslighting your child.
I really hope this is fake. I could kind of believe the other one, because at least in the end it had like a happy ending somewhat, but you never know. Again, Reddit is not a great like indicator of truth. Where the grocery stores at? Yeah, I don't know. Where you're naked, I guess?
Give lap dances. Sign me up, Wells Fargo.
Imagine your tellers just twerking on you while they're handing your money. That'd be so good.
You what? The post gained media attention because the 13-year-old child who wrote it expressed that his mother's actions and content make him want to self-delete, especially after he became the target of bullies at his school. When the child tried discussing that with his mom, she apparently said that it makes her feel good about herself, making the explicit content, and that her son should be happy that she's more...
Oh my god. This is like parenting 101. You never try to talk to kids like they're your friends. You never say like, oh, I'm more confident, you should be happy for me. That is like nepotism and narcissism 101. You never treat them like friends, and you don't try to like rationalize them with like a friend. Yeah, I'm your mother, not your friend, and she's clearly not doing that.
If my teller would work on me while handing me my money, I'd get it all in $1 bills and start to make it rain up in the
Managed democracy calls for aid.
Let's go. White duck ass. White duck ass. Start beatboxing and shit. That'd be sick. You expect people who never grew up or take responsibility to suddenly act like adults and be responsible? They won't. Yeah, unfortunately, that is the case, and why there's so many, like, issues that come with being a parent is because sometimes people who are parents don't. I know this sounds really mean, but sometimes they shouldn't have kids because they never grew up, and it's just damaging. I feel really, really bad for those ones.
More confident now. I feel like this is the same argument that meth heads make. Except rather than making them feel more confident, I guess it just deadens them inside. Probably just like how this little boy is currently feeling. That got dark. The flippancy and the arguable selfishness expressed in this post remind—
I have... What am I reading? What is that? I have sex with other men for my husband's
Holy
moly, that's strong.
A lot of an interview on the Other People's Lives podcast from February 2023. The hosts, Joe and Greg, interviewed a woman who makes explicit content with her husband and other men.
The fuck is Guckers?
What if he likes it, man? Yeah, just... If he likes it, that's cool, man.
This is gonna be great.
Do what you want, man.
Joe
I'm
and Greg
not
asked
your
the
mom.
woman about how her chosen profession affects her 3 children. 2 of her older daughters being 11 and 14 at the time.
Oh my god. They have kids. Oh god.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Mommy and Daddy? Why are you going out? Why are you hiring why are you hiring a babysitter? We're just gonna go out for a few hours. My goodness gracious me. I really hope they don't know. Or they never find out.
Time of recording. She said that in order to circumvent them finding out about her quote-unquote job from other people, she opted to tell them herself. I would love
oh my god, no!
To be a fly on the wall while these conversations are going down. Mommy, why am I being bullied at school? I'm sorry, Marta. It's 2024 and sex work is real work, and I put all my areolas on the internet to pay for your piano lessons. I'm sorry, you did what? She added that
Mommy gets filmed by Daddy and they have coitus with men for post online. My brain is actually short-circuiting, I'm sorry.
Before they hire one of their bullies' dads.
That's what
One
I'm saying,
last step.
man!
Initiating FTL jump
like,
2. The
and in
Vault
a small
Triage
town
system.
too, like that shit would leak everywhere.
That the problems began when other kids in the town started finding her content and showing her daughters.
Mostly like other kids finding my
FTL
stuff
jump
and
successful.
then showing my daughters and being like, your mom's a whore.
Što zvuči tako tiho, jesi umoran od sinoć ili jesi vikao? A, okej. Nije mi đavo, nego pitam. Možda mi nešto promiče.
on Liberty. Kako?
Grand Theft Auto. Ne, brat.
Launch initiated.
Vlad, probaj. Probaj.
On Liberty.
To ti je kao Lineage 2, ako se sjećaš te stare igre. Korejska i onaj RPG, star jedno 15-20 godina. Još u doba dial-upa sam ga igrao prošlo vreme.
Sending down sentry. Deploying equipment package.
Dropping a pin. Tagging map. There's something here.
Diver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Dropping a pin.
Opet predviđanja sudnog časa, a? Doomsday Prophecies, Milan Belad.
Welcome to my channel.
Vjerojatno. Idemo, koliko sebe stvaramo, sad je samo jedan korak. Minor Place of Interest, pa već sam bio tamo, jebem li mu sunce.
Automaton outpost destroyed.
Obrala. Jedan, dva, ajmo. Wow.
Injury? What injury?
Deploying equipment package. Sending down sentry.
Found something!
Bez ovoga sam mogao.
Dropping a pin.
Objective nearby. Objective critical stratagem available. Hell bomb request approved. On its way now.
Dole, desno, gore, dole, no.
Hellbomb armed! Clear the area!
Živim.
Outpost destroyed. Objective completed. Sending down support weapon. Deploying equipment package. Sending down sentry.
Get some! Get some!
Democracy's on its way.
Thank you. You will never destroy our way of life.
Outpost destroyed.
Расцветали яблони души пахли. Ла-ла-ла, ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. Та-ра-ра-ра-ра-ра-ра-рам. Okay.
Objective critical stratagem available. Attack underway. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Hellbomb armed! Clear the area! A little shot of liberty. Affirmative.
Objective critical stratagem available. Hellbomb request approved, on its way now.
Out of ammo! Get some! Get some!
Super Earth's finest back in action. Deploying sentry. Administering freedom.
Thank you.
Another triumph for managed democracy. May liberty guide your safe extraction.
Outpost destroyed. Delivering payload. Eagle 1 returning to destroyer for resupply.
Freedom forever!
Sending down equipment package.
Last reload!
Pušteno.
Tactical asset near your location. Extraction is available. Deploying support weapon. Sending down equipment package. Sending down sentry. back from the nest. Outpost destroyed. Mission map updated.
Dropping a pin.
Extraction is available.
Tagging map.
Sending down equipment package.
Sending out an SOS. Cancel that. Feels good. Dropping a pin.
Tagging map. When ready. Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Dropping a pin.
Yeah.
Tagging map. No pain, no freedom.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Dropping a pin. Tagging map.
Pičku materinu, drugi kraj.
That was really tough, and it ended up coming down to is I kind of had to just be like, I'm not doing it anymore. I kind of had to lie to them. In fact, I was told by their other set of parents that I needed to lie to them and tell them that I wasn't doing it anymore.
When the host went on...
Their parents had to tell her. I'm gonna be honest, if I found the specific details of like my husband and I...
How have you seen the 24-hour daycares so parents can go out clubbing?
No, I've never seen that, because I don't live in an area that does that shit. No, think about it this way. What if you were a parent, right? And you found out that one of your daughter's friends has a friend who has a mom who does this, and then they film porn, right? Would you still let them go over to their house? Like, what if they're filming it like in the house? What if they're not like smart and they do it inside of their house? Like, I wouldn't let them. If I found out, like, I'm not gonna ask them and be like, do you like go to another location? I'd be like, hell no, I'm not sending my kids out there. That's what I think is like the most freaked up thing about it. Film what? Explicit things. Like, what if they accidentally walk in on them or something? How would I know? What if your child was sitting on the sofa they filmed on? Yeah, exactly. I won't let the kid there, but I'll go. Okay, that's fair.
On to ask her how she broke this news to her children about her making the content. Similarly to the aforementioned Reddit post, the woman explained that she likes doing the Devil's Tango and that she didn't get to have a hoe phase in her early life because she was pregnant very early on.
Bro, what? I'm sorry, what? No, dial it back. You got pregnant early, so now you want to have a hoe phase. So you feel like you missed out. Oh my god, I'm so glad my mom taught me what fucking contraception is early. There's so many low IQ people, man. Oh my lord. Mommy didn't get to be a hoe, so you just get to be bullied at school? Yeah.
Mommy, why are there 10 men in your room? Did one of them spill a milkshake? Cause you're covered in white stuff. Plot twist, she was always a hoe.
Well, we don't know, but maybe she got pregnant early on accident.
What is this? Wait a freaking minute. So this lady films herself doing the Devil's Tango with not only her husband but with other men, and then proceeds to put the explicit content on the internet. Lady, that's not a hoe phase.
What exactly did you tell them?
That's not a phase, that's just you wanting to have a career. I feel like, yeah.
And like you were like, I make adult content. Like, what exactly? Oh, okay.
Pretty sure that makes her a hoe.
Nah, dog, it doesn't. Of course not. No. The stupidity in that statement killed my whatever brain cell left me. Dude, sometimes I have a hard time talking. I just don't know what to say.
That's pretty much exactly what I told them. I was like, yeah, so I've always had super bad self-confidence, and you guys I know are pretty aware of that. I became a mom at a very young age, so I never got to explore that part of my life.
Chat, do I have to hoe out because I was in a hoe to begin with? Is that like how it works? Is that how women work?
The emo phase is a phase. This girl has gone beyond phase and it's now a lifestyle.
Oh,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. She just wants to have a career.
Evo, ustanem I vidim vesti od
Yes, dude.
Šta je sad? Kakvi su ga demoni
A šestice, Milano no ubija 5 ljudi,
She did enough exploring
uđi u
early
klesi
enough.
da vidi kako ubija.
Apparently not, because she keeps freaking doing it and freaking up her kids.
A ne smije on to da igra.
She's blaming her kids to justify her actions.
Ona igra s plesima.
Well, if I heard this, if I was
Ne smije on to da igra, zato što nema vremena da uzme narkotike. Tamo nema vremena da uzme narkotike, da se zagradi sa žicom. Da vidimo kakva je akcija, akcija, samo akcija.
Vidimo gdje si u toj priči.
If Vosh was my dad, I would do something else.
Nemoj da se pravda sa uđi, uđi za tvoj IQ se spada. IQ se kupio.
I can't, man. This is so close. This is so
Kakav IQ.
Yo, Savage V, man, thank you so much for the tier 1. Dude,
I never got to explore
Treba ti IQ da bi kampovo, šta?
Uđemo u kles da vidimo tvoj IQ, tvoje reflekse, tvoju brzinu i sve ne za dek.
Ma nemam pojma.
Oni pa samo su svi bolji od tebe.
I mean, if you want to have more nuts in you than a Snickers bar, that's up to you. Just do us a favor and don't tell us about it.
Znati, trebaju ti djeca u vrtiću da bi moglo da se osjećaš dobro. Loš izbor.
Ne bi ja to rekao.
Znaš kako Vlada kad dođe bodybuilder u vrtić i krene da šamara djecu.
Come encounter with has been tested. I get tested and I let them know that, and I also reminded them that I am an adult and I am allowed to make these choices.
Why are you talking to your kids as if they are also adults? This mental gymnastics stuff is really hurting my brain. Like, I'm trying to put myself into the shoes of being like, I don't know, like 14 years old, and my mom's explaining to me how she has rights as an adult to do things that she wants to do because she's an adult, like spreading her coochie online. I don't know. This is
being open and free with yourself is a really nice thing and a really beautiful thing, and being able to be confident in yourself and feel.
Jeste, ja to nikad nisam rekao definitivno.
Let's all be real. Sex feels good.
Nije ni Vlada sigurno. Da, Vlada.
Biću, eto, sad ću biti onako realni. Nisu me pitali da budu biti.
Because you're supposed to reproduce. Did you know that? Eating feels good because it makes you full and you don't die. Endorphins. Whoa.
Ako pita vidi u ogledu, onda pita shvatite da lepo izgleda.
Let's all be real, heroin feels good? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's do drugs.
Ne znam što su se ribe kojima je profesija seks, kad su im pokazali tvoje slike, što ti rekao da pokreću se nastaje.
Dude, this
Možda
is
te
the
poznajem.
epitome of nepotism. Heroin withdrawal success? Yeah, but you just keep doing it, you know? You just keep doing it.
Creating parents.
Yeah,
This mother also admits that her oldest daughter is embarrassed, and that's why sometimes she starts happening when she started
ideo, na primjer, ljudi, izvolite se
naked. Like, that is a little...
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Svakog čovjeka će otrao s kanala, jebote, to ne mogu biti.
What do you mean? Her friends
To ne mogu biti.
Like, I'll admit, I have seen other women naked in real life, like in the gym or something, like in the showers, like that's completely normal, right? But this is like, she's like, you know, being sexual, like, I don't know.
Mlago, kaže, ne može čovjek više ga sluša. Ja.
Her friends saw that. What is it? She said so proud because she is proud. She's being what she wants to be.
Ja, uživa, ja.
Yeah. How old are her friends? Straight to jail? Wait, that's a really good point. Why the hell are you? Oh my god, they're looking at.
A niko ne spođe se pušti u Crnoj Gori koji ti još uvijek nemaš.
I don't know.
I to što motara s nekim papirima.
Yeah, she's being her true self.
Ne to,
No,
ajde
it's
idemo
the
po
kid.
tebi.
Ajde, idemo se napijemo, da odemo, da okupamo se na plaži.
Idemo dole u Hercegovini.
She didn't say she showed them porn. No, I think they probably saw it. They found it online and they saw it together. I think that's probably what happened.
Getting right into it, and with not considering that, that's my bad.
Believe it or not, the I didn't think that has this would affect other people thing is a very common theme here. Online personality Adam22, who makes spicy content with his wife Lena, appeared on the podcast Raw Talk in mid-2023. During the episode, when Adam his 2-year-old daughter, Adam said the couple didn't consider her when making decisions about their content creation.
That's heartless. That is kind of heartless. I'm not gonna lie. But I don't know. Considering it's like people admitting to this in public, I don't know. It's hard to say. You need a lot of definitive proof for it to be real, but I don't know. I don't put it past them.
So, I mean, because that had to be the biggest thing you guys were like deciding for or against it, right, for your daughter, right? I'm assuming that would have been the hardest thing.
That is heartless.
What was the hardest part for you?
Nah, I didn't think of my kid. I don't give a fuck about him.
The hardest part for me was just like wrapping my head around the idea that my girl was going to spend every single time with another guy. Because even though I said it's not that big a deal to me, it's still a deal. It's still a thing.
Orbit synchronized.
He doesn't care about his wife porking other men, but he kind of does care. That's crazy. Like, I care, but I also don't really care, but also it's kind of like I care. What? It's either you care or you don't, man.
You know, I floated this idea previously, but I'm gonna float it again. Parenting license.
We need an S.W.Frost like the Frost.
Honestly, yes. Nuclear wasteland. Fallout reset, please.
Now, much of this attitude seems to piggyback on the slogans of liberal feminism. That sex work...
Cookaloids are not mentally stable.
Live up to freedom.
I mean, we're not mentally stable. We're in a VTuber chat.
Knowing that your kids' friends have seen porn of you and even being fine with it is huge red flags.
This is cope. This is massive cope.
...is real work, and therefore cannot be questioned.
Ljudi obično potroše nešto novca, znaš.
...that come with participating in the sex industry are purely the result of unnecessary, unwarranted stigma, and that if everybody just dropped their puritanical attitudes, all would be well. And while that's all well and good as far as meaningless online political discourse goes, it doesn't exactly translate in the real world. A place where you have to accept...
Let me translate. I care that my wife is getting stuffed like a turkey, but she pays all the bills, so...
Greed and vanity, yeah, exactly. We entered You think the Mayans have anything to do with it, man?
Pa ti je neko dao lovu.
Why indeed? I don't know. I'm not a philosopher, I couldn't tell you. If I was greedy, I'd just do it too, but I don't. I would never, man.
Except that you're not always going to be met with the exact conditions that you want. So while the sex work is real work crowd can fantasize as much as they like about what life might be like, the fact remains it currently exists. Sorry to be the bearer of bad tidings. Although at this point I feel like that's my primary role.
My life
Now,
for
if
super
for this negative association to impact a fully grown adult individual who is participating and involved in the industry is another matter entirely when that individual's actions start impacting children who have absolutely no say in the matter. A Business Insider article from early 2023 penned by an OnlyFans mother lamented how this very stigma and the judgment associated with making safer content is the
$4 grand a month. That's a freaking
Nemoj da mi cediš,
not gonna
druga
lie.
Nenada, Vlado, molim.
Adam22 has been 40 years old and has been on YouTube since 2006. Pretty much worked his development to an adjusting adult. So he's been on the platform for 18 years. No, but he was already an adult. When he came onto YouTube, nah, he was already like dumb. $4 grand barely pays rent in some states. Yeah, that is true. I live in a cheaper area. But for me, $4,000 a month is a lot. A lot of money.
But she wishes that she didn't have to. She wrote, I felt I was already running a risk by having to spend age as a mother. It didn't matter how much it benefited me financially. People look down on women who do any kind of the stigma is even worse. Everyone is damage the child somehow. I don't know, man. If Gen Z have taught me anything, it's that everything can irreparably damage a child. If Gen Z can internalize trauma from their parents beginning I am fairly certain that you put in more bits. The internet.
A to me pali, a to me pali. Oh my lord.
Despite the potential blowback and negative perception, Milane says, perfect job for a mother.
Tu se li ti poljubim, Žarko and Karamarko. Pa što se toliko hvališ, moj Milane? Jeli, moj Milane? Milane, moj Milane.
Congrats on the sponsorship.
Yo, thank you, Justin. Thank you so much for that 15 months. I really appreciate it. Oh my god. Guys, if you have a wife that thinks this is the perfect job, I don't know, man. Divorce him probably.
We are just yapping anything at this point.
I'm a yapper, but even I don't say dumb shit like this.
Created content at school. I could take time off when I needed it. I was available to pick up my children after school instead of forcing them into some daycare. If they were sick, I could stay home with them. I even had enough free time to volunteer in their classroom. What I find really interesting about this article,
I do OnlyFans because I want to work from home and have more time for my kids. Is there not any other jobs that you could have that would involve not leaving the house so you can spend time with your kids?
Never
maybe?
is that this mother
OnlyFans,
quite upset about the stigma associated with what she is doing. Doesn't seem to actually think that it will cause irreparable damage to children, and even makes the argument that it's a great and even perfect job for mothers. All while also admitting to the fact that she deleted her account from the platform, from OnlyFans, because all that's worth to me. The maths ain't mathin'. I guess all of this brings me to my second point. The individualism that underpins most of modern society, the attitude, I do what I want when I want, consequences be damned, future consequences be damned, is all...
Didn't COVID prove how many jobs you could do while at home?
Yeah, it did, but OF is easier, am I right? guys, right?
Well and good when you're a teenager or even a 20-something living wild and free, but it's a lot harder to justify than putting something over the picture. So as a result, and unsurprisingly, consideration for those pudding people really doesn't seem to be at the forefront.
Lower barrier to entry for if actually, yeah, they basically hire you on the spot. Yeah.
In early February of this year, 2024, a woman called Michelle Klein got her children expelled from a Christian school in Florida.
I don't know what universe you think this was a good idea either. I don't know.
I mean, I guarantee you most of those of girls just laid there anyways, so even they're working, they still aren't doing work.
Of course. Oh, do you say the same thing that's been said here to strippers?
There's something here.
Me, personally, as a female, yeah. Yeah. That's just me, though.
Klein was asked to stop driving her car on school property because it had a decal of her OnlyFans handle on the...
In a Christian school, by the way. Wait, what?
Look, God said go forth and multiply. He didn't say anything about filming it.
Multiply those eyes on her. Your kids don't see you stripping, though, there's that. Yeah, I guess you could argue that you wouldn't, but at the same time, if you live in a small enough town or a small enough area, people will know that you're a stripper. People will figure it out. Like, word of mouth is insane in a smaller town. Why would you advertise it on your car? In a Christian school, by the way! Officers spotted stripping, you're selling the same thing. Yeah, you're selling sex. Like, it is. It is selling. You're selling your body in a way, yes. This spreads so quickly in a small town. I guarantee you, like, one teacher would go into a strip club and see that Timmy's mom is there and it's over. I get advertising, but locally? No, no, the thing that blows my mind, it's like, it's not even like a normal school, it's a Christian school. And then she has the gall to drive her, you know, her OnlyFans ad there.
Those Christians are too repressed to resist.
I mean, she did get banned. I'm pretty sure they pulled their kids out of school, if I'm not mistaken.
That window. Quite a large one, if I do say so myself.
That is quite large.
Well, it's nothing new. The Catholic Church was the biggest thing ever for the longest time of our history. Being a hoe is the Christian thing, therefore.
True.
Like, lady, what did you expect?
She could not drive on school property anymore. After that, she added up.
Wait, they didn't suspend the kid or anything like that? They just banned her off the school?
Under decal. And now this week, the Kleins got a letter saying the family's enrollment has been immediately terminated.
Oh, she got a bigger decal. Oh my god. They told her to stop, and then she went ahead and did it anyway. Nah, I feel really bad for the kid, but she's obviously not gonna learn. That is so unfair on the child, honestly.
It's definitely not for kids, but there's a paywall that you can't access unless you have like a credit.
In an interview, she said that she had the decal on her car for about 2 years before it became an issue and another parent complained. Since then, she says,
well, you probably didn't drive it on their property enough. Let's be real.
He hasn't been on school grounds, which, just by the way, is confusing because in another news
LPZ Rayot. Welcome to my channel.
She got a bigger decal and he kept driving on school grounds, so I don't know the deal there. When asked about her thoughts on the kid being expelled, she indicated that she thinks it's unfair.
So I want to ask you,
injury? What injury?
The kids had to be expelled or kicked out of the school. Did you think that had crossed?
I mean, it's unfair on the child to him driving far, apparently. I need more details on that, but if you got warned and told not to do that, I don't know, man.
Still lying?
It's kind of on you.
I do, yes, because I feel like when they came to me and asked me to not be on property any longer with my vehicles, I immediately obliged. I wasn't back on property one more time since then.
Oh, okay.
And I did what I was asked, but then I felt like, you know, like that wasn't enough. It's like they had to like take it further, and now I feel like it was being taken on the kids because they weren't an issue. You know, their behavior, their grades, anything like that wasn't a problem. It's just simply someone didn't like my car decal, so I removed it from the property, and yet it still wasn't sufficient.
Now,
that is pretty
I would have
unfair.
called the police for her trespassing.
Okay, she's claiming that it's not. That she did not do it again.
Sending down sentry.
Then that's unfair to expel the children.
Dropping a pin.
Yeah. I'd really need like a detailed report on that because she did say there's two contradicting statements. Women never lie? Yeah. But there's two articles. Jesus, that forehead almost as big as yours. Man, you are so fucking cruel! Shut up!
You may proceed to
Hilariously,
extraction
the
when
latest
ready.
development in this story is that the parent who complained about the decal, her children have also been suspended because she caused, quote, disharmony in the school.
Wait! You know what? Based. Ban them. Wait, no, that's actually really funny. They both got banned from the school. Equal punishment for all.
Yeah, but...
No. Disharmony? Yeah, disharmony's nuts.
By making a TikTok video about the incident. So,
yeah, absolutely. Ban her. Yes, absolutely agree. Yeah, if she did a follow-up video, like, on TikTok and, like, publicly did that, yes, she deserved it.
Yeah, women never lie. My hair is beautiful and my pee-pee is huge copia.
Chat, you have a full head of hair and you have a massive pee-pee and you're very cool and everyone likes you, including me.
Yeah, there's all of that. Now, something that I have touched on with relation to this topic in the past is that people seem to be of the opinion that there won't actually ever really be any consequences for their actions. This is especially common with young women who presently do OnlyFans and make explicit content who are not yet mothers, but want to be a parent somewhere down the road. In one of my videos titled The Age of OnlyFans Regret,
we watched this video
from the Whatever podcast where several young women argued that their content wouldn't be a problem for their future children because the market is currently saturated with so many women doing what they're doing.
But then they go ahead and hire lawyers that take down or issue copyright stuff to pirating websites of their OnlyFans and then cry that they can't wipe the nudes off of the internet and then say, oh no, I regret it so much. Wait, I don't know how the internet works.
Meaning their children and their peers will all be in the same boat. They told their mom to put their lady parts on the internet.
If you raise your kid in LA, like, there are so many sex workers here that I don't think that, you know, specifically ours necessarily is going to be the talk of the town when there's like so many videos now going on between now and then.
These women also seem to believe that they...
Honestly, I think in a way they're right. In a place like LA, if it's normalized, I don't think people would honestly care that much, but I still think they would bully each other, little kids. I don't know, man. I don't live in an area that has that kind of thing that's very common.
They can have their spicy content meaningfully taken off the internet with takedown requests. Which, like, just to reiterate, and I know that I already covered this in detail in my OnlyFans regret video, that's not a thing. Again, the internet is mostly forever, especially when it comes to seeing your butthole.
Why wouldn't you delete your I've already spoken about this. I was big enough to where my going to be out there.
You can get it taken down very easily.
You can't.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
100%. No, you can't. No, you can't. Low IQ doesn't understand how the internet works, but okay.
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Try to get that pirating website that posts every single nude girl's like internet history that is located in frickin' like Siberia or something. Depends on origin countries, certain countries as well. I'm telling you that most places that illegally upload photos and do like those kinds of things, they don't give a fuck about your takedowns at all. They'll just be like, oh, what? Takedown? Rip it apart.
I was just curious why.
You can't.
I was just curious. I know. Okay, listen. You guys have been doing this for 6 months. I also have lawyers.
Oh my god, these lawyers serve these takedowns and they totally work.
Literally a Google Doc with all of their development and SFW stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure they try to take it down and they won't. Probably because they live in like Armenia or something. Like the server somewhere in Mongolia. What are you gonna do? Serve the Mongolian government with a lawsuit? What did I do? Just because you pay someone to issue a DMCA doesn't mean it's gonna work. Why do you think it took years for World of Warcraft and other private servers for MMOs to get taken down or even just stay up indefinitely because they can't do anything? Those are multi-billion-dollar companies.
See if there's any of my content out there, and I use legal action and DCMA takedown to take that content down. So some of it doesn't.
That guy's face.
Always get taken down based on the country that it's in, because we don't obviously fall under those legal actions.
Unsurprisingly, like I have in this video several times, the things being expressed here are not uncommon, and this has been articulated again and again and again. In one clip from June 2023, host Piers Morgan asks an OnlyFans creator called S.W.Frost how she thinks her future children will react and feel when they see her explicit content. She responds, "They can cry in a Ferrari. Whoever owns
Okay, yeah, they can cry in a Ferrari, yeah. Yeah, that Ferrari's definitely gonna heal the multiple damage.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
They are notorious for copyright claiming and whatnot, so I am going to try to include the clip.
Аз се учите Ели.
But we're
Ja će ima da pleksuje me sad, za rest pa ne znam.
So you will do at some stage.
Поздравите вашу майку.
When you do,
Yeah.
be proud that you have your little ones and they go, didn't you want to be a lawyer? Mommy, what happened?
Yeah.
You go, yeah, but look at all my stuff.
They can cry in a Ferrari.
This is the face that we all make.
He pursed his lips too.
Yes,
He's
yes,
like,
weeping. I find it very interesting that there appears to be this belief that the
yeah, she
monetary
sped up
and
the
financial
footage. Yeah.
benefits of this type of work will inevitably pacify the negative experiences of children, present or future. This again is something that I've seen over and over with relation to this issue.
I feel like what I'm doing allows my daughter to have a better life. Like,
Как smo i tijelo završali? U 11.
because I have the life that I have now.
Ja i
like,
ti.
I wouldn't have
There's people who immigrate from India, from living in mud huts to give their children a better life in America or like from Pakistan, so that they can go to school and become like lawyers and doctors or like their own business. And then here we are talking about putting their assholes on the internet.
It's like China with copyright. They don't care. Even the almighty mouse and equally powerful Nintendo are powerless to do anything in certain regions.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
People have been shitting on kids for being the children of sex workers since the beginning of time. I don't think that will ever change no matter how much normalizing is done.
I don't know, it
This
might.
video has helped me learn that sex money outweighs my children's.
Proceed to extraction
You
when
heard it
ready.
here first, chat. It outweighs everything. Money is the best. It's just so good. Everything is fixed with money. Even my mental health problems, for sure.
You're not old enough or mature enough to grasp the benefits that have actually happened from it. You're only seeing one side of it. And I think after I had that conversation, she seemed to understand it a lot more.
This is the
Ja
first
znam.
world problem.
Ja znam.
This is the first world
Alo,
problem.
klopka,
We can't live in this like 10, you know, like house apartment because
Klopkaš?
I'm putting bodies on the It could be so much worse. We could be living in a $400,000 house bucks instead of fucking 1.5 million.
She understands it all, lost all hope.
Fair
kid.
I think I would set myself up with a life where they would be one, safe, two, financially stable, and three, have a good relationship with me, so nothing more.
Now, of course, I would be remiss if I didn't add that there are children, mostly adults, who don't care about their parents. I also saw articles and other stories while looking into this topic where daughters make content with their mothers, or sons take photos of their mothers.
Guys, I would do not appropriate things to myself with a rope, and then do things with my own mom. That is actually disgusting. Like, that means that your brain is like actually wired in a weird way. If you're into that. Yes, that's illegal. Yes, and they don't care. No.
Keep the money in the family.
Yeah. I actually like, oh my god.
Only family in Mississippi is popping up smuggle and check.
Je?
Others indicate that the children are
Izvoli, kom šta je problem? Doveo si jak se nazad, u redu. A ovdje nema pauze, znaš. A nije nova pauza, gubit će 10 života zaradi. Drago mi je što si me zvao juče dok sam ja na poslu. Zvao si me juče, džaba si me zvao. Ja nemam kao vi zidari, znači mobilni telefon u guzicu. Dok sam na skijeli gore i gledam
especially if they choose to pursue this path when they are freshly 18. Fresh out of the womb, their little noggin.
Oh my god, what?
That's how I feel about 18-year-olds. I also...
why is she shoving cream in her mouth?
That I assume that this is going to make
ready to liberate
disputes a lot more challenging going forward. But that's definitely a conversation for another day. I think the fact of the matter here is that OnlyFans as a platform is probably not going anywhere anytime soon. And actually, I think we can extend that to any kind of adult content creation and these adult industries generally. There is an ever-growing market for this, and that means that there will be people to meet that demand. But as far as
democracy has landed,
it's very hard for me to wrap my head around why would participate on a platform that more than likely will give them the financial freedom that they so desire, given that the vast majority of creators on OnlyFans only make somewhere between $150 to $180 a month.
Which is like nothing, by the way. Literally dirt.
This is something else that I explored in detail in my OnlyFans regret video, so I won't Ultimately, I think that we can all agree that first and foremost, a parent's responsibility is to make sure that their child is safe and well cared for. So with that said, I think it's very hard to make the argument.
Why is mental health not an important factor in being in a healthy, like, family? Like, even if you're a single mom, why is that not your priority? Why is money more important to you than your health, the mental health of your child?
And that
I just don't
exposing
get it.
putting people to an industry that is known to be destructive and gross and harmful meets that criteria. Especially when many, if not most, OnlyFans creators are very public about information that would ordinarily be private, like their actual name and their face and other information that they use to promote their spice content. While I understand,
because America, my guy, there's a mental health crisis all over the globe. It is not exclusive to fucking America, sadly. Sadly, it is very much popular in other countries. It's very, very sad. Can we bring back insane asylum? I don't know, man. I want to be be put in an insane asylum sometimes, man. I really
Some
do.
people would much rather live in this magical fantasy land where there is absolutely no stigma attached to doing the horizontal monster mash on camera. That is not the reality in which we currently live, and that likely isn't going to change. So especially where pudding people are involved, I think it's considerably more important, at least in my opinion, to accept the reality in which we all exist, the parameters that exist, and work within those confines rather than wish for a world that's completely different and put your child in harm's way. I think it's worth remembering that
that's the biggest cope I hated about this guy that said like, oh, well, it's not fair that my kids are being affected by this. It doesn't affect me, so why does it affect my children? It just goes back to looping like, oh, you know, the world should be different. It's like, shut up, man. You did this. You did this to your kids.
Prominence in
You're the adult.
Pandemic, which wasn't all that long ago. So with this platform being very new, it's very concerning and telling that we already have so many examples of children suffering the consequences of their parents' participation on the platform. And in the end, and unfortunately, I think all this indicates is that things are almost certainly going to get worse. Now on that very happy and pleasant note, and before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder to check out Lions to Exchange, my little brand, using the link in the description.
Plug.
Flavors that you can try. You can get yourself a sample pack if you so desire, and it helps the channel, it supports me, it supports all the things that we do, and it means a lot that you guys give my weird little endeavors a try. So go check it out, you won't regret it. And
I like tea.
Now I open the floor to all of you. What do you all think? Is this issue actually a big deal to you? Do you
yes.
think, it doesn't really matter all that much. This is not that important. Do you think that—
I really hope this doesn't become more normalized, because if I have to hear from my brother's little kid that she's going to a house where there's like an OnlyFans mom, I would lose my mind. I would tell my brother immediately to not let my little fucking niece to go over to their house. I'd be like, hell no.
The parents owe their children a sense of responsibility and respect when it comes to how they conduct themselves, not only in their profession, but also on the internet. And if those two meet, where's the line on how that parent should actually behave? Do you think that it's not really that big a deal? All kids get bullied. This is just par for the course.
It's just normal, guys.
To stop doing what they're doing to protect their children in this sense. And what you generally make of this issue overall. As always, if you made it this far in the video, congratulations. I always like having you along for the full ride, and this ride was very long indeed.
Yeah, it is a long ride.
If you are not subscribed already and you would like to see more of me and more of this kind of content, feel free to subscribe to the channel and also leave me a like and a comment. I do read the majority of your comments, and I really like hearing your feedback. It's always good to get an alternative perspective than my own. On that note, stay safe and well, and I will see you guys in the next video.
Buy her tea, chat. Buy her tea. No, it's a good video overall.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Daj moment.
Sending down sentry. Deploying support weapon. Sending down equipment package.
Welcome, welcome.
Allied destroyer joining
Dropping a pin. North. 200 meters. Affirmative. Thank you.
Activating jump back.
Roger that. Yeah, we're almost done.
Calling in extraction.
Fuck.
Extraction shuttle inbound. ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Here they come.
Requesting air support.
Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
Calling down a sentry.
Are you fucking kidding me?
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Dropships. Dropships. Southeast. Reloading.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
That's called democracy.
Calling down supply.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Sending out an SOS.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Thank you. Another victory for the right side of history.
Kako žene mogu da budu tako glupave, znači naprave klipove za i ono, znaš, fotke za OnlyFans i onda kao, pa ja imam advokata, moj advokat to može sredi, kao te slike ne mogu da ostanu zbog copyrighta. Ovaj kaže, ne mogu. I kaže, to je kao že zauvek, ovaj kaže, ne nije, kaže, to može se kao briši s interneta, ovaj kaže, ne može.
Ne znam kako misli da bilo šta može da se uveši.
Ne može, kaže, jednom kad se stavi na internet, kaže, ne možeš ti da skineš svaki piratski sajt, razumeš, koji hostuje slike ili fotografije ili videa, razumeš, ne možeš. On kaže, da možeš, on kaže, no you can't. I to jedna žena kaže drugoj, znaš, a obje se bave OnlyFansom. Ova jedna realno, a druga, znaš, ono, izgubljena u prostori vremena.
To što su htjeli da naprave da nije bilo rekonstrukcije ovamo. I ljudi su našli dokumentaciju da je bio.
Šta to?
Ovo sam se srušio u Novom Sadu.
A, sad je sabotaža bilo.
Ne.
Cowpods gone. Nije bio
Engaging orbital thrusters.
Ljudi uzmu nađu i pokažu da jeste bio neku mutaciju.
Orbit synchronized.
Pa više čak lika koga su izbacili sa projekta i nije htio da ide po njihovom, je uzeo i rekao kako jeste sve.
Launch initiated.
Pa ja se nadam da će se nečija glava zakotrljati. Ako ima odgovornih. Ako se ta katastrofa mogla zaustaviti, a nije.
Requesting tac-tac. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements. Reporting to the front. That's empty. No mag. Requesting sentry. Calling down a support weapon. Deploying equipment package. Requesting supplies. Sending out an SOS. Democracy delivered. Dropping a pin. Northeast, 100 meters. Found something. Affirmative.
Roger that, Roger.
Sample collected. Tagging map. North, 100 meters. Marking location. North. Found something. How about a nice cup of liver tea? Automaton outpost scrapped. Got a sample. Dropping a pin. Southwest, far. Affirmative.
Nice shot.
Marking location. Northwest. Delivered. Another sample collected for democracy. Reloading.
Marking location. Northwest.
I see 2 beacons from this place, one close to you.
There's something here.
Affirmative.
Roger.
Got a sample.
Možemo čak i točno.
Tagging location.
Affirmative. Sample. Southwest.
I'm on it.
Marking location. Never mind.
Requesting sentry. Calling in an eagle.
Keep liberty.
Outpost cleared.
Dropships.
Affirmative.
One shot.
Objective near your position.
Sending in an eagle.
Heavy.
Fucking
On my
tank.
position.
Fucking tank.
Calling in reinforcements.
Freedom marches onward, thanks to you. You may
Dobro
proceed
večer.
to extraction.
Point me to the enemy.
Tu najbolji među najboljim.
Is available.
Affirmative. Marking location.
Najbolji.
Thank you. A, ne znam, jel umro?
Koji? To nije T-Pog. To nije T-Poga mi. To 28, evo da uzmeš, a ne... To živ ko metar za 2 godine.
Sending in an eagle.
Coming in hot.
Have it.
Misliš Rahatle Milan?
Tagging location. Southeast.
Ili kako hoće, Rahmetli?
Never die. Calling down a sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry. Throwing supply beacon. You will never destroy our way of life. Drop
Found
ship.
something.
Affirmative.
Coming.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
On my way.
200 meters.
Tagging map, southeast. 100 meters.
Sending in an eagle.
Found something!
Flat outpost destroyed.
Requesting air support.
Automaton outpost scrapped.
Eagle 1 armed and ready.
Si sete, Sintoga si sete.
Got him.
Found something.
Dropping a pin, southwest. 100 meters.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Da. Je li ima jaja isto? Ne mora puno, možda 2 ili.
Dropping a pin, north, far.
Affirmative.
Okay.
Sample collected.
Extraction is available.
Čega?
Tagging map, northeast, far.
Affirmative.
Heavy, south, 50 meters.
Kako?
Requesting air support. Requesting sentry. Marking location. Drop ships.
Ja ne mislim da je 5, ja znam da je danas 5.
Kako ti znaš?
Imam direktnu komunikaciju s ovim određuje. Znaš, imam direktnu komunikaciju. Potikama kave iz rana jutra, evo te, šta ti je?
If I die, call me there.
Sad sebe ne zadovoljio.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
2 miliona eura na kecu bi me zadovoljio.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Znači, očito da bi takvu satisfakciju imao jebot. Ferrarija na
Package acquired.
bro.
Dropping package.
Znači, bili, znači,
Package acquired. Dropping package. Package acquired.
Call me.
Substance.
Reinforcing.
Hellboy. Crkveno prevod. Hellboy. Venom, The Last Den.
Reporting to the front.
Ima li ideju?
Affirmative.
Nešto novo, evo. Što se ovdje radi? Što se ovdje radi? Julio, što se ovdje radi?
Calling down a sentry.
Oh yeah. Djeca! Djeca!
Živim.
Sending in an eagle.
Drug.
Attack underway.
Thank you.
Спасибо, человек.
Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly.
Djeca! One. Ko se bira? Tu. Jebe Žarko.
Reloading.
Calling down a support weapon.
Marking extraction point.
Type.
Calling in extraction.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound. ETA T-minus 1 minute 30
Got
seconds.
equipment.
Substancija. Da ti dušu, ko ti bira?
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
This is Eagle 1. We're back in
Requesting
business.
air support.
Lie down.
Reload. Get some! Get some! Feel that.
I'm sorry.
Boom! Target
Damn you!
down.
Evo.
Sending in an eagle.
Attack underway.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Kako ti je evo ovdje? Ti već,
Requesting sentry.
ti već.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Ti meni sve. Pa zašto mi sve? Ja ne volim.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Kako je ovaj čovjek poput.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing
Ja vidim,
sequence
kako ovaj tvoj
initiated.
najbolji
Watch where
čovjek
you're standing.
popio?
Pamet ovog sveta. Duge godine nerada, znači, omogućili su mu da radi na svojim osobinama, razumeš, pozitivnim. Samo pokušati setting koje su to.
You have maintained our way of life.
Nerealno čovjek kako je budu tepa iz glave.
Jest, staraš.
Jači od Grumfa iz S.W.Frosta, jebe u manje.
Jest. Ko ne radi, taj ne uspije.
Ko ne radi, taj ne postoji.
Neka kaže, ko ne vredi, taj ne leti, ko ne leti, taj ne vredi. Zapravo ista stvar, samo drugačije rečeno.
Malo prepakiran. No, ti opet. Čovjek.
A što master sklopka, možda opsednuti? Master sklopka. Stvarno si upravio master sklopka. On se isprdete gdje da nese šalu dok ne zakucaju. Iz milicije. Jesi ti to si igra? Si ti taj električar, momak?
Ti muzičar?
Nije. Zapravo jest.
Evo Ilija, rešio sam to, pogledaj. I to sam rešio, Ilija.
Opsednuti. Dobre.
Neće više od njega nikog je varati, da se razumemo. A din bezu? Tu nas ne radi.
Just.
Da radi ne radi.
Igen, Theon and Liberty.
Da. Da si sad krenuo to da igra. Aj.
Šta pametnije radi.
Pa i Hunt koji je ovo stupid test. Svi pad.
Left squadron.
Mislim, pazi.
Fog outside, no one. Silent Hill fans. Oh. Imam ja bolji. Samo da je. Čekaj. Momci, ja sam otišao da pojedem nešto. Po mogućstvu doručak.
Dobro.
se comporta, no?
Slatko. Će da bude još nije baš gotovo i pazi vrelo je.
Ima živih. Au!
Imaju.
Više YouTube Slavko Ivanović. Mislim da Slavko više nije tu.
Here, Seth, here, Seth. Here.
Jesi pogledao onaj post što sam stavio na Reddit? Da hoće da fiksaju hitreg.
Eto ovako uspio svakim čas.
Pa sad hoće li to da bude rešenje, ne znam. Jedino rešenje kako ja vidim je da naprave da nemaš izbora pri biranju servera. Da, ne, nikakav upit nemaš. Server ti sam uradi svaki put. Ono, uradi ti blitz kao test neki, recimo 10 sekundi ti provjerava konekciju. I onda po latenciji te ono konektuje. Tu možeš se konektuješ i tu te baci. Wow. The fuck? Drop frames 0%. Zašto je bilo onako mučkavo?
Giving up and nobody cares? That's not true. I gave up super fast. As soon as I realized I needed to have a job, I gave up. Yeah, 7 years old, I was like, I'm just not gonna make it, guys, sorry.
Increasingly, more and more men are giving up. Giving up on relationships, careers, and society as a whole. Resentment is growing.
This is why my stream is getting popular, by the way.
Unemployment is becoming rampant.
Yeah.
And keeping your head above water seems almost impossible for many men today.
Yeah.
This is leading to more men than ever dropping out of society entirely. And it's not just that. Men are becoming infantilized, with terms like adulting now becoming normal.
Koliko je treba vremena da izbaci ovaj build 42 za Project Zomboid, nešto mislim da će to biti 1.0. Tako mi delo.
But men in particular are battling to keep up and slowly giving up on dreams, giving up on trying, and giving up on doing anything constructive.
Ma kad su ono, kad se zove 7 Days to Die isto, razum što su bili zadnji taj update, godinu dana smo čekali njega. I onda kao, hoće biti kao go. Okay.
It's gonna keep getting worse, by the way. And here's another reason why it's getting worse, is that in like 1950, if you were a dumb guy, you could be like, all right, well, I don't really know what state I live in or how to spell my name, but I can put a bolt in a car and I own a house. That's a big fucking difference.
On the surface,
huge
it's a long and
difference.
complicated story. Life has never been simple for any human, and objectively speaking, for men in the West today, it's never been better. We have all the technology we need, food delivered to your door with the tap of a finger, dating readily available to anyone with a simple swipe. Any products, items...
Well, it's not really readily available, right? I mean, because like if you're an ugly guy, you've got a really hard, it's hard for you to be able to meet anybody. I mean, I feel like that's definitely a factor, 100% a factor.
Or experiences that you want can be had with the tap of your phone. But over time, all of these comforts of life destroys the importance and necessity of struggle. Without any value placed on higher goals, where there just is no reason to care, means there's no reason...
Well, the reason why a lot of guys, I think, don't care is because they don't see a path to happiness and a path to success. Like, there's no longer the idea that you can work hard and you can be guaranteed success. And I think that that's really where people, like, you lose a lot of people. That's a massive factor.
For people to properly live or have the will to achieve greatness.
I think also, like, as a guy, it's probably, like, very demoralizing when you see opportunities for, like, I think it's ridiculous. Like, there's a lot of opportunities that are made, like, explicitly for women. And if you're a man, you just don't have access to that opportunity. There's very few things that are in that opposite direction. And I think that it's also more socially acceptable to be hostile and negative towards men. Because, like, men, and this is undeniable, that if you go back 50 years, men had a tremendous advantage in culture, right? Like, culture was built by and for men, and I think that culture has improved in a lot of ways to where women are given a lot of rights and privileges that they should have had all along. But I think that also what that comes with is that there comes with, like, a lingering sense of resentment, where it's like a 20-year-old guy now isn't responsible for some sort of, like, patriarchal advantage that his great-grandfather had. And so, like, you can't use the patriarchy as, like, a reason to, like, tell a guy that this is the reason why you're a loser. And I think that's what really makes a lot of guys mad, is that they're effectively, you're basically giving people original sin. You're saying, like, well, because your grandfather or great-grandfather, like, whenever he grew up, he had advantages. Now, we're going to treat you badly and act like those advantages still exist. And there's, like, that lingering resentment and animosity that is culturally acceptable, I think, in a lot of cases. And you can just look at Twitter and you can see how culturally acceptable it is. Even look at mainstream media, or, like, look at, like, daytime talk shows. That is extremely damaging to men's mental health.
Meni mi se sensitivity svaki put kad pokrenem ovaj Sugary Hunt ili u desktop modu ili u full screenu. Ako stavim u full screenu, bukvalno mi prepolavi sensitivity. Ako stavim u kao window borderless full screen, onda mi ostane sensitivity kao Windows, koji mi više odgovara.
Hard really to say if that's comparable. I think that probably those numbers went up for women as well too. I think social media and the internet's brain rot for everybody, but I think that for guys it also is bad.
Sad sam to ulovio. Imaš sad vremena da uradi nešto drugo.
Fajman, Milija, fajman.
A igraš Stones and Liberty, ajde, piče.
From, like, I don't think this is a male-only problem. A
Ti
lot
si
of
rekao
these
da farmaš,
issues are, like, meta-level society
ne moraš
issues
dalje da
that affect
bišneš.
men
Say
and
no
women.
more.
Obviously, the way that you approach it for men is different, and, men and women have unique struggles, but I think also this is something, rising tide floats all boats, or rising tide floats all toasters in a bathtub. Anyway,
and we're seeing the symptoms of this problem everywhere. The sapping away of our vision and ambition permeates in all aspects of modern society today. Our culture, architecture, relationships, bodies and minds. Past civilizations before us have always placed their emphasis on beauty, wisdom and logic for all the population to see, with great town squares, bustling with art, life and community. These things were placed above all else as the bedrock of their societies, laying out a code of honor and struggle in its people to achieve greatness. Comforts were shown in...
There is no more virtue that is assigned to critical thinking and logic. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, and I think that, like, anti-intellectualism isn't really something that's new in American culture, but I think it's become so pervasive in, like, widespread American and also Western culture that it's become extremely harmful. It's like an unironic, like, I think that we've become a little bit inferior to where we used to be. I do, absolutely. There is so much less of an emphasis, and, like, thinking for yourself gets you into so many fucking, like, you can trap yourself by thinking for yourself because you go outside of the box that you're supposed to exist in.
Us in culture, but as an aspiration for achieving something great, for following your mastery, But today our cities are mostly devoid of all of this character, and instead they're marked out by the most cost-efficient, bland and sterile designs to facilitate a simpler self-motivated purpose. It's why people flock all over the world to a handful of remaining cities that retain their centuries-old charm to feel and experience the character of bygone societies that were motivated by higher ideals. Ideals greater than our modern two-dimensional ways of thinking. With a prioritization of comfort, lust and opulence, and flashy materialism over individual excellence and greater community, we're now reeling in the aftermath, becoming a—
I think it's that people have been divorced from being able to hope for anything better than what they already have. That's the real reason.
Samo se nadam ne ovamo.
Like you see this all
To ti je najbolji prijatelj.
Ma ti ga pošaljem kući. Da pijete kafu i pričate. Lako je ovako kad si s njim, znaš, ono kad ti nije blizu. Kad si na remote. A druga stvar je kad sedi pored tebe i teženja.
Ja sam na njegov predlog sam morao da ga trpim ceo dan u Somboru kad je išao sa mnom, nemoj tako.
Ti si ga čitav dan trpeo.
Kako ga ne volite?
Nije stvar da ga volim ili ne volim, nego nisam gej, brat.
Ali objašnjavam tvom prijatelju Milone da mora da se družite.
Nisam gej. Moja pretpostavka kada on sluša sve ovo. Znači, bukvalno za sebe. Čim pričaš o njemu odmah, šta se radi?
Na provokaciju je odmah ušao.
Mislim, samo ga provociraš i odmah će doći.
Milone, pa gdje si ne sta?
Mi se zabrinuli da ti nije se nešto desilo.
Dobro.
Vi si opet odšao sklopku dok kreneš.
Dobro. Mamo njebem. Cigane neki. I? Mi si polomio kišu.
A on će da ti kaže, evo sve ću da ubacim i kjera i kao da samo da isključuješ internet više.
Gasi mi se tresu. Sve mene tiče, odmah idi, okreni slupku. Mislim, samo mi reci prvo da otkažem pretplatu za taj mjesec, da znam da ne plaćam džabe. Pošto svaki dan kad praviš svinjarije, znači moje pare koje sam već platio idu u kurac. Naravno.
Terra Schooling. Welcome to my channel. Hey, you're an awesome streamer and I'd love to team up and play sometime. Add me on Discord, I'm magnificent.
I'm playing solo, thank you.
Evo ga zemačite se me.
Terra Schooling. Thanks for following.
Yes.
Gdje nam je kolektor?
Jednim potezom sam zatvorio prozor i popeo se. Ne verujem. Mogu vjerovati.
Sad ćeš kure za...
Tomica,
Gotovo mi složen štima.
gdje si Tomica?
Kućem, zombie. A tu sam. Tu sam bolji. Je hladno. Jebano.
A gdje je ladno? Što ti je?
To ne ladno?
Tebe.
Tebe. Ne kužim.
Tebe.
Tebe, mene, koga?
Meni.
Pokušavaš doći sebi.
Meni. Razumeš?
Šta će ti meni?
Da bi dao tebi.
Da bi dao tebi?
Da, meni treba meni da bi dao tebi.
Danas si nešto jako sjebati.
Ne znam, napolje je oblačno i hladno, brate, mili.
Dobro, malo je pa ti. Kod mene je oblačno. Ono je oblačno. Nije baš oblačno. A bit će bolje, ajde. Kad me ne bude, nek me jebe.
Šta ti duša? Šta ti zajebala?
Neki, Ilija.
Yes.
Jel ima u onim bivšim zombijima isto prestiž?
Ma nije to prestiž, nego imaš na primjer 60 levela ti je standardno, uključuješ sav gear, sve preko toga ti se računa prestiž.
Ne, ali ovdje baš imaš prestiž, znači 55. level kad dođeš,
Da.
onda ideš prestiž 1, pa tak dalje sve, ali...
I kad dođeš do maksa,
Max je prestiž 1000,
pa to ti isto bilo u Modern Warfare 3.
tim da ovdje dobivaš bolje oružje, svašta bolje, samo...
Skinove dobijaš, tako je bilo u Modern.
Ovdje dobijaš ne dobijaš koliko skinove, koliko oružje. Dobivaš nove kako se zove?
Blueprinte.
Operatere i takve, samo velim... Samo ko u Huntu, mislim, kužim prestiž i sve samo...
To ti je stvar fleksa.
I s tim da ovdje možeš, ne znam kak je u Modern Warfare, nisam ga toliko igrao, znači kad sad recimo ja sam 50, sad ću biti 55. level još malo, onda mogu prestižati. I onda mogu izabrati jednu stvar koju hoću da mi bude uključena, trajno.
Tako ti u Huntu.
Tako je u Huntu?
Da, biraš šta će ti tuša, hoćeš pare, hoćeš XP boost do sljedeće prestiža ili hoćeš skin.
Ha. Ma velim, ja ću probat prestižat, ali... Ne znam, moram pogledati jedno.
Gdje u Huntu?
Ma ne, u zombiju.
A što ne u Huntu?
Ma Hunt mene zanima prestiž to.
Znaš koji je to izazov kad stigneš do 100. levela? Već ti ljudi koji su uzeli 100 prestiža.
Pa stoji, ali...
Počinješ...
Evo, ja ti Hunt igram samo malo sa Borisom i sa Nenadom i nešto više ne igram uopće. Nemam živ. Ja s tobom već dugo nisam igrao. Nemam živaca više za taj Hunt i za te gluposti sa trejdanjima i ajde.
Ne, to sređuju. Nisi čitao. Imaš huge video.
Gledao sam, ali nešto, ali čisto slabo vjerujem.
Sa 800 milisekundi na 75. Ti misliš da tu razlike nema šta?
Pa ne velim da nema razlike, ali vidit ćemo da li budu šta napravili kad budu.
A, sad čekat ćeš. Znači, totalno si savladije, dobro je to?
Za sad nešto ne vjerujem puno, ali budemo li možda se variti. Do sad sam se jako navukao na ove zombije. Ovaj snajper je overhead u tim zombijima. Znači ne moraš uopće gađati zombija, nego samo, misli kad ga... Samo gađaš noge ispod njih i imaju nekakvu eksplozivnu municiju što ih ubije 5 komada.
Je li imaš zone kojima su, ne znam, neprijatelji jači ili slabiji?
Ne, nemaš, nego ovdje totalni su drugačiji zombi, znači imaš krugove, ne znam kak je bilo u Modern Warfare-u.
Jest, isto tako je bilo.
Imaš 10, 20, 30 krugova i sa svakim krugom su zombiji sve jači i jači.
A runde misliš? A, dobro.
Da, a ti isto znači, tipa ne znam, kad skupiš dovoljno tih novaca ili kak se to već zove u igri.
Odeš na mašinu da naprediš oružje.
Tako je, da. I imaš te nekakve mini misije koje možeš izabrat. A mislim, nije puno, ne znam, nisam igrao toliko na Modern Warfareu, znaš, zombije. Ali ovdje imaš taj Liberty Falls koji ja igram mapu, to je mala mapa, dobra je za brzo dizanje levela. Možeš upaliti onaj, ne znam kako se zove, kad upališ neki kurac gdje ti dolazi duplo više zombija onda.
They're here. I thought it was like she's on that side and I'm on this side. I think we're both right here.
Ali onda tipa ako ih se spama 10, sad ih se spama 20 i na drkaniji su 1000 puta jebot.
Ding dong.
To sam uspio doći do 10. levela s tim upaljenim.
He's got the jug.
Evo ga,
Bread
55.
with
level sam.
three things on each side.
Komandir.
Jug, bread, three
Sad
things on
mogu
each side.
prestižat.
Pretty sure it's there. Jug, nope, no bread.
Sad na prvom prestižu dobiš nekakvog dobar skin, dobrog operatera.
This one.
Ali gubim sve što sam otključao. Makar sam gledao imat caka, tipa. Ako u meniju izabereš oružje koje možeš kupiti na zidu, sad ne znam kako je bilo u ovom. Znači imaš na zidu ima oružje. Izabereš svoje oružje, staviš. Znači svaki put kad si u igri možeš kupiti oružje već full modano.
It's cool so far.
Bez obzira što si prestiž 1, što recimo si je sve zaključeno. Tako je to dobra caka. A i mislim ono oružje koje sam uzeo u paketu da mi je ono stalno otključano bez obzira. Jer mi je već bilo kad sam počeo igru, tako da mislim da ću imati otključano i sad. Samo kad su ljudi glupavi, igram tu sa randomima kužiš i dođemo, ne znam, jer poslije 21. kruga ti se ovako onak slabo kužiš XP i dižu. Do 20. kruga ide dobro. I kuš, i niko se skoro neće eksfilat van, nego svi se napucavaju dok ne poginemo jebi.
To znam.
Tako da od kad igram igru 30 sati imam samo 5.
Puta da si izaš?
Da. Mislim i dalje dobijaš ti XP, ali svejedno bolje kad, znaš, kad...
Izađeš u komandu.
Izađeš. Sad, neko je aktivirao kuglanu. Idem kuglat sa zombijima, da. Dobro.
Kako misliš kuglat sa zombijima?
A to ti je nekako kao easter egg. Kuglaš sa zombijima, onda kad god dobijaš bodove i možeš dobiti...
Pušku.
Da, weapon legendarni ili takve nekakve gluposti. Ili recimo nešto drugo. Tim da ovdje imaš, tipa kad ubiješ onog jačeg zombija, on ti obavezno izbaci ili mutant injection ili...
Mutant injection sam vidio da se pretvoriš u nekog zombija.
Da. A to ti treba jebeno dobro, jer problem ti kad se ideš exfilat, znači kad ideš van, onda ti se svi zombiji i oni veliki, jaki, ti se spamaju na mjesto gdje se moraš ekstraktat, kužiš. To je tak ima vjerojatno Modern Warfare.
Da ima.
Onda ukopčaš taj mutant injection i s tim recimo podereš. Ili imaš iz zraka avion da ti pomogne. Stisneš taj kurac i onda si u helikopteru i dole rokaš sa onim velikim submašinom. Da počistiš A dobali svi hvale, nisam probao još, moram probat kad ovo. Svi hvale kampanju, da je jebena kampanja ove godine. Sad velim, nisam probao još.
Pitaj Drakula igrao.
Kampanju je igrao?
Da.
Kampanja je nešto neviđeno, ljudi, znači ono...
Ti šutiš koji govori
da ti... Zombi, brate, mili.
Pa šta ide o čemu? Čekaj, kakva je fora tu, Battle Passu Ilija?
U kom?
Pa kad imaš tu.
To znači da imaš borbenog psa.
Da isto se plaća nešto ili kako to ne dobivaš?
Da. Plaća. Da.
Ko ti plata i zašto ti plata? Zašto ti plata?
Budi dobar, Tomica.
Ne želim biti dobar, ja sam
Budi
sebi
dobar, Tomica.
Ja sam sebi super Borisom.
Budi dobar, Tomica. Ja ne volim kad nisi dobar.
Ja baš volim kad nisi dobar. Sebi super.
Tomica, budi dobar. A ne mogu ga jebam.
Počeli smo se prijetati.
Ti jebam. Ovo je.
Ti jebam. Sve ću vas jebam. Ti ću biti jebam. Ti jebam.
Bimba mjesto. Ajmo ga sire.
Bimba mjesto. Bimba pokaže Pimpeka. Kaže Pimpe ide.
Kome govori?
Da ti Bimba pokaže Pimpekčinu.
A kad ti Simba pokaže pse će ga Pimpeka, šta ćeš onda?
Čekaj, ti si stvarno gledao kad pse će ga Pimpeka. A dobro, poznavajući tebe vjerojatno jeste.
Nisam ga gledao, bogomi.
Nijesi ga gledao.
Ali zato bio duraš i terlijak. Bijan duraš i čarlijaš. Ti neki čarlijaš? Jesi ti neki čarlijaš? Bo nije sam bogomi. Kilo Instagram.
Je, evo, viš kako se...
Eto rešenje.
Znao sam da mogu
Eto rešenja.
Nego reci ti meni, kad se... Nisi jučer toliko dugo Hansa? Nisam ja sam kad sam gledao jedan sat, kad sam se upao, nisam
Nismo ljubobjernici.
Da, vem, nisam.
Ja sam nisam nešto umoran, ne oni...
Ko je bio umoran? Boris je bio umoran. Čega bi Boris bio umoran? Pa jedno od života, da. Boris je umoran od ženski.
Bio sam.
Čo?
Pa hajte,
Dva zeca, tri zeca.
Zec na gulaš. Dva zeca, tri zeca, zec na gulaš. A ne, jel to? Ma hajte, molim vas. Weapon level 27. Hajde. Jebote, kabum piše. Bio na živce s tim kabumom.
Kavurma?
Ma kabum, ono, kad se pojavi bomba, pa neku ključi bombu da sve eksplodira. S tim gubiš ono... Kaj sam dobio? Zašto ne mogu zeti tu jebe? Ubio, daj zamisli budala. Joj, svaka čast. Upno sam u poč sa jebenim mojim. Evo sad mi je uzeo ovaj injekš. Od mojeg kila je uzeo injekš.
A možda iskoristiš kad letiš u fajtu, ne?
Ali ja to čuvam ako idem van onda. A te injekcije i te potpore iz zraka ti izbacivaju oni ti malo žešći obučeni zombi, sad ti veliki. Njega srešeš jedno 5-6 puta s dobrim uređenim u glavu i oni izbacuje. Svojim oružjem s tim snajperom trebaš paziti kad pucaš i ako preblizu pukneš sebi pod noge i po sebe možeš ubiti. Jer govno ispucava nekakve eksplozivnu municiju koja eksplodira. Tak sam se sad prije ubio. A ona druga mapa, ona je pak velika. Ona ima kaj hodat po mapi. Sviđamo se stvarku, znači auto, hidrant, sve. Ako ima želju. Jedno što još malo nisam te Gumball nisam pokušio. To i one, dobro, ove Gumball jesam, ali one Coca-Cola i one gluposti šta piješ, nisam sve polovio šta ti koja radi. I to ti ostaje tokom cijele igre. Dobro, imam tek 25 sati igre, tako da nije to. Eto, ubil sam ovo govno veliko.
koliko solo igrača ima u modu, ovo je strašno. U standardnom bombikatu. Trojicu sam izbrojao, ja sam četvrti.
Puno ima solo igrača. Puno njih igra solo.
A oni su mi opasniji od tima, jer jedan igrač pravi jako malo buke. Jako malo. 3 igrača, dobro, Milan pravi buke za četvoricu, nije to problem. Sad sam ga keknuo strelom i samo nastavio dalje. Nisam to ni da ga lupujem. A da ga palim neću, ako ima nekromancer nek se digne. Ako nema, jebi. Jebi ga, nije imao sreće.
Ako nema, koga jebe?
Na primjer, ja nemam nekromancer uopće. Uzimam jedno mjesto bez veze, a svejedno imam onaj dead sheet. Tako da misli kurac. Ako me bi ubio.
Zaključio već cijeli leto.
Skoro 20 sam imao, ja mislim.
Pa jebote, ja koliko malo igram, ja sam 17.
Koji?
17.
Pa ne igraš ni više ni manje nego ja.
Pa
Ko ti ja kažem.
Pa ja sam igrao ovaj tjedan...
Svaki dan po sat dva, ništa drugo.
Ne, pa ja uopće ne igram svaki dan. Igrao sam jučer sa Nenadom i Borisom jedno 2 sata, one brze, ali brze, ne ove.
A, znam šta mi pričaš, ali tu rečiš najbolje...
Ja samo to igram sam ja.
I u zadnje vrijeme samo to igram, ne igram uopće ovo. Jel sviđa mi se što je brzo, tu igram samo s free hunterima. Ako poginem, ako ne. Ali ništa ne gubim, to mi se sviđa kaj.
Malo vremena izgubiš, to je to.
Pa da, ne gubim ni oružje, ni novce, ni... Makar veli, koliko ga mislim igrat u buduće, njih me to ne jebe. Jer ako ga opako ne poprave, nešto...
Znači kao da ovo... Kažu ili da
Hitrek.
Hitne... Kao to cedenje i to.
Pa vidit ćemo da li budu popravili, ali...
Znači svi su skeptični, ne? Kako ste se ovladili svi od toga? Ja za početak nisam ni bio zagrejan toliko.
Zato što, gledam ti, mi sam pričao bolje, ide mi na kurac u okej igre, mogla bi biti stvarno igra godine.
Mogla bi.
Ali znači, apsolutno ništa ne rade po pitanju ničega, boli kurac.
Kako igre godine, to je već postoje.
Već 6-7 godina igra izašlo.
Znaš šta hoću reći.
Ono kao igranija i od Counter Strike i od Call of Duty i tih govana.
Da, od svega, ali kući, ima nas puno starijih koji igramo te igre i meni se sviđa. Par koja mi stigne život da ću napravio uninstall move from library, ajde. Zato velim. Kuš, ali nije da je loša igra, nije loša igra, samo je. Apsolutno niko ne radi na to da ju malo poboljša. To me ljuti. Samo velim, jučer sam gledao igru igra 14.000 igrača.
Jel te to ljuti ili si razočaran?
Pa razočaran s obzirom da igraš ipak toliko dugo vano, da je malo ljudi...
Ljudi su sagoreli. Nije samo to, nego lansiraju non stop, ono, jedan event za drugim, za trećim, za petim. A meni ne bi smetalo da jedno 3 mjeseca četiri ne bude ništa. Meni iskreno.
Slažem se, da.
Popravite igru i onda reći što ćete.
Slažem se potpuno, da. Evo vas skinovi, koga više voli igrati za novi skin.
to radit će ih oni svejedno, samo
A
ono...
znam, ali koga boli kurac za Halloween skin i takve gluposti, razumiješ? Pa daj, nema mi...
Ljude koji imaju viško novca.
To je uglavnom planjeno za Azijete.
Evo, pričao sam
I
jučer...
za Amerikance, imaš dosta Amerikanaca koji...
U ovoj igri Throne and Liberty, znači, došao je nekakav novi svjetski boss, world boss, i izbacili neko novo oružje.
Nice.
Ne, okej, nego taj koji je pokupio oružje, stavili ti ga na auction house i stavili cijenu 100.000 lucenta. To ti je u novcima, moraš, znači da bi kupio to, moraš dati 1500 eura za lucente.
Pa što ga ti ne nađeš?
A treba ubit bossa, nije problem za nađi ga. Treba ubit bossa i poslije to treba izbaciti.
Evo ti imaš Makića, imaš ti...
A ne, ali slušaj sad...
Nenad. Slušam, verujem
znači,
slušam.
neko je kupio na auction house to oružje za 100.000 eura.
A to je možda štos, da se podigne cena.
Nije.
Sad gledam kako neki Kinez pušta neke. To je ovi, a on pucka ono... I nabija
Ja recimo sam već dosta jak u tomu, jer sam dosta toga i našao i...
Misliš on ubija neprijatelja, oni samo taguju?
Da, ovi što je, samo on pucka ono... A?
A mogu ja, brate, da igram sam tako što ću da pustam nekog tipa da se krećem i neko da me rokne i da mi do tog plati.
Može, ali dugo traje da bi se to radilo. A dugo traje, treba da te matchmakuje u njegov lobby, treba da se nađete na mapi, sporo to ide.
Kako to da si ti odlučio igrati Throne? Ispaljiva nekakve isto eksplozivne metke. Možeš uzeti kasnije 2 komada u bombu. Strava. Ja dosta često idem. Idem napraviti u dronu, moram napraviti 2 ručke, ovako. Završim. Sad imaju u dronu eventi na
Nisam siguran zašto bih htio.
Mi smo svi, ja mislim, na onome neke zavi.
Pa zato da se mogu, recimo se igra sa Makićem, sa Nenadom, recimo i tako.
Mislim da možda uradiš transfer s karakterom.
A ne mogu, to je kad ti radiš transfer, onda moraš ne smiješ biti ni u jednom, ali probao sam već, ne da. Ne znam da li zbog toga što krenuti što na originalnu sestru, a mislim da ne bi. Ali ja sam u 50. levelu, ne znam, ti da smanjim taj jebeni zon.
Ah, ti mili kako da otvorim ova vrata, jebeno je.
Šta igraš, Boris? Resident?
Ma,
Tamo
bio
kill.
šok.
A, bio?
Koji? Infinity ili?
Ma koji crni Twitch, bra, na YouTube-u jesam, bre, jebote Twitch,
Ja treba
ne
tako
želim glupiti.
da ti stavimo link ka YouTube. A Vlado?
Ne želim glupiti.
Zašto se ne sabuješ na Borisa, Vlado, da čujem? Ne moraš da platiš.
Ne znam kako ova vrata da otvorim, jebote, nešto sam propustio, verovatno. Ali ne znam šta.
Ali dobro je što su napravili u dronu, kad su vidjeli valjda da ljudi su počeli prevelike idiotske cijene metati za pojedina oružje i za armore.
Ajde Vlado, reši mi ovo.
Napravili su da možeš tokom igre skupiti te nekakve funkcije i možeš kraftat najjače oružje koje je sad trenutno izbačeno od bossa. Na taj način pokušavaju valjda zrušiti cijenu da niko ne tiče takve cijene.
Ja bih pre rekao da mogu da dignu cenu nego sa tim područjem da dignu cenu nego da...
Ne mogu, kako mogu dignuti cijenu ako ti možeš u igri naći 40 dijelova tog nečega i kraftat to oružje. Zašto bi ga onda kupio na bilo koji način?
Zato što neki ljude mrzi to da rade.
Pa dobro, ali da ću, velim ti da je trenutna cijena tog oružja najjača od bossa ti je 1500 eura jebote.
A da li možeš da skupiš ti 40 komada i da to plaži 1000 evra?
A možeš, da, možeš, to ti govorim.
Jesi čuo, Vlada?
To do sad recimo nije bila mogućnost, evo to su sad s novim updateom stavili tu mogućnost da možeš kupiti 40 stvari i kraftat najjače oružje. Pa zbog tih kvazi idiota koji stavljaju takve cijene. Nije teško uopće ako igraš.
Što više igraš, to je lakše, kažu.
Nije teško da ne bi bila ni ta cena, jer ne shvataš.
Pa do sad, slušaj šta ti govorim, znači do sad je bilo, mislim, teško, relativno teško, ali sad s ovim novim updateom su napravili da nije više teško, znači do sad ga nisi mogao kraftat, ali sad su napravili da možeš kraftat, razumiješ? Znači sad je došlo do promjene i sad su napravili da možeš kraftat.
Da.
To ti govorim. Razumiješ? Do sada uopće nije bila mogućnost da možeš skupiti nekakvih 40 pisova i napraviti oružje, ali sad su to dodali, znači da možeš u igri naći tih, dodali su to nešto da možeš naći tih 40 pisova i kraftati takvu. Kad su vidjeli kam je to prešlo sa cijenama, onda su tu dodali tu mogućnost, kužiš. Baš zato da naprave da ne mogu pojedinci imat monopol na auction house-u da bi nekakvo oružje prodali, kužiš. Nek su dodali to, znači Igra igru, nađi pojedine fragmente i... Pa i on mene živcira, mater mu, ja sam rekao mjesto! Da nađeš pojedine fragmente i napraviš oružje. I to je okej, znači... Jebite se vi i vaše pitanje.
Anyway.
Da, ovo se zove rampač. Pa ti daje duplo više zombija. Sad sam se sjetio. Sad sam se sitija.
Here. Seth here.
Pa kako otvoriti ova retardirana vrata, jebote, šta se ovdje radi?
A jebo ga ti, pogledaj YouTube malo i vidit ćeš. Ja kad ne mogu
Pa
nešto...
neće da gleda, znaš.
A, pa onda
I onda
se
kaže,
muči.
teško je ovo, ono...
A ne, meni se, zašto ne? Ja kad nešto ne mogu proći, pogledam. Jebat mu
Probaš, probaš, pa vidiš ne ide, jebi ga
onda.
onda.
Ako ne ide, pogledam na YouTube-u, jebat ga, šta? Pa ni to niš loše pogledat kad je neko...
Nego mora da se nervira i onda znaš, pa sam sebe nerviraš u tom trenutku.
Vaši se sad gubi sat vremena na nekakvu glupost i onda kasnije skužiš da to toliko glupo... Pogotovo kad su nekakve glupe slagalice di se moraš zajebavati.
Ma nema ovdje slagalice u Biošoku nego što ne znam, nešto neće da mi otvori ta vrata koja treba da prođem, evo.
Pa očito nešto nisi napravio.
Pa nešto nisam, a ne znam šta nisam, evo.
A no, i onda jednostavno YouTube. Onda jednostavno YouTube. Bori se.
YouTube beta, a?
Ako ti je sram pogledat, reci šta pa ću ti ja pogledat pa ću ti poslati. Šta moraš napraviti?
Ajde. A ne znam šta je. Treba da nekog Kohena pronađem, jebem u matera. Nego što sam bio sjebo, kad sam ubio sistem nisam snimio pozicije i sad sam našao nečije snimljene na netu da nastavim tamo gde sam stao i jebeno mi na ruskom piše hintovi, znači ne mogu da provalim šta piše.
A pa skini neke druge sebove.
E pa nema, znači sat vremena sam tražio.
Ja mislim da bi najbolje bilo da Boris skine neke engleske sevove i onda mu neće piše na ruskom.
E pa, kad mi nađeš engleske sevove, ja ću da ih skinem, znači.
Ameno te jebim.
Bravo Vlado, jako dobar zaključak.
Hvala. Morao sam se potrudim.
Znam. Jer ti dugo trebalo da dođeš do tog zaključka.
A dugo, brate, šta ti kažem? Nisam ja tako spontan kao neki. Ja moram da razmislim.
Dobro, ali došao si do zaključka kako da riješi stvar.
Eto vidim.
I to je super.
Vlada sporo misli, ali brzo donosi zaključak.
Vlada sporo misli, ali brzo donosi odluke, a?
Oh.
Opa, još 9. Aj sim dođe. Kada se malo ponovo spamate.
Ovo ja ne znam.
The time, like, because it's true that working hard will make you, like, working hard will increase the probability that you will be successful. But I think that, like, the reason why video games are so popular and so many young guys like video games is because video games
Obalio sam lika strelom, lik je došao brže bolje na moj profil i napisao zlurat, da kažemo komentar. Da ne kažem play.
That's why young men are drawn to video games a lot. It's because they're an equal playing field in a way that nothing else in the world really provides them.
Igramo ti ja, Boris,
This is a generation of mandated mediocrity. And does this explain why men today seem to struggle more than ever or seemingly having more? America in particular is not actually in a recession. In fact, on paper, the economy looks like the best it's been in a while. Unemployment has dropped. GDP is up. And what people are actually experiencing is a completely different story. We can see this in a study by the University of Michigan on consumer sentiments, which gathers data based on how consumers feel about the current state of finance. In 2022, it dropped to an all-time low. Prices of our average daily needs, like gas and food, have increased in unbearable percentages. In contrast,
the problem is that while the GDP has gone up by a tremendous amount, this is, you know, I'm gonna have a Bernie Sanders moment here. Is that it's the 1% that is enjoying those privileges. And I think that a really good way to tell is that I remember looking up when, like, I first started, like, this is kind of like a weird thing to say, but, like, I remember somebody asked me, like, am I in the top 1% for, like, income earners? And I remember when my stream first got popular, and then I looked it up maybe last year, and the top 1% for income earners has gone up by, like, 30% in the last 5 years. So, like, the very, very wealthy are becoming increasingly more wealthy, and then the people in the middle are experiencing stagnation, and the people who are just basically like, I mean, who cares? Rich get richer. Yeah, exactly. COVID made the gap way worse. Yeah, and like there's obviously like very traditional, you know, like economic indicators like a Gini index or something like that. But I think that also like we can just simply go to the grocery store and like, you know, I'm like going through old receipts when I'm cleaning my house and I'm looking at like a 2011 receipt and like I buy a meal and it's $5.80. There it is, right? It's right in front of you. Kind of like we're in the new Middle Ages. Oh yeah, no, we are advancing at light speed towards neo-feudalism. And it's already happening in abstract.
Ali što je skupo, stavimo i krapkanje oružja u ovom.
Bronze Liberty.
Podizanje oružja. Za ove novce koje skupljaš u igri. Znači u jednom momentu sam imao 15 miliona, u drugom momentu nisam imao ništa i nisam digao sve na 9. Baš je ono. Puno materijala. Sve digo na najjači. Još mi je ostao jedan prsten i još nešto da vidim. Sam valjda potrošio već 40 milijuna. One 4000, tvoje nove. Dobro, on je dobar, nije loš. Samo isto je dobar ako imaš ekipu za igrati. Ovo sa randomima je Aha, ne, ja sam mislio da
Brate mili, gde sam sad više jebala te igrate, jebe igra u pičku, meni.
Je to prvi bio šok?
Da. Tražim nekog majmuna Flanagana, čujem ga, ne vidim ga.
Pa nešto se teleportuje.
Znači, bori se, dobro se sakrio taj Flanagan.
Ma ajde gospođo, molim vas.
A ne daje mi nikakav hint
Ajde, molim.
Je to onaj hirurg, jesi ga prošao već?
A ne znam, s neki koen mi daje zadatke da ubijam pijanistu, pa da ga slikam, pa da kačim na zid, sad traži nekog Flanagana da ubijem.
Čekaj, hoćeš ubiti čovjeka koji svira klavir, pa koji?
Da.
Već sam ga ubio.
Eto,
Kasno je za to što ti kažeš Tomo, ti bi da on se preispita svoje odluke, ali kasno je.
da. Sad, u biti ja kužim šta je problem. Tebe sad igra kazna.
Grize savjest.
Jer si ubio jednog pijanistu i neće ti da pređeš taj dio. Tako i treba, vjeruj mi, jer pijanistom se nikad ne ubija. Čovjek koji svira klavir nije nikome.
Ni poštar.
Flanaganu desi jebem ti mamu je.
Da se ubije. Što, poštar uvijek donosi loše vesti, porez...
Nek priča komu brane.
A ti bi teo da pričaš s njime, umjesto od tvoje žene. Pa da. Zato si ibom na poštaru.
Zašto sam očekivao da retardirana igra snima na cloud, ali nije snimala na cloud.
Nego...
Ne smiješ ništa očekivati, jer očekivanje je majka svih zajedno.
Vidim šta si radio, pomisla.
Ja. Šta sam ja uradio?
Pretpostavka. Znaš čuo istu stvar da pretpostavka. Kaže, pretpostavka je majka svih zajeba. Pretpostavljaš da nešto tako treba da bude. Da, baš ne. Sad je to kao neki daily zadatak ili weekly, neki bonus?
Daily. Svaki dan imaš 10 ugovora za napraviti.
Za lusance?
Ne, za dobivaš XP-ove i novce u igri, i razne materijale crafting. Imam i ugovore koje radiš na 50. levelu i novcima u igri i možeš s njima dobivaš one punčeve. U tim punčevima imaš oružje, nekad dodatne ugovore. A i kad te ugovore radiš, onda ti koji ubijaš punčeve. Svega, kakav je to minus? Aha, peši sam se spavao. Viš da nekako čudno mi je išao. malo je dosadno ovaj taj sad. Boss koje ubijaš, taj nekakav ženke. Ali jevi ga, on ti daje stvari za podizanje armora, oružje. A možeš ga ubiti samo eventualno 2 ili 3 puta, ili dobiš svaki dan kad se loži. Možeš eventualno kupiti jednu ili dvije. A mislim da tak gleda svaka igra je dosta. Zombi koji igra.
Usporili su brzinu gorenja, ali to nisu nigdje stavili, znaš. Pa, pred je trebalo 50 sekundi da izgoriš sa 125 healthy. Sad ti treba za 125 healthy, kako beše ono, 65 sekundi. Oko 15 sekundi duže goriš. Ako imaš trade, goriš i duže. Pa, to ti je ono kad igraš sa, znači Nenad nije tu, dobro nije tu, kad igraš s Nenadom pa on glumi, znaš, izviđač, pa se odvoji jedno 150 metara, 200 od tebe i onda ga zapale i onda pa kao, a jebi ga, vi ste spori, ovo ono i...
Kad igram jučer smo isto igrali, pa izleti sam iz kampana i ubiju ga i onda dignite me, pa kaj da te digne sad, moram bježat van da mene ube. Budi s nama unutra i čekaj. Ali kad ga Boris zove mali Milan...
To ga vređe, ne? Ljudi.
Boris je stup Boris. Nije ni Boris. Nema nikoga tu, samo smo ja i ti. Aj, Vlad.
Boris se...
A Boris je uteko. Boris igra ovaj. Ja još danas jedno moram probat. Ovo su 55 gledala da probate prestiž. Koga je roknuo?
Ovaj bio šok.
Aha.
Nekoliko smo bili zato, ali glavu sa nekim raket lančerom i nema ga više. Mrtav, taj ko ubio.
A gledao sam ti Ilija kad, jučer sam gledao, znači taj Spol koji igra na tu mapu. Znači već su uspjeli, ja ne kužim kaj ti ljudi spavaju u tim igrama, šta radi.
Sekrete pronađeš, šta?
Ma ne sekrete, već su uspjeli nekakav speedrun, to su speedrunovi, znači za koliko može
se završiti mapa.
Da, doći do glavnog bossa, ubiti glavnog... Znači, speedrun ti je trenutno 11 minuta, znači ja ne kužim šta ljudi kako to rade i... Znači on za 11 minuta digne sebe...
Pušku
sebe, znači na taj jedini 3 tier legendary ili nešto, bossa i...
Gdje je Teddy Bear, jevo?
Uopće ne kužim koja je fora forsiljana su speedrunner. Šta s tim dobivaš?
Nisam čuo gdje je Teddy Bear da pokupim nagradu i jebem ti mamu,
A verovatno iz šakte, jer ima neka kanalizacija nešto, pogledaj. Ventilacijna neka, ona kako zove rešetka, pogledaj. obično odatle izaći. Joj druže, 15, 14, 13, neću uspjeti. 12, neću uspjeti. 11, 10, 9, 8, ne, ovo on, gledaj šta radi. Druže, umrećiš. 4, 3, 2, samo 3 lodi. Sad se šunjaj. I?
Jebem ti, moram vratiti sad stream, ne znam što rekla mi je gdje se nalazi Teddy Bear, nisam obratio pažnju, jebam.
Čekaj, je li neki glitch? Piše mi salvation, you saved your soul. Ovo je glitch 100%.
Šta igraš? Diablo?
Ne, Hunt. Uzeo sam bio, samo 13 pojena mi je trebalo da dobijem 20 level. Bogat pas. Evo ga. 21. da.
Šta se kao otvorila vrata, jebem te? Pa nema, bolje da smrdi nego se ja smrdim, nemoj zajebati. Pusti zračenje, ajde.
Danas mi je još ostalo da jedan zvučnik, stari, zapravo to su bila dva zvučnika, jako dobra magnet, znaš, i moja mina je zapalila jedan i ostaje još jedan koji lepo radi.
Kad kažeš zapalila...
Pa kako bre zapalila, slušala glasno rock'n'roll, znaš.
Pa to je u redu.
I to je sve okej. Sad, šta ja hoću? Od tog, na tom jednom zvučniku, hoću da ubacim jedno
pojačalo
D klase, koje u sebi ima Bluetooth i tako za neko zezanje da može da se sluša, da se muzika sluša i tako jer je glupo da se baci jevi. Kad može se napraviti...
Obično kad stvari ne radi ja ih bacim. Obično.
Pa ja ne jer mi je žao, razumiješ?
Pa dobro onda.
Meni se ne da te sve glupe, ja sam ti sve izbacio van iz kuće, imao sam pojačala,
Imao sam i ja dosta toga polu ispravno, to je sve otišlo na polje.
I kupio sam si JBL-ov Bluetooth zvučnik, jebeni.
Lado, samo skupljaš otpad bez veze.
I nemam više ništa, ne da mi se jednostavno...
Tehnika nije kao što je nekad bila da ti to upravljaš do besvesti, znaš, ali ajde, samo izbor.
Čovječe, ja ne znam zašto vi funkcionalne...
Ako bude nuklearni rat, zvaću te.
Pa zato što mi se ne da...
Ako počnu da lete atomske bombe, otićemo kod tebe, aj to mi sad uzemo to malo tehnike što si opravio.
Da uživaš malo...
U opravci. Nisam ja nervozan, ali ne.
Ja sam to sve izbacio van, kupio sam JBL 710 Bluetooth.
Ne uživam u popravci otpada.
Hoće kuću srušiti.
Head for the throne room.
I uzmeš neku olovku papir
i
ne crtaš šemu.
Dobro.
I po toj šemi radiš jedno 2-3 sata.
A dobro.
Ti si, brate, miran, nema da ti niko ide na žice.
A što je moj kum rekao da si ti popravljao stijelice? Aha. Odlično.
Super, ja kad neka sjelica crkne,
ja odem u prodavnicu kupim drugu.
Staru sjelicu, nego ubacim novo sočivo i ona isto radi.
Treba Vučić da te za primjer odlikuje.
Novu, nego zato što mi je jako lepo da tih 10 do 15 minuta da sredim živce.
Ha.
Dobro,
ako te to smire, dobro.
reflektorke isto.
Need to get to the throne room.
Isto tako.
Ja nemam živaca za to, ja sam to sve izbacio van, kupio si tvornički jebenog.
To mi jeste stvar pre, zato što nema žice, ti to...
Ma ne, nego ne da, prošlo mi je, su me te gluposti, šerafljanja, slaganja, nemam živaca više, baš nemam živaca. Ovo mi je, ovo mi je jebeno za svaku feštu, za sve, ima svoju bateriju, znači mogu čak i odnest van bez struje, bez ičega, razumiješ?
Pa mogu ja da ga nakačem bez struje i to će sve daleko. Pojačalo te klase jako zahvalno
July 2 years since my awakening, Master Ramon has bestowed upon me a truly righteous undertaking to improve on the flaws of our human form, to seek perfection, and as observed in our siblings.
I naravno da je sve to cool.
For this cause I shall willingly devote
dobro, ja velim, ja nisam od tih.
Dakle, Siniro je...
Mene samo razjebe kad nešto ne radi kak treba ili...
They're supposed to be highly malleable and adaptive subjects. January 6 years.
Ne, bacim u smeće.
Ne radi, bože moj, šta ćemo sad?
Bacim u smeće, kupim novo i kvalitetnije, bolje napravljeno i jebi si mati.
Prestige of my family name as if I had spawned them of my own flesh. You two are now close to the size of adult humans, and they continue to feed and multiply.
Znam da nemamo.
I have successfully created a new species. Master Ramon has recognized my efforts.
Zato si ti tu.
With his praise. He has taken to YouTube, calling them
Ja nemam nategnute živice, samo neradnici koji imaju pristup sklopki mi idu na kurac.
With an extraordinary honor this is. What an extraordinary honor this is. I can hardly see the tip of my quill through the tears of joy. His humble servant. Working.
Kako ide distribucija jajopera?
Šta ti je?
Čekaj, napravio si, šta si napravio? Jajoper?
Jajoper, da.
Ja napravio jajoper,
Vlada pravi sam po svom receptu.
Ma jajoper je gen za tušijanje, a Vlada...
Jaja. On se ne sprda, Nenade, ti si poručno za mene. Čovjek se ne sprda, čovjek je vrlo ozbiljan, ovo su ozbiljne stvari.
A dobro, to zove, ali to je geo za tušijanje.
Pa naravno, jaja.
Jeste.
Jaja. Šta nije, jeste.
Ja sam baš napravio nekakav jajoper.
Pa jeste. Kao mašina za pranje, ubaciš jaja i pere.
Ubaciš jaja i pere ti jaja.
Pa da.
To recimo treba napraviti.
Uzor bi se dobre pare.
Pa to ti velim.
Ljudi su napravili ili jajoper i ja kao korisnik uzmem to i perim jaja i mogu da kažem da je slično dobro.
I jaja se sjaju.
Čekaj, ali reci meni Vlado, koja je razlika između tog jajopera i običnog šampona ili nešto tako?
Ovo je specijalno.
Ne postoji.
Ovo platiš više. Cene.
Ne. Neću da kažem za cene, nego ću da kažem koja je razlika.
Reci mi prednost tog jajopera.
Da li ti praviš neki bolji od svih ostalih?
Jajoper se zasniva na biobazičnaš. Da u prevodu to znači jer...
Kao kokain, gajiš gubaš.
Da vam nešto kažem, totalno možda završim 2 rečenice 30 pojma.
A znam, ali ja sam se nadao kad ćemo doći do cene.
Da, jede se i bubreg.
Bubrege? Ne, hvala.
Ima ne, slabo.
Ne.
Od muda, šta je?
Ma bubrege bre.
Bele bubrege, ja ne volim bele bubrege. Ko
Kakva
voli?
muda jebotak je čovjek pitao za bubrege.
To su ti beli bubrezi. Pomislave stvarno.
Ne, nisu.
Jes. Ne bi sad kažem pitaj suprugu. Pitaj nekog ko ti je priruti šta su beli bubrezi, ne zajebavaj.
Ne jedan ti ja baš bele, onda ne jedem bele bubrege.
Pa ne jede niko.
Ne jedem te bele, ali klasične svinjske bubrege kao što imaju ljudi, ja to volim.
Pa i svinja ima bubrege bele.
Kako se ti bubrezi najbolje spremaju? Tako što se očiste lepo i ostaviš ih 24 sata da budu u sirću, znaš. I sirće, brate, i izvuče sve negativno ovo, ono, i kad se spremi, brate, stvarno je vrhunsko. Jajoker radi na principu kao sirć, jer ima tu biobazu.
Da.
I kad ti opereš sa tom biobazom,
Jaja, da.
to je mnogo bolje nego sa
Sapun. A domaći sapun? A?
Yoshi, have a good one, dude.
razvodnjavao ta priča i ja vam dajem
Recept.
Uzmite jajoper i operite jednom jaja.
Da li dobijem prvu porciju džabe?
Onda mi kažete jer je to sranje ili je to...
Ne, Vlado, ja koristim domaći sapun.
Dobro, i to je isto lepo, ali mislim da ja bi se sa tim kupao non stop sada
Jajoper.
imam. Ali za jaja ja koristim jajoper.
Oh.
Ne bi se kupao...
Dobro, ali reci mi, ako mi već prodaješ proizvod, Vlado, reci mi prednosti jajopera.
Neprocenljivo je praktično.
Zato što jajoper za razliku od šampona radi na principu ove biobazi.
Dobro. Nisi rekao cenu, sve si rekao tamo cenu, nisi rekao.
Mislim da je oko 400-500.
O jebote, mnogo para.
Reci mi eurima, jebote dinarima.
4-5 eura.
Aha. I za koliko puta imaš da opet jaja s tim?
Brate, imaš jedno 10-15 puta.
Čekaj, to je samo za jaja, za niš drugo, tek samo za jaja.
Da.
To je gel za krušenjanje.
Nije, to je jajoper, nemoj Vladu da zajebavaš.
Probao pa znaš, ajdemo da ne
Našao sam bio ja.
I piše u opisu da nije za jaja. Ovaj proizvod nije za jaja, to piše.
Nije isto da nađeš i nije isto da probaš. Ja bih hoću da pravimo od vas neke kulturne i učenje.
Ja bi radije bio seljak nekog.
Stvarno, ne znam.
A dobro, ti Nenadu prodaješ jaja, pa Nenad vjerojatno niti ne pere jaja, jeba.
Pa, ne prodajem ja njemu ništa, ja učim sve vas da je mnogo bolje da koristite jajoper za jaja.
Ja vas učim da koristite domaći sapun.
Pa domaći sapun je dobar, ali nije dobar za jaje, znači ja volim da te kupam suši.
Vidi, oni suši kožu i onda uzmeš i namažeš sa hidratnom kremom i to bude to.
Koliko ste vi ludi, majko moji.
Čekaj, ovo su ozbiljne stvari, Nenade, nemoj se blotiraš. Ja i Vlada smo ljudi od nauke.
Ja nisam normalno.
Mi smo Nenade u biznisu, jebote ti zajebavaš.
Pričamo o ozbiljnim stvarima. I tako.
Viš da Vlado veli da je jajoper jebena.
Jajoper. Bio baza jajoper gel za
A čekaj, da li žene mogu da koriste jajoper? Pošto i žene imaju ovarijume ili ti jajnike, znači... Pa, dobro, ali to se tako samo kaže jajoper, više kao gel za intimnu nego žena. To je nešto drugo, a? Znači sad ti praviš diskriminaciju između muškog i ženskog proizvoda. Vlado, ti stvarno nisi fair. Trebalo bi da istražuješ nova tržišta, a ne tako da gledaš uskogrudu.
Okej bre, što ne kupite jedan taj...
Za žene? Jajeper.
Da ih probate lepo i onda mi kažete, Vlado, mnogo si glup.
Ja bi prvo da naručimo svi po jednu, ali da ti platiš, pošto nam ti pokušavaš da nam reklamiraš to. Ako mi se svidi, možda naručim sve to. Reklamiraš, ti kažeš da si probao i da je dobro.
Već sam tu 10 minuta govoriš kako je jajoper jebena stvar.
Jest, ja mislim da on ima proviziju od prodaje.
A vjerovatno ima proviziju, ali neće reći.
Što bi rekao?
A dobri ste, majke.
Što bi rekao to Tomislav?
Pa ne bi ni ja recimo, da ja forsiram jajopera u prodaju, ja ne bi rekao da ima.
Jes, i da Tomislav prodaje dijelove za motor, rekao bi imate dobre ovo ono, auto.
Odlične auspuhe, ali bi ja rekao, ma ne, ja ne...
Moj prijatelj to radi.
Ja sam to samo stavio, vidio sam da je to dobra stvar i... Tak i ti nama Vlado, ne, ja sam mokro jaja s time, to je odlična stvar i...
Znači imaš neku zaradu od toga sigurno, nećeš da kažeš, dobro.
Simba, kaj boš u peć ušao? Ajmo gubiš šta? Pa jebote kuda nos u peć.
Pa ladno je i Tomi, pa šta sad neće?
Nije njemu hladno, nego njemu miriši što je u peći. Kuda se njemu hladno.
Onda je gladan.
To su takvi, imam ti one malteze, to su tako...
Predeni.
Ne, proždelji psi, to bi stvari... Jelo bi dok ne krepa i onda bi opet išao jest, razumiješ, kad ti krepa opet bi išao jest.
Ima tih.
Evo ga, uje! Gdje si, čoveč?
Evo došao malo da se čujem.
Treba nam podrška kod Vlade, Vlada nas uništi s proizvodom.
Da, Vlada prodaje proizvod, ako te zanima.
Ali neće da kaže...
Vlada samo savjetuje i obrazuje.
Boga mi ja ne znam. Meni zvuči kao da je to tvoj proizvod.
Vlado prodaje jajoper ako trebaš.
Pa pravo ti kažem, malo sam radoznao.
Evo vidiš.
Od prvog dana kad ga je pomenuo, ali znaš, mene malo sramota to da kupim, idem na kasu s tim, znaš, ono. Ako ga naručim na kućnu adresu...
Ovo će biti diskretno.
Ako ga naručim na kućnu adresu, čak neko dvojka otvori to.
Ako naručiš od Vlade dobiješ 2 umjesto jednog.
Ako od Vlade mogu to nekako zamaskirano.
Pa dobro, zašto bi te bilo sramota kupiti jajoper?
Jes, Vlada je naš drug.
Pa ne znam, mislim nekako to moj, znaš kako da ga skladište, ne da ga držim.
Greetings.
Da si ga u kupaoni.
Ispred lavabo.
Ti imaš i mjesto za to.
Imaš i mjesto za to.
Ali daj tu sliku da vidimo kako to izgleda.
Šta Boris kaže?
Ima sliku
kako. Daj sliku kako to izgleda.
Kačio sam 100 puta sliku Neša i kačio sliku malo pre.
Vidi, ali ja sam našao način kako da opušiti
ali kako? Mislim, bilo bi lepo da se ona seti, da misli da je to njena ideja, znaš.
Ano, ja imam ideju kako da operiš ženska jaja s tim.
Vlada, ali sad ti ne zajebavam, ali obzirno, kako si koristi taj jajoper?
Početkicu do zlube i udri po njima.
A ja ga ozbiljno pitam, Kecmane, ti se zajebavaš.
Kako učinjaš to misla, jebem u ocka učinjeg.
A mislim, ne znam, jel mećeš to u ruku, pa onda trljaš po jajima ili to te...
Ruku staviš pa po jajima trljaš i to je to.
To, Vlado.
Stavio sam to linkove sad.
Vlado. Ja imam ideju kako da opereš i ženska jaja s tim jajoperom. Gurneš kurac da je jajoper i onda gurneš kurac u pičku.
A dobro, ti si sad malo...
Oni si kralj, neopjevani.
Ti si sad Boris se malo bezobrazan, čovjek prodaje proizvod, ti zajebavaš.
Ja ne prodajem ništa
Prodaješ tam već 10 minuta, Vlado, proizvod. Kako možeš reći da ne prodaješ? Ti nama prodaješ proizvod, razumiješ?
Hoćemo sliku.
Holy shit.
I zašto te uopće sram reći da imaš nekakvu proviziju ili nešto? Pa hvala Bogu, šta, pa to je sve biznis.
Ja moram reći to za žabe, da.
Oh, the thriller end laugh?
Reci, imam dečki proviziju, kupite jebeni jajoper.
Mi bismo to za tebe uradili, ali da priznaš.
Ja ću prvi kupiti 2 ture jajopera ako veliš imam proviziju.
Jest.
Zašto ne? Hvala Bogu da imaš proviziju.
Ljudi,
Bolje...
pošto ste svi na kanalu, ljudi, čekaj, sad samo imam jedno pitanje, pošto ste svi na kanalu, da zaboravim posle. Moguće da mi ovi novi monitor glupi da ne može da vidi prelaz, pošto imam sa ovog display porta na HDMI. Moguće da zbog toga to neće nešto da čita i da zaglupljuje.
Misliš, grafička karta ti nema izlaz adekvatan, šta?
Ne, grafička karta mi ima... Čekaj, gleda, samo sekund. Grafička karta mi ima 3 display porta i 1 HDMI izlaz. A monitor mi ima HDMI, display port i USB.
Pa čekaj, zašto ti služi konvertor ako imaš?
Ne, nisam dobio uz njega display port kabel, tako da nemam display port kabel.
Ja bi ti, hoćeš da ti ja naručim i postavim malo?
Ne, kupit ću ga, nego me čisto zanima ono...
Najvjerojatnije ti to pravi problem jer konvertuješ sliku.
Pa to. A ovaj stari monitor, znaš, kao nisam imao problema, čak i ovaj VGA monitor koji sam koristio pre ovoga.
Ti konvertori su subjektivnog kvaliteta.
Pa to, na primjer, njega sam koristio display porta na VGA i radio i ono perfektno.
Ne, gubi se tu čim konvertuješ sliku, ali... Izvoli Vlado, nešto sve da kažeš. Gledaj sad. Tad sam gubio pojam.
Ja sam mislio se mi zajebao, mi se uopće nismo zajebao.
Šta za jajoper? Ne, ja kažem da hoćemo da naručimo ja i Tomo bar po jednu bocu.
Ja kažem da sam radoznao, ali imam poteškoće kako bi ga koristio i sakrio u kući. Ne mogu baš da ga držim ono svi da vidim.
Na vidnom mjestu.
Pa ja ga uopće ne bi sakrivo, zašto?
Napišeš šampon za intimnu negu.
Pa ja bi se ponosio da koristim jajoper.
Ali poslije bi bilo šta će taj jajoper ovdje, čemu služi taj jajoper ono?
Da li imaš neku ljubavnicu?
Skoro bi odgovorao na gomilu škakljivih pitanja.
Ne bi, zašto? Koristim ženo jajoper da tebi jaja ljepše mirišu. Recimo.
Okej. Može i tako.
Ženo jajoper da gulim kurac u njega i onda tebi u pičku da ti lepše miriše pička.
A ti si Boris, čudo, ja velim tebe da nema tebi trebalo zmisliti.
A vidiš, bez nas je vidim.
Dude, I don't have to do anything, I just let them kill each other.
Ti si prokleto iskren. A di ste vi idioti otišli?
Kaže, kad ti riba miriše na ribu, onda imaš neku tamo bakteriju, ali znaš koliko je to teksto, a?
Nema to veze s tim.
Boga mi, ako nešto čudno miriše.
Ako ti ribica miriše na ribu, to je smrdi na ribu, onda već...
Imaš bakteriju, a ne ribu.
Imaš neke goste.
A to je danas stvarno problem.
Otići kod doktora. Pa, nije.
Ne, nego općenito kakvih sve sranja ima. Teško pokupiti nekakvu bakteriju.
Ja sam lijepo pola kurvi iz Beograda bez kondoma, pa nisam ništa pokupio, tako da mislim da to priča za manji test.
Pa nije, zašto bi bilo to? Ma nema, te ne da buš pokupio, nego... Da bi ti pokupio, tebe se neće ni bakterija ulovit, majke ti boži.
Too fast.
Bakterija se otruje kad dođe u kontakt sa mnom.
Koliko si dobar domaćin da se ni bakterija na tebe neće ulovit.
A bakterija se otruje kad dođe na mene, jebote, šta je to? Zaštićenih neće biti saslušano više od 40 ljudi, a neko to malo čačkao nešto, stavio neko to od ovih naših arhitekta, malo tu nešto čačkao i onda se to obrušilo.
A to je zvanično objašnjenje, a?
Nije zvanično, nego sad je najnovije da je dotrajao, a par arhitekta kaže da su ovi SNS genijalci nešto čačkali sa 2-3 nedelje tamo na natpusnici.
Da su valjda menjali stubove, nešto su stavili neke druge
da su nešto dodali i neki kurac i opteretili. A ta natpusnica je zidana pre 60 nešto godina u vreme pravih inženjera i bez žalbe za materijalom u socijalizmu. Znači, to je sigurno napravljeno kako treba. Nego su genijalci nešto čačnuli sad, verovatno. Objašnjavaju šta su stavili nešto i opteretili su onu sivinu. Kaže, bukvalno su je presekli.
Jebote, strašno čovječe.
Moće neko da odgovara, znači... Ali vidiš komentar na B92, ovi SNS roboti, kako... Da, tako je, to trajalo, to mora da se ispita, svi znaš kako to podržavaju odluku vlasti sad. Koji su to papci koji to pišu komentare, pa ja bi im tačno prste posikao da nikad više komentar ne napišu.
A da li su to?
Pa možeš i olovku u zubi da kuckaš isto.
Onda bi im i zubi.
To je već jebeno. To je već jebeno.
Ne, znači ono stvarno šta postaje sa tim Mukajlom.
Šta je ženo bolesna? Molim, šta hoćeš? Šta hoćeš ti od mene? Govori. Govori odmah i sad. Odmah i sada govori.
Reći da mi je ovaj kolega rekao da je još uvijek zaglavljen na starom buildu, da ne može da nađe gear normalno.
O bož.
Još uvijek igra stare build i stare mitike koje je našao. Mislim, znaš da su dropovi malo sjebani, ako ne igraš novu sezonu, da imaš onaj booster, onaj pepeo koji ti daje veću šansu da nađeš bolji gear. Imat ćeš onako dosta velike poteškoće.
Aj skraš. Hoće skraš.
Pa pravo da ti kažem, nisam znao da je baš tako.
Jeste. Mislim, najloše bi ti bilo, pretpostavljam da se uloguješ ne sezonski u regularnu. U Eternal, da vidiš koliko ljudi uopšte igra Eternal. Mislim, budući da su, kako se to kaže, stara oprema pre ovog zadnjeg pečati je postala beskorisna. Sve što je u sanduku i sve što je na karakterima. Sve. Jedino što možeš dobiti je oni sparkovi od onih mitika starih i onda da ih kraftuješ opet. Ako imaš sreće. Ako imaš runa, a ako nemaš runa, onda ti treba sreće da ih random dobiš. Da smatraš možda da je to malo gej što zapravo ljudi koji skupili ekspanziju imaju pristup runama, mogu sebi da kraftuju koji hoće mitik?
Ilija, koliko traje Resident Evil sedmice?
Koji je 7?
To je...
Village?
Ne, Village.
A, ona je u kući?
Nemam pojma, ona je iz prvog lika.
Ona je u kući, ona je u kući. Imaš mod za treće lice ako baš hoćeš.
Znam, samo mnogo je komplikovano. Znači treba 7 aplikacija da aktiviram da bi mi učito treće lice.
Mislim, postoji opcija, ali ako te mrzi to da radiš, onda ništa.
Gledao sam, znači stvarno me mrzi.
Ali i nivo težine ti je prilagođen tome da igraš iz prvog lica. Nije očekivan uopšte od tebe da možda gledaš sa strane iza ćoškova i već nije toliko težak.
A dobro, toliko traje, da li?
Kuća ti traje dugo, 3 do 5 sati treba da se iskobeljaš iz glavne kuće. A čim uđeš u dvorište, treba ti 2-3 sata da se počistiš. Osim ako nisi smotan za pucanje, pa ti treba 2 sata po bosu.
U dvorištu treba 6 sati za prvi deo.
Ako ne popraviš kol 45, i ako ne uzmeš dvocevku iz kuće pre nego što izađeš i budeš igrao sa default onim Glockom i sa onom shotgun pump action, onda ćeš da se napatiš kao slepac. Imaš da nađeš drvenu dvocevku na tavanu i da je staviš na lutku u glavnom holu, da uzmeš lovačku dvocevku koja ima to je na bokerica. I ako je samo skineš, ona ti se zaključava, te ne možeš da izađeš iz te kao male sobice. Možda nađeš, znači, onu igračku da bi je zamenio. A Col 45 treba da nađeš rezervne delove za Col 45 da bi ga sastavio da bude ispravan. Col 45 je oko 50% jači nego jebeni Glock. A Glock imaš po defaultu.
Glock?
Da. Ako igraš sa default oružjima, muke, a ako...
Ako je retardirano iz prvog lica, gledam sad na YouTube-u, ajjo. Mnogo je retardirano.
Pa to ti je urađeno da je bio horor, baš. I jeste horor, zato što ti sve jako blizu, razumeš. Kad ti prođe onaj John Baker, kad ti prođe kroz zid, brate, samo ti vidiš kako te ruka zgrabi iz ekrana, razumeš, i otrese te pod. A ako bi video sa strane šta se dešava, jer sve ti je blizu na ono metar, dva, razumeš. Kad krene motor ko na tebe, brate, preko čitavog ekrana ti onako, razumeš, zaraže. Nisi daleko u stolici, što se kaže. Ono, daleko od akcije.
Napravljeno nekako lično da shvatiš to, znaš, i ako možeš se ubaciš u taj fazon, radi.
Nije to napravljeno da... jednostavno da te ono malo iscima, da... I sedmica jeste napravljena kao horror igre. I dobro, zadnja trećina igre napravljena kao pucačka sekcija, klasičan Capcom. Sve što je dotad bilo kao ne važi, bukvalno ti je zadnja sekcija ono kao shooting gallery. To ti je standard za sve Capcomove igre. Bacio gomilu neprijatelje, municije, razumeš da se ono svi ti ispucaš. Ali to je kontrast u odnosu na prvi deo igre.
Dok reš kuravke da minčeš kod glava, bre, jo, bato.
Unapređivao sam bio ove glifove i napredio sam 4 na legendarne i trebam više 1 na 5. Mogu te reći da ima velike razlike.
Da.
Zato što dobiješ puta 5%, ja mislim, nekakav multiplayer za štetu. Ili moram da kažem množijac, jel?
U redu, razumeli smo se.
Pa mislim, za sve.
I mean, I could use this just to heal. No, I got space for that other thing.
Koristim dok je ovaj kao Halloween taj boost, da uzem 30% više experience.
No, ma imaš da mislim.
Borderlands igre su one povezane međusobno ili...
Koji?
Borderlands, one ko to sam htio.
Prvi i drugi deo jesu, Borderlands 3 se dešava, ne znam, 15-20 godina kasnije i...
Što se tiče kvalitete igre, ja mislim prva dva dela su te pobedili.
I jeste, trojka već izgleda da je Randy Pitchford pušio travu kad je pravio treći deo.
Što se tiče humora, fora, zapleta i tih nekih zebancija...
Da, Kec je dvojka. Dvojka, definitivno dvojka.
Da.
Možeš i Kec ako baš želiš, ali dvojka definitivno.
Dobro, da što kažeš jeste zaista dvojica...
Imam na ovom, imam na Epiku, imam Borderlands 2, Borderlands 3, Borderlands The Pre-Sequel i Tales from the Borderlands.
Tales from the Borderlands ti je avantura kao u fazonu ono point and click, da ti ono ideš od jednog do drugog karaktera i ono kao pričaš, pa onda kao imaš izbor nekakav, ali izbor je takav da izbora nema, da se nalažem.
Izbor je izabran, a?
Jesi li igrao od Walking Dead, onaj kao onu igru? Ono gdje kao imaš onu avanturu kad ti igraš kao onaj crnac i vodiš onu malu devojčicu. Kako zove ona, Klementina, mislim. Nema veze sa serijom.
Dvojka dobra.
Pa trojku predskoči komatro. Čak je i prequel bolji nego to trojka. Onako moje mišljenje. Goblin! Stani, Gobline, stani, pičko. Otkud je Goblin dobio portu, pa objasniti to meni.
Šaki duša, šta je s tobom, šakicu? Kira. Residento della Evil.
Evo gledam sad onoga Huge igra, on je uzeo da radi ovaj Resident Evil maraton. I gledao sam ga kad je igrao Resident Evil 7, sad igra Resident Evil 4 remake.
Što se rekao?
Onaj streamer što igra Hunt Showdown i onako dosta kritikuje Crytek. Zapravo toga napravio content da kritikuje Crytek. Bar neko.
Sometimes headshots don't count as headshots. What a time that was.
Kira, ajde ovo ti.
Okay in there?
Da, da.
Kako? Išim nemoguće. I šta kažeš Tomasini, Maltezeri prozdrljivi, a?
Jako.
Ma jo.
Ma ne.
No. Evo mala je isto gladna, non stop gladna. Sada jede, izađemo napolje, vidi nešto što tamo na smeće, neko na ulici, onda se sad pogustaje.
Da, pa da. Pa evo ti, ovi moji su strašni.
Poludila kučka. Šta je?
Ovi moji su baš proždeljivi.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Ovo je sprikne, ali vidite kako treba.
Ovaj biždero dok ne eksplodira. Takvi su.
A znaš koliko je krvava kad je provociran, kad pružam ruku prema njenoj posudi s hranom. Tu reži, bre, preti, jebe kevu.
Ma ne.
Misliš ako ima hrane unutra?
Meni je moj jedan put zarežao, htio me ugriz, dobili je malo po glavici, tup, 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 i od onda više ne.
Tako ovaj tamo sebe, ali čuj.
Ja te hranim, nemaš ti mene grizo, pička ti mater, ajde. Ne serim, ja ti velim ozbiljno. A imali smo ti vani, aljaškog malamuta smo ti imali vani, znači to je bio pedaš. Znao je uzet hranu iz posude i žena neka petljala kosti, htjela neku izvadit. Znači ona mu je iz ustiju izvadila kost, on je samo ovak otvorio usta i pustio da izvadiš kost van iz usta. A ovo govno malo bu me grizlo, moš pička ti materna.
Ovo malo belo govno kad se pogleda u ogledalo, on sebe vidi kao lava, ne vidi on sebe kao...
Što manji kjer to prgavi.
Ali ne vidim ja, ali ne vidim ga ja ko lava.
Mali kompleksaši, preopasni, znaš. Mali preopasni kompleksaši. Ego im je ludilo, žao tako. Eno, Toma uživa ovaj...
To me podsjeća na jedno kratko nogog ovdje.
Imamo mi ovdje onog najboljeg među najboljima, ja ne znam gdje je čovjek nešto.
Ako nije krenuo kod mene na kafu. Donesi jedan bidon vode kad si već tu. A dođe on tako juče banalno. Mislim, nije zabranjen eksplicitno da dolazi kod mene, ali ono, tako mu dođe on odjednom, bez najave, bez išta. Tamo se pojavi.
Je upio neko izvinjenje ili reč razumiješ?
Ma nema on izvinjenja, nema ništa, razumeš. On je žrtva, znaš. On je žrtva sistema.
Razumite vi mene, neću ja vas.
Da. Gledajte mene malo ovdje.
Tomica, kaj delaš?
Ništa, idem zombije.
Zašto?
Pa eto tako.
Tomica, to nije u redu, nije u redu!
Je, to je potpuno.
Nije u redu.
To ti potpuno u redu.
Uopće nije u redu, ti kažem. Uopće nije u redu. Evo, pa vreme je tako dobro spavanje, brate, brate, znači brate u, znači vidi brate, znači u.
Brate u,
Šta se ovo pali HDR po defaultu u ovoj sedmici, brate, vi normalni.
Pa ima da ga isključiš.
Šta ga pali koji kurac.
Ja sam čuo da master sklopka cepa HDR u Hunt.
Da.
Zašto? On i ovako ne vidi. I ovako ne vidi. Još mu to fali.
Ja danas čim sam vidio njegove ujutro objave, joj.
Bilo ti je krivo, da?
To nije on prvi nešto napisao.
Da. On živi za taj Hunt, jebeć mi sve.
Most have resorted to drinking the black water. First turn was...
Pa daj me nema zeti.
Prvo rak da zipa on.
Postoji za 30 sekundi.
Ko?
Boss, full boss za 20 sekundi još.
Nemam ništa od toga. Hvala. Tebi treba za verovatno onaj challenge, ili? Ja sam to odradio i...
Ja mislim da posle ovoga mi više neće ni trebati.
Čekaj da ti je pozovem. Samo prihvati da ti računa da si radio dungeon. Mogu i sad kad ubiješ bossa ako hoćeš. Da se teleportaš na mene. Piše weekly bonus claim, ne znam šta mogu dobiti od njega. Ne mogu dobiti onaj cash ili nešto.
Kaj radi?
Sačekat ću te ispred bossa arene. Ti reci kad završio.
Ej ljudi, ja ovdje da nešto radim pa se vidimo.
Dobro Vlado.
Dobro, Vlado, redu.
Dobro Vlado.
Prijatno Vlado.
Jebać će nam Vlado materija.
Zbog ovoga, poslat će na financijsku.
Jebat će nam majku. Ja mislim da to neki kurac nije u redu.
Turn into a monster.
Ja mislim da tu neki kurac definitivno nije u redu. Change amo.
You want to see European arming sword in Hunt? What, like a bomb lance? It would just act like a bomb lance? What would make people use it though?
Kod bots?
Sekunda ja idu samo u glavni grad pa na tebe.
Makes more sense than katana. I want to do the crown, but I don't have 3 of the same color square ones. Me this put one of those in there.
Pa sad čekam da se teleportuješ na mene da završimo.
To je radim, nego sam išao prvo na drovo
da uzmeš par.
Ma ne strušim one pojene.
That works. And then I need a square and a round. Okay. So lemon. 25,000.
Da si možda dobio 5 whisper pojena.
Jesam, zato smo išli da iskoristimo.
Pa ja sam vidio slučajno. Mislim, vrteo sam redom dungeona da otvaram i vidim, boga mi ovaj daje 5 od tih whispera. A piše mi da nije completed, eto. Lepo i korisno. E sad, ne znam koliko ti je to muka da radiš, treba bi da dignem još jedan glif na legendary. Mislim, to mogu i sam. Pitanje je koliko se to tebi radi.
Ne problem, samo da se isprosti.
Mislim, primeti se, čini mi se da svaki glif daje, na legendary daje 5 do 8% na bonus. Ako sam dobro vidio, ali to je multiplikativ ili ti množioc za damage, nije kao da se dodaje. Baš piše you deal 10,9 puta increased overpower damage. Isto tako increased damage to rovite mete by 5% puta. Piše u zaglavi. Znači na sav. Na svu štetu porediš.
Chris, what's up?
Znači, Kerrigan.
Chronicles of Pursuit 3. May 9 years since my awakening. Upon the release of this valve, black liquid shall enter my veins and circulate throughout my entire body. I expect
ja sam igrao 55. To lagano. Sad, nije da sam ispod 10 minuta, ali zbog koncentracije mobova ne mogu brže. Nema ih dovoljno na gomili. Lovim ih po ćoškovima dosta puta. Više je bilo da ih je gomilo, razumiješ. Mene ne predstavlja ništa da ih ima 20 ili da ih ima 10. Odgovara mi više da ima veća grupa, razumiješ, jer za isto vreme mogu da ćebem veliku grupu i malu. Isto mi se vati. Više mi odgovara ogromna masa, nego, ne znam, pretvoricu, razumiješ, da bijem. Ti sad vučeš na drugu stranu. Ja ipak umiram, ti ih vučeš na drugu stranu. Ja sve...
Trebalo bi da mogu da nabijem one kritike.
Uplatio sam ovom Arrowheadu, koliko sam uzeo, 5 € sam uzeo, ne znam, 350 onih Warbonda. Mogao sam i sam da skupljam, ali me mrzalo da čekam opet da mi zarotira na onaj armor. To ti je isti armor kao onaj na Battle Passu, samo ono drugačije, ono kao pulca na boje. Možeš ti da skupiš, nego moraš ti imaš rotaciju za armore, to znaš. I onda prošli put sam čekao bio mjesec dana, bukvalno dok izvrteo sve armore, dok mi nije izbacio one koji sam teo da uzmem. A svejedno sam teo, ono, znaš kada ti im platio? Platio sam im pre jedno 6 mjeseci, isto tako 5 € bio. Ne treba mi, kupio sam sve Battle Passove bez da sam uplatio 1 evro, znaš. Ali kao ono, ograničio sam se na to da bukvalno kupim onaj armor iz shopa, za to malo poena, neko šta puno, 5-6 poena, kacigi armor. Obično su toliko. Nekad su jeftini, nekad skuplji, ali to je procent. Naprimjer, onaj Jaguar armor set je medium, a ona light i heavy.
Ne zbog čega ja nisam hteo, znači, odustao od te ideje, zato što ti ono medium, a ti medium i light već imaš, nemaš heavy. Uz ovo.
A nemaš heavy, onaj, u novom Battle Passu šta? A znači razlika jedino što je crna boja, ali to?
Da.
A dobro, to je komplet. A znam, ali komplet je crna, ono kao estetski. Stealth. Po noći onako, kao crn. Kao ugled.
Gdje što?
Gdješ. Legend nam jezdiš. Evo ih dole ovdje. Vidiš šta ih. Povukao si ih na drugu stranu, nije fair.
Ne znam, samo sam izvolio ovo grupisa.
Vaš. Deš bolje od ovoga, imamo, kažem ti, stavio sam na oba oružja rune words. Jer sam kontao, znaš koliko više znači, koliko imam ovih 6 kamenova za strength, nego sve one gluposti, razumeš, koje staviš na oružje, kao, ne znam, crit i overpower i gluposti i ranjivost. Više ti znači koliko to, 306 strength, kao multiplier. Mislim, testirao sam, više i više štete, realno daje. Tebi ovo možda ne znači ništa, budući da si već maksom sa runom.
Nisam maksom 100 maks, ja sam negdje na 54.
Da, ali ovdje ne dobiješ ništa, osim ako nećeš novu runu da upgradeš, što se rekao.
Ono.
Ako nećeš da kockaš sa 30% chance-a, možda bolje da uzmeš novu runu da je boostaš, pa...
Nemoj toga. Ali kao ono budem po level, svaki ono po jedan i tako ide.
Možda čovjek da te buffuje. Kad završiš sve questove u ekspanziji, onda ti onaj Ormus, to ti je onaj vrač iz drugog akta u Diablo 2. On je kao šef toga saveta tih šamana. I on ti da par questa koje radiš na Huntu, nešto kao vezano za zonu, ne znam, radi vispere na Huntu, ne znam, ulovi te i te bosse, završi dungeon, na kraju ti da kao neki gear, jedan komad je bio sestava, ali svi komadi geara ti daju u suštini novu kozmetiku kad ih skrepaš. Tako sam ih sve razbucao, da bi dobio kozmetiku. To je bilo kao neka ideja.
I don't have any fucking heals. Not the elevator? I need to go to the elevator, don't I? Fuck, there was spray over there? Shit. Fucking shells, clean herb. Fuck, there's heals all over the place.
Uglavnom ja sam blizu kapa na overpower, znaš.
Open door.
2700%.
Close the door. How do I open the door?
Nije skroz blizu, ali blizu. Koliko te 3000 nešto posto da ti je kap?
Tu 300...
Blizu. Mogu bi ja da ga kapujem, ali ono... Si mi rekao da je to limit.
Taj fazon. U Srbiji je ga 3200 sad meni, ali...
A znaš da ti ne rade bonusi dok si u selu? To znaš?
Da, ima i toga.
To sam gledao od Rajkera, a to sam ja provalio par puta kad sam menjao komade gira, vidim ništa se živo ne dešava.
I will also grab the other things that I guess I missed.
I dolfin.
Stvarno bijemo jednog moba koji ima portifaj. Znači prođem volja da ga udaram kad vidim da moram da skinem jedan bar pa drugi, znaš. Znači prođem volja.
Ne želim da budem neko će da ih diskriminiše zbog toga, znaš, ono posle.
A ti diskriminišeš kostura, ali. A šta ako ima ekstra health i fortify? A? Šta ćeš onda?
Stvarno mi to nije problem.
Pa nije problem, nego nervira, znaš, zato što ima defanzivni buff i ima gomilu healtha mimo toga. I zarad čega, razumeš, zarad 0,1% razumeš neče.
Dobro.
Alright, cookie game. I'm spamming you, dude.
Možda ćemo i proći Major Order u Helldives, nisam siguran. Ne znam da li želim da failamo zapravo. Vidim da se ljudi muče da zadrže tu zadnju planetu, to je zadnji taj MO, Major Order. Jer svaki put kad su imali, kao igrači imali dosta uspeha u jednoj zoni, developeri su nas samo namjerno sabotirali, tipa ne znam, ipak se ovo desilo, znaš. Zato što imaju neku priču u glavi kako žele da se dešava kampanja. I ako igrači baš toliko briljiraju, to im ne ide baš u prilog. Kao kad su, čini mi se, dok su imali dosta igrača, znaš, koji su igrali aktivno svaki dan, igrači su uspjeli da pogure automatone full, da ih istrebe bukvalno. I šta se desilo? Bila ti je onda ona objava, znaš, pa ništa. Bila ti je ona objava somehow, automatons return. Kao meme. Kao meme, ono. Pa ne, nego nisu imali isplaniranu kampanju, razumeš, da igrači bukvalno full istrebe svu jednu, razumeš, frakciju, onda bi igrao bukvalno protiv buba sam. Milše mogli su pametno da odigraju. Daj, izvoli.
Ja nešto nisam uspio se naložim na tu kampanju, ili mi ono...
Zato što je dvosmeno, ili ideš na buba ili na robota, i svi...
Ja mislim da su mi ljudi uništili, kad se igra pojavila, svi su nešto demokrasi, jebem ti više, da kada čujem to, brate, već mi ono muka.
Propaganda?
Ne, nego ljudi kako su izvozali to, zašto su mislili da je to in i super i nema ko nije koristio taj izraz, više. Za apsolutno bilo šta.
Izlizalo se. Jel to?
Bukvalno. Znaš, ali jebi ga, njima je to bilo meta, znaš, šta će glupi streamer da uradi, nego eto, ono što i svi drugi. I tiktokeri, YouTube, apsolutno sudar, nisi mogu bez toga. I onda nešto i priča počela, sve manje da me interesuje, koliko sam vidio baš i nema neke priče, nego...
Ne.
Jesi igru možda Warframe?
Ne.
Vidiš, ta igra isto tako nastala, apsolutno bez priče, nego su sve krenuli u hodu. I tako nešto sad tu pričaju, ne znam da neki najzadniji, posljednji lore koji je izašao, valjda da su Tenoji, znači oni kao robot koji ti upravljaš. Oni su neki zaraženi likovi, a taj lik Teno, odnosno ti koji sedi u nekoj stolici ih kao mind kontroluješ. I to je bilo kao... 11 godina kasnije, ne znam, brine o tome ili to mu je nešto, A pre toga nisi znao ništa, znači do skoro, znači igra je stara, brate, 11 godina.
Misliš ta priča je bila kao ubijena u misteriju, tako nešto?
Nije ni bilo, nego nije bilo nepostojeće, razumiješ, oni su krenuli to da rade, nisu ni sami znali u kom pravcu žele i onda, znaš, gdje je masa vukla, tu da su i išli, nešto su i oni sami.
Nešto kao Diablo 4, ja?
Bukvalno. Jer, na primjer,
Diablo 4 pada na pamet.
U Kini, na primjer, nije bilo dozvoljeno da priča bude da su to samo roboti, znaš. I tada je prvi put se pojavio ta ideja da neko kontroliše te Warframe-ove. Do tada smo svi mislili da ili su to roboti ili su to ljudi, brate, kao gajderi. Ali onda posle toga je, ne znam, kao došlo neki da praviš sebi lika u stolici koji sedi i to kontroliši kako. I tada je mene to smočilo. Naravno, taj lik da praviš je dete. Surprise, a?
Šta, dali ste opciju da napraviš svog avatara koji zapravo ni ne igraš, šta?
Mora se da napraviš, ono, kao to je sad kao bila priča. Onda si pravio klinca ili klinku i, znaš, i ono, to je taj tenu.
Kao dete neko, šta?
Pa da. Teenager.
Wow.
Znaš, i onda je to, ne znam, ono, kažem ti izgubiš volju za priču. Ono, tada je, znaš, kao bilo interesantno, ono, imali su neki grim dark i taj neki fazon, ali ono... Znaš, dosta su oni stvari, mislim se razumemo, uradili, da kažem, ono, kako treba i to sve. To je bila jedna od prvih igara koju sam ja, ono, kažeš, ono, koja je bila free, a da sam je, kao da kažeš, ono, finansijski nešto podržao.
Misliš da ti uzda neku kozmetiku, nešto?
Pa da, ono, kupio sam ono kao njihovu currency, ne znam da bi kupio ne znam šta, ono.
Ne zato što ti je trebalo, nego aj kao, ono, prije igra...
Mogu sam da iskoristim, ali, znaš, ono, kao, eto, što kažeš ti, zaista mi se dopadalo, ja ne znam, igrao sam je preko 1000 sati, ono, 2000 sati. Igrao sam je pre nego što je bila na Steamu, onda na Steamu sam isto nastavio, na Steamu sam ubio dali skoro 900 sati. A kažem ti, to je od 2013. krenulo.
Sad malo spoiler alert. Mislim, kad napredim ovaj game, ako budeš imao vremena, htio bi dodam da otspam jedno sat, dva, jer radim večeras treći. Možda bi bilo dobro sad da otspam, jer kasnije nema šanse da ću moći. Vratno pitanje neki mentalni prekidač, znaš. Jer kao u 7 sati, kao ono, ako sad idem da spavam, pa bit ću drogiran, razumeš, kad se probudim u 8-9. Onda je vjerojatno lakše da sad, ono, znaš, odem u krevet, verovatno.
Pa ja mislim da bi ti to bilo pametnije, ono što kažeš ti ako...
Mislim, kasnije, ono, iz ličnog iskustva, ono, nema šanse, znaš. Ne mogu da se opustim jednostavno, znaš, kao ležim, ali ne mogu da... Tako je bilo x puta. Znam da radim, ono, treći, kao ono, aj, kao da probam da spavam, i ono, kao ležim, ali ne spavam, nego ono, kao budim se.
Da, definitivno, bolje to nego da se, ono, maltretiraš i mučiš se noć, evo to.
Ma ne mučim se ja večeras. Problem nastaje... Problem nastaje sutra. Se vratim istraći, znaš. I kad spaš on 4-5 sati. Mislim, ja spavam, znam ljude koji ono kao u fazonu. Ono, do popodne bukvalno, do kasne u podne spava i onda...
Ima ljudi koji, znaš, evo te ja se znam, ono, pošto sam radio te noćne smene, te smenske radove, mo brate, ono, kako čovjek legne, spusti glavu, znaš, ono, na jastuk, to mu je to, ono, kao, cool. Svaka čast kako možeš. Meni isto, znači, ono, kao trebaju zvijezde da se poklopi, da bi mi se to desilo. Ako ti kažu, ne znam, ako hoćeš, ono, možemo to, pa ako ustaneš ranije, kasnije, znaš, ono... Vidi.
What's in it for you? No need to be suspicious. I said I'd help you, didn't I?
Kažeš ono jednog Diablo, valjda je ovo bitnije.
Very suspicious. He's trying to be too friendly. You know? No. He's trying to be too friendly. I don't like him. Like, we just asked him what's in it for him, and he's just like, hey, I'm just trying to help you. Yeah, for what? But he was a worst day of my life. It's my daughter's 5th birthday, but here I am stuck on a mangy boat heading out to some backcountry dump. If it weren't for the place, no one would be going to work out in the middle of nowhere. Those in the past are always reminding us that we're during the excavation, but a few workers come out after healing some dust. There's something going on here.
I ga izgura u drugi grad.
No, to nije trebalo se desiti.
Actually, something's really wrong with me. I feel blood 3 more times today. I'm so weak and barely move. I never would have thought. I never should have come here. Came for the money, but instead I'm the one paying the price. It's so funny. Precisely what we do about her. I'm fine. Head don't work. Why? More blood through many insects crawling. I hear a voice. One day work digging brings me so much joy. I'm full of happiness that I offer it all to you.
Ja, znaš kakve dungeon imaš? 3 moba u hodniku, razumeš, kilometarsku tvrčku. Pa ih ubiješ, pa opet 3 moba izi. I tako čitav hodnik. To je ona depresija.
Nego kako ste vi meni ovako što?
Jes.
Boris je ponovno pitanje, nije loš.
Bolje osnoši.
Pa to je, that's absolutely marvelous. Jel se slažete sa mnom? To je apsolutno, apsolutno.
Za mermerno da je.
Marvelous.
Marvelous.
Da čujem koliko vas je uzbuđeno da Rockstar da lovu za igru staru 10 plus godina.
Niko nije uzeo...
Niko, pa, upravo tako. Nemoj da mi prodaješ telefon, televizor, patike stare 10 godina kao nove, razumeš? Nisam ja...
To je jedna od onih stvari koju niko nije tražio, ali eto dobili smo.
Pa dobili smo, ali too late. Too much too late. Kako kažu ono, previše kasno. Kad je moglo da bude interesantno, mogli su to da se potrude, razumeš?
Da, ono tako htjeli da bude ekskluziv, znaš.
Pa i jeste ekskluziv, sad ga više niko neće igrati, u redu. Ovo taj će ekskluziv, ko ga igrao ga je, prijatno.
Ali su ti budale, ja ti kažem da će ono... Neće oni izgubiti pare na tome.
Neće oni izgubiti pare, ali neće raditi koliko su mogli da zarade, razumeš?
Da su nešto bar popravili malo grafiku.
Ne, isto je sve. Ma nemoj zabavati.
Čekaj, to postojalo uopšte pre za PC ili nije?
Da, ne, za PC nikad.
Nikad je
su nešto igrali nekako na PC-u, ne znam šta su radili.
PS3 emulator. To ti igra koji je došao za PS3, razumeš? PS3 emulator ti je star 6-7 godina, ako ne jače.
To kareš kurafti da minčetka glava vreme.
I jako ima dobru kompaktibilnost.
You can destroy several targets at once by shooting nearby dynamite set off an explosion. Be careful, shooting a sailor will deduct points from your score. Some targets cannot be destroyed with one shot. Shoot as many shots as it takes until they break.
Se mene tiče...
targets will be added. However, these conditions will change from game to game.
Kecmane, hvala ti. Mislim da je ovo dosta.
Da?
Baš se.
Hoćeš nešto oružje? Hoćeš li... Ne znam ovo.
Ne, meni je isto otprilike 2 pa na više.
Ili ovako nešto. A i ti imaš po 1, a 2 već teži slučaj.
A imam cipelice 2.
Cipelice imaš? Cipike. Imaš cipike. Joj, jebote, što me vata neki san čovek.
Također. Ja sad ću to možda iskoristim.
Kaj me vata neki san?
Jesore, hvala ti. Jebote, ja ću uskoro doći do 250 paragona. Zašto su rekli da je green do 300 dugačak?
Ljuž J.
Recite posjednutom da sam otišao da spavam, da mi ne dolazi u posjetu u
O, pa ne, to ako mu kažemo onda će doći.
Onda će baš doći.
To sam rekao. Snake, kako se vezuju portali?
Otvoriš mapu, desni klik na portal.
Amateur shooter.
Da.
Portal.
Dobro, bar si me pitao, odlično. Momci, čujemo se malo kasnije. Hvala ti, Keca, na pomoći. Zdravi.
Ja to baš ništa, ja sam ja sad instalirao.
Oh, I didn't get the skull. No, I shot the guy. No. I can do better. I can do better. You gotta do the best on everyone. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. 100% skull. Yeah. No! Forgot it. Perfect. Yeah, I got 14 minutes, I might as well, right? You hear that, you fucker? Whoa. Spark sniper? Op?
Double, nice. Shot. That was dirty.
Big shot. What? I hit him? What? That's shit. Oh my god, he's twisting. Oh, he fell. Oh, no, I don't think I got that one. I didn't get that one 100%. Mm-mm.
Good work.
Weird how it's kind of blurry. Oh, fuck. I'm supposed to. How am I supposed to get that guy?
You're pretty good.
How am I supposed to get that guy? Hmm.
Making it look easy.
Like I don't know. There it is. Bonus time. Whoa. No, I got to reload. Okay, surely that's it. That's it, right? Yes. There we go. Just had to get a bunch of collaterals. 100% obtained? Why isn't that checked? 100% obtained? I didn't get that one? I didn't get 100%? Bonus? Destroy all pirates? I didn't? I guess I didn't.
3, 2, 1, begin! Let's see what you can do.
Oh shit.
Don't shoot those ones.
Oops. Warm up.
En like kan bli vänner för livet. Vi kallar det halloneffekten.
What do you want me to do? Oh, that one wasn't very good. That wasn't very good.
Good work.
Shut up.
Targets don't just stick around. 3, 2, 1, begin!
Don't go easy just because of the game.
That's the stuff.
Okay. What?
That's not like you.
Come on.
Oh, come on, dude. I was aiming right at the...
That was dirty. Shit.
Whoa.
Making it look easy. Come on.
That one wasn't very good either. Oh, okay, it was. I only got 3 out of 7?
Perfect performance. Are you for real, mate?
Ooh, there's more.
3, 2, 1, begin!
What the fuck are those? Oops. Oops. No, I can do better. I can do better. You shut your mouth.
Take out multiple. 3, 2, 1, begin!
Don't go easy just because of the game.
fast. No little bonus? I gotta get S. I gotta get S on everyone. 6 minutes left. We got time. Where's the... Okay. I bet if I didn't kill one of those guys, I would have done it.
I dare say we've underestimated.
Not good enough.
2, 1, begin. Don't go easy just because it's a game.
Dude. I don't know. I just find him annoying. There we go. No? No S tier? Why no S tier?
You're pretty good. 3, 2, 1, begin. Let's see what you can do. Keep up that pace. You're an artist, mate.
Fuck. Nope. I shot the one guy, huh? Mm.
3, 2, 1, begin.
And I killed a good guy. I thought I would not get it that time.
I'm speechless.
Yeah, I remember that.
The targets are, well, particularly sturdy. One shot won't.
Riot gun.
3, 2, 1, begin. Triple. Look at this. Triple kill. Incredible.
Mm-hmm. What? How the hell am I supposed to get them?
Double. Nice. And that's the game.
Wow. I don't know what I can even get from this thingy. What do I get from this?
You rested up now?
14 of those. Holy shit. Perks. Well then, as always, love how you break down what they actually mean with all the words. So, what they mean with all the words they say, so we can understand the circus they put out. Good job as always. Thank you, Grumpy. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you liked it. It's there's a lot of potential with that update. I hope it's good, of course. I hope it's good. Joshua, what's up? I'm gonna go. Oh, we hit 12 hours. Boom. Okay.
Take a look. Something's bound to catch your eye.
We hit 12 hours, so I'm saving the game. Boom, boom. And the time changed, so it's actually 6:15 a.m. for me. Victor, you were saying, you know, what time it is. For me, it's 6:15 right now. Okay, so we're 3 hour different now. Oh boy. Oh boy. Thank you guys very much for hanging out. Absolutely appreciate it. There's a lot of ways you guys can spend your time on the internet, so thank you so much for hanging out here for 12 hours. I'll see you tomorrow for day 38. Thank you very much. Yeah, you kind of got an hour for free. Well, I mean, it's still 12 hours, but, you know. Sushi, what's up? Not a single time. Not a single... what's up? You good, Sushi? Hope you're good, Sushi. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Here, not Sally. Oh, you want... Do you want here to say that? I don't know. Anyway, don't worry about that sound. That was my computer. I will see you guys tomorrow. Absolutely appreciate it. Yeah, that's how I read it too. I thought you were telling Hera, don't ever tell me good morning. I was like, okay, damn. Anyway, thank you guys very much. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good one. Peace.
Joe, telefon ti, ako stina. Dodaj se, molim. A? Dodaj mi sam telefon iz sobe. To je vjerojatno namestan dolar na 1.25. Od jučer. Namestio sam bio ovaj 3 da se probudim, da ne mogu da predstavljam sad, da. Što pitaš? Treba nešto? Može ono, može.
Got room to maneuver here. Hang on.
I'm blocked. Anything you can do?
What was that?
Subway, maybe. Let's hustle. Places ain't so safe.
Okay, that definitely wasn't a subway.
No. Sounded like explosives.
And that sounds like demons.
The vault! Hurry! Come on, let's go!
Damn. Demons are already gone. How'd they beat us here?
Must be a back door. See if you can find it. This place is one hell of an armory. Or was.
Smash and grab. They were moving fast. Got empty crates here. And it looks like they took the ones they didn't clean out. There's a fenced-off room here they didn't bother with.
Too much effort to break in. You can just peel back the wire mesh on this gun rack.
Where am I going?
There. They blew the locks to get in. Demons. Stay here.
Hell no. It'll take both of us to stop them. And some of these. They're moving. Let's go. Get them!
my god, come on.
Keeps up, bystanders will get shot. I gotta get in close. Here's your stuff. Hey guys, room for one more? Starting to think I'm not wanted.
Ah!
Great, now the 3 decides to run on time.
Damn.
We've now identified the officer as Jefferson Davis. We're being told he has minor injuries and is expected to make a full recovery.
Excuse me, miss. Are you supposed to be here?
More than you. After that auction house thing, the Bugle put me on the city beat, which means I get to focus full-time on real stories like this. And the demons.
You know the closer you get to them, the more you become a target, right?
The closer I get, the better chance we have to stop them.
We?
Officer Davis, Mary Jane Watson, Daily Bugle.
No comment.
I don't blame you. But these guys are gonna tell their story with or without you, and they thrive on controversy.
So what's your angle?
I don't have one. I just listen.
Okay. Hop in.
She's good. Man, I'm beat. Time to head home and get some sleep.
Oh, not home.
Come on.
important. Can you at least tell me where the truck is?
Let me check. All right. Looks like it should be at the municipal garage at Bowery and Grand.
Got it. Thanks, Eddie. Municipal garage, Bowery and Grand. Not a problem. I don't care if I lose everything else, but I have to find my Spidey drive. Can't be that hard. Finding a tiny flash drive in a 30-ton garbage truck? I have years of research on that drive. Everything I've worked on since high school. Of course it's locked. Can't have people stealing garbage. Maybe there's another way in.
Oh, that's the one I wanted.
It's not really breaking and entering if I don't break anything, right? Okay, no need to panic. Maybe they haven't dumped the trash yet. Nada. Okay, time to panic.
Empire Sanitation, this is Eddie.
Sorry, is there any chance the truck wasn't at the garage?
Sure, I guess. Just means it'd be somewhere in West Chinatown.
Great. I'm headed there now.
Hey, it's a long shot, but sometimes the guys stop for pizza before they drop off.
Really? I'll check out the pizza shops. Any idea which one?
One of the mom and pop joints, I think.
Jerry's?
No, that's uptown.
I mean original Jerry's.
Oh, right. No, started with an L, I think.
Larry's?
That's on the east side.
Leo's.
Leo's, yeah. That might be it. Man, I love Leo's.
I'll pick you up a pie. I owe you one. Wait, I think I see the trucks. Thanks, Eddie. Should be some trucks close by. Nope, stuff's not here. There has to be another truck around here.
Anyone do your taxes? I'm this close to getting my CPA.
No sign of my stuff. What an interesting smell. Eddie, you're my only hope.
Not there either, huh?
You sure they were around here?
Well, the guys might have switched routes due to the upcoming Osborne rally. If your pickup was on Route 35, they'd be dropping off at the incinerator right now.
Incinerator?
Over by Manhattan Bridge. Better hustle.
Alright, let's go.
There's the incinerator. Hope I'm not too late. Uh-oh, looks like trouble.
Thanks, Spider-Man.
You're welcome.
You okay?
Yeah, thanks. This gang's been terrorizing the whole neighborhood the last couple of days. There's probably more of them on the way.
I'll keep an eye out. Hey, mind if I look around for some personal items?
Sure, have at it. I gotta go file an incident report.
I think that's it. Please be here, please be here. Yes! Hope it still works. Phew, looks like everything's here. Hey, look, an old gadget prototype. Looks kind of awesome. Why didn't I ever finish it? I think I can make this work.
Look, it's that guy I can see Spider-Man.
Uh-oh.
Ice!
I see trouble ahead. Ow. Oops. Mason.
All right. How am I gonna talk my way onto MJ's couch? Let's see.
What you really should be trying to do is
Hi,
talk your way
MJ,
into
it's
her
Peter.
bed.
Any chance I could stay over? Oh, that's too formal. MJ, I was just in the
Hi, Sean.
neighborhood and that's lame. Hey, MJ. Now that we're talking again, I thought maybe. Okay, that just sounds pathetic. Why am I making this such a big deal? We're just friends, right? Friends crash on each other's couches all the time. It's not weird or anything. It's just a couch. MJ's couch. What am I thinking? Just got a web alert.
Alright, we made it.
Huh. Looks like MJ's story just got published. I think I'll find somewhere else to stay. She's probably busy with work. I wish Harry was in town. I could crash with him. Someone left
You
me a
sent me all the way across town for nothing.
Hey there, Spider. Long time no see. Miss me? Come to this address. Catch me if you can.
Uh-oh. I think I know that voice.
Hello, Spider. Been thinking about you a lot.
I don't know, Maz. How do you, Sandy?
We look good together, weren't we? Maybe it's time to reignite the flame.
Black Cat. Don't tell me she's scoping out places to rob. She promised she would give up that life. What was she looking at? Anything look out of place?
Alright, looking for a black cat.
She wants me to find something. Need to look harder. There. One of her cats. She packs those with range extenders, then harvests nearby RFID signals. I'll let Yuri know to pick it up. Felicia's too smart to be putting herself at risk like this. She must be desperate for some reason. Better keep an eye out. Hey, Yuri. You still have Black Cat's suit and equipment in the evidence lockup, right?
I think so. Why? Is she back at it?
Maybe. Just double check and let me know if her gear is still there.
Will do.
Hey, May. You're calling late. What's up?
I thought we were going to meet up for dinner tonight.
Oh, right. I'm sorry, I forgot. It's been a hard day. We lost funding at the lab.
Oh, Peter. I'm sorry.
I also kind of got evicted from my apartment.
What? Do you have a place to stay tonight?
Actually, no.
I'm gonna take a break. If I don't, I'm gonna piss my pants.
Any chance you have room at the shelter?
Of course. Feel free to use the couch in my office.
Un filet de poulet parfaitement doré, une sauce parfaitement onctueuse, une salade parfaitement croquante, le trio Oups, le quatuor parfait. McChicken. Et découvrez aussi le Spicy McChicken et le McChicken BLT pour une journée parfaitement parfaite.
Doc left a message.
Peter, I might have been a bit hasty.
Can't believe I haven't slept since the Fisk takedown. Gotta start taking better care of myself. Hope May's couch is comfortable.
suspicious.
Hope Mr. Lee's okay. Are you sure you can spare that money?
Easily. Working here leaves very little time to spend money, and I'm just fine with that.
Man, was I ever a dork.
Alright, what am I doing then?
Welcome back!
Can I leave now then?
Hello?
Hey, did you see my story?
I did. Robbie must be pretty happy right now.
Yeah, it kind of went viral. And get this,
Welcome
Mayor
back,
Osborne just
Katie.
announced he's going to give Officer Davis an award this afternoon.
Wow. Wait, isn't Osborne's campaign rally this after? Oh, I see what he's doing.
Yeah, we all do. But still a pretty cool moment for Officer Davis and his family. I'll be there covering it. Wanna join me?
Yeah, of course. See you then.
Alright, let's go.
It's so humiliating taking money from May. I should head out into the city and try to pay it forward. Howard, long time no see.
How you doing, Jay?
How's Pidgey doing?
He's a little down today. Misses his cousins. Been a bit of a whirlwind for both of us. Owners of my building rezoned for commercial. We had to move into Feast to get our bearings.
I'm so sorry. New York landlords can really be heartless.
When they kicked me out of my place, they set all my birds loose. Pidgey's the only one who found me. I've been looking everywhere for the rest of them, but with my bad leg and all...
You know what? I get around. How about I keep an eye out for him?
You do that? Oh, thank you.
It's not like I haven't got enough stuff to do, right?
Please give me a call.
Hey, Jeff. Congrats on the ceremony today.
I'll be glad when it's over. A truck full of armed demons scares me less than public speaking. But I'm calling about something else.
What's up?
Just got a tip that the demons are moving on the Fisk construction site in Midtown. My wife would kill me if I ditched the ceremony.
Alright, come here, birdie.
And robbers, but I thought maybe my friendly neighborhood partner would want to know.
Understood. I'll do a swing by, let you know what I find. And hey, here's a tip on public speaking. Just picture everyone in their underwear. Wait, not Osborne. You know what? Just never mind.
Alright, can we fast travel over there?
Just listen to that message from Doc.
Peter, I might have been a bit hasty advising you to find another job. I have a plan. Give me a bit of time. We may yet live to invent another day.
The indomitable Otto Octavius. That's great news. Hope his plan works.
Ooh. Ordering trucks again. Or not.
Jeff, I'm here.
What do you see?
Who's their leader?
Keep my men alive and maybe I'll tell you.
Saving bad guys from other bad guys. Not how I thought today would go. Well, I got their attention. Sure, sure. Better swing around the outside to look for Fisk's men.
Ooh, wrong way.
You two stay here. Wait for the police.
Alright, where are we going up?
Gotta find the survivors fast. Hey, big guy.
Oh! Have that.
You okay?
Yeah.
Fisk, your men are safe. Your turn. Who runs the demons?
Maybe he's there. Maybe he isn't. Check the roof.
I've missed these cryptic Fisk talks.
Alright, going up then.
Hello again.
just kill everyone. Oops.
Did that just happen? Yeah.
Come on.
I'm getting reports of a helicopter with a wrecking ball.
Yeah, things with the demons got complicated. Sit tight, Yuri. I got this.
Hope you don't got this.
Boom! Rockets!
That helicopter is destroying the city.
I know.
You need to bring it down.
I know.
Trying.
Maybe you could superhero a little faster?
Working on it,
Working
Yuri.
on that.
Call you when it's done. Now's my chance.
Woo.
Hope I live to regret this. Hi, is this the flight to Newark? This is your master plan? Replace Fisk?
This is only the beginning!
I'm it. I'm
I
it.
need to disable the helicopter's engines. Afraid I have to ask you to pull over the helicopter, sir.
Right, how am I supposed to freaking do this?
Can't get to the engine while this guy's attacking me.
I'm it. exactly the same thing as I did before.
Where'd you get them? Cool, thanks. Do they have a website? Whoops. Hey, Yuri. I caught the bad guys, but...
But what?
You might want to bring a ladder. Yo, Miles. Hey, fanboy. I'm late. You coming?
Nah, I gotta get to City Hall for my dad's ceremony.
All right. Tell your pops I said congrats. MJ, did they start the ceremony yet?
They're still setting up. Where are you?
Got hung up at work. Be there soon.
Alright, it's miles away. Fast travel.
Hey, we don't need you here right now, all right?
Ha! A pigeon. Come on. He's a fast one. Another message from Doc.
Peter, I don't want to jinx us, but the lead I'm following might not only get to Project Bat.
There's the stage entrance. And we'll be right out front.
Sounds like a lot of people out there.
Charge my controller.
You'll be fine, honey.
The last time I gave a speech, I was in high school. Miss Steinberg gave me a C-.
Well, if only Miss Steinberg could see you now.
Hey, you got this, Dad. I mean, come on, you saved Spider-Man. I'm pretty sure that makes you an official superhero.
A superhero. Or maybe I'm just a guy who doesn't give up.
I'm gonna take a break. If I don't, I'm gonna piss my pants.
Welcome, everyone. And before I hand it off to Mayor Osborne, I'd just like to say a few words.
So,
I think this gang war may finally be over.
like over?
I mean, there's some loose ends still to be tied up, but...
Loose ends.
Well, a truck pulled away from the scene from a company called Consolidated Shipping. Something's not right about it. I just don't know what.
Well, maybe after this we can grab some coffee. Figure it out together.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Jim. Couldn't have said it better myself, but I'll try. We all know that Officer Davis is a hero.
But, instead of coffee, maybe we could have dinner instead. I could come over, I'll cook. Or we could, meet at a totally neutral location for a completely normal meal, cooked by professionals.
For acts of extraordinary bravery, above and beyond the call of duty, it is my privilege to present Officer Jefferson Davis with the Department Medal of Honor.
Phone call, sir.
Kind of in the middle of something here, Jim.
Sounds urgent, sir.
Fine. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I share this honor with my family. My wife, Rio, and my
for help, but you won't be able to save them.
Listen, jackass, I get threats like this twice a week. Why don't you grow a pair and tell me what you want?
To watch you suffer.
That smells good. sad. Hi, Dean Scott. I didn't ask
I'm sorry for your loss. Do I know you? I'm Peter Parker. I was at City Hall when... Look, I know you don't know me, but I just wanted to say... I know what you're going through. That's what you were gonna say, right? Or it all gets easier with time. Don't worry. It's part of God's plan. I'm sorry. I was just trying to help. I know.
I'm sorry about that. I don't know what I'm gonna do with him.
I'm sorry, Jeff.
I'm busy. What's up? No, I told you I can't start a manhunt based on a hunch from Spider-Man.
But I'm telling you, he's the guy.
Get me some solid evidence and we'll talk.
Solid evidence. Right. Hey, it's me.
Hey, so what are you thinking?
I'm thinking I screwed up, and that kid lost his father.
I know you too well to say you should give yourself a break. What about the police? Do they have any leads on Lee?
They're not even looking for him. Even Yuri doesn't believe me.
Then it's up to us to find him. I've been doing some research. Go to this address. Martin Lee bought a controlling interest in this recycling center last year.
You think he's hiding out there?
Maybe. We know he's not at Feast.
Come on.
If he's not at the recycling center, maybe you'll find some evidence as to where he might be.
Yeah. Good work, MJ. I'll let you know what I find.
Oh, one more thing. I talked with a detective about questioning the arrested demons. They're all claiming Martin Lee has the power to, quote, corrupt people.
Corrupt? What does that mean?
They say it's sort of like mind control. It brings out the negative part of you. Makes you do things you wouldn't normally do.
Sounds a little far-fetched.
This coming from a guy who can run up walls.
Attention units.
Right. Got left.
Okay, that's all of them. High security lock. They use these on banks, not recycling centers. Maybe if I can find where it gets its power from. This must get powered up somewhere. Looks like I could override the circuit. Need my electric webs.
Doing.
Well, that did something. It looks like the circuits need a little more juice. There. Looks like the circuit's still stable. Maybe there's another junction box close by. Almost there. One more box should do it. Gotcha. That's it.
Right, we're in.
Oh, man. Explosives from Fisk's construction site.
Alright, what am I looking?
Truck bombs? This is crazy. Guns from Fisk's armory. These must be where they're planning to attack. Wait, these are Osborne campaign offices. Lots of high-tech equipment. Maybe later I can recycle this stuff into some weapons of my own. This wasn't a gang war. The demons were stealing from Fisk to go after Mayor Osborne.
Hey, did you find Lee?
No, but you were right. Lee's using this place as a front for the demons. Bomb making, gun running.
Oh my god.
And it looks like they're planning another attack. This time on Norman Osborn's campaign offices.
We must have some kind of beef with Norman Osborn.
I found an address here. I think it's their staging area. If I hurry, I might be able to stop them.
Be careful.
Yuri, it's me.
Make it quick. I'm busy getting yelled at by my boss.
Martin Lee and the demons are planning another attack, this time on Norman Osborn's campaign offices.
Are you sure? We've had a lot of false leads in the past week.
Trust me on this one. I'm sending you the address of a recycling center. You'll find all the evidence there.
Got it. I'll get those campaign offices evacuated. But if you're wrong about this, you're gonna help me find a new job.
everyone. Much to stealth approach.
I'm gonna take a break. If I don't, I'm gonna piss my pants.
Lee's not out here. Better check inside. Huh. Invoice from an auto shop. Pale Horse Rides. That's one expensive tune-up. What else can I find around here? They have bases all around the city. This is bigger than I thought. Looks like the demons have an army.
Sablanova, head of Sable International, a private security force, paid for by Mayor Osborne.
Oh, the mayor has a pet army now?
Next time you get in my way, I will not be so gentle. Go. We'll talk later.
Alright, so that's that mission done.
Hey, sorry about that Sable thing. I should have told you earlier, but it all happened so fast.
It's okay. We're still best buds.
We're not best buds.
Well, that took a dark turn.
Anyway, Sable has the mayor's ear and unchecked authority. We've searched that address you gave me, found plenty of evidence of a bomb plot, but nothing that leads back to Martin Lee.
I'm working on that. Hey, MJ.
Hey, so I dredged up some records on Martin Lee's other business holdings. He's got places all over the city.
Huh. The locations line up with a map I found at that shipping business. I'll check them out.
Let me know what you find in each one, and I'll work on building a case.
You got it. I'm headed to Lee's office at Feast to see if I can learn more about why he's doing this. And what he's got planned next.
Okay, say hi to May for me. Wait, you don't think she's in danger, do you?
No. Lee's only got one target on his mind. Norman Osborn.
Peter.
So if you're running this place while Mr. Lee's out of town, who's doing your old job?
Me. But I could always use more help. You know anyone?
Actually, I do. His name is Miles Morales.
Why does that sound familiar?
His father was being honored at City Hall.
Oh.
I talked to him at the funeral. He's a smart kid. He's just having a tough time.
I knew a boy like that once.
I remember it helped to stay busy. Might help him too. Here's his mom's number.
Gonna show up, but
I'll give her a call.
but what I'm up, let me have a
Hey,
quick
you haven't
bathroom
from
break.
Mr. Lee, have you?
No, why?
Just curious. I've got a few minutes before work. I'm gonna look around, see if there's anything else I can do to help you out.
Oh, you don't have to.
I know. I want to.
I should check out Lee's office.
need to.
This looks like that puzzle block.
Yin yang. Um.
That seems right.
Um.
Whoa. What are you hiding, Lee? Lee sure is obsessed with masks. Is it a Jungian thing? Like he's giving his powers to the others. How does Lee imbue these with his power? Bioelectric induction? Compressed phase shift?
Can feel my power growing, feeding off my anger. Father would say I've lost the path of balance, but he could never.
Creepy. Whoa. This is the folder MJ found at the auction house. This might help us figure out what Lee's planning next.
Uh-oh.
Phew. It's a burn room, wired to destroy evidence.
Okay.
Need to overload those junction boxes. One more. The police had found this. Or may. Don't want to think of what could have happened. Now, how do I get out of here?
Hello, Peter.
So.
Mr. Lee. I thought you were out of town.
Did you find what you were looking for?
Martin, you're back.
Get that.
Thank you.
And heading off again shortly, I'm afraid. Just needed a few things from my office.
You must have heard about City Hall.
Yes. Tragic.
Peter was there. He was very lucky.
At an Osborne rally. I didn't know you were a fan. Well, what matters is you are both safe.
Amen.
But the bombers are still out there. Who knows what they've planned next?
I don't think you or May have anything to worry about. As long as you stay away from places you're not supposed to be. Well, I should go.
When will you be back?
When my work is done.
center in Chinatown.
What am I going to find?
A nice lady named May Parker, and some really weird stuff hidden in Lee's office. But listen, he's got another attack planned.
Where? When?
Still working on that, but I think he's going to use something called Devil's Breath.
Sounds destructive. What is it?
A substance created by Oscorp. Probably a bioweapon of some kind. I have a folder full of info on it. I'm holding on to it for now. I'll send copies as soon as I can.
Okay, we'll check his office. If the evidence stands up, I'll put out an APB.
MJ, hey. Just checking in.
Peter, hey. Can I call you back?
I think you'll want to hear this. Wait, why are you whispering?
Just in the middle of something.
Oh, got it.
For dinner. My place?
Oh, sure. I'll even cook.
Cool. See ya.
Wait, remember how you told me about Lee's corrupting touch? I think I just saw it in action.
How?
Some perfectly nice homeless people just jumped me. Thing is, they had glowing eyes. And I remembered Yuri telling me something similar about the guard who released Shocker.
So Shocker was working for Lee? It's all connected.
There's more, but I guess we'll talk about it at dinner.
Yeah, see ya.
Dinner? Huh. What should I cook? Oh, hi, Doctor. How are you?
Parker, exciting news. Come by the lab.
Like now?
This is my defining moment. Can't wait to show you.
Cool. I've got dinner plans. Can I come by later?
Dinner can wait. You need to see this, Peter.
Okay. Be right there. Wonder if this means I have a job again. Guess I can stop by just for a minute.
1010, need an officer to respond to a reported drug deal.
Missed another call from Doc.
Peter, I wanted to make sure you're still available. I can't pay you yet, but I've pulled enough strings to keep the wolves from the door a bit longer. If we can get up and running, I know this new version of the project will attract investment. Massive.
Hey, Doctor.
Hello, Peter. I'll be just a minute.
Wow. Look at all this new stuff. We really need to get better. Where did you get all this equipment?
Called in every last favor. Took out a few loans. It's like we're starting over once again. But this time's going to be different.
You've been busy.
Just getting started. You know, until now, we've been looking at prosthetics from the wrong perspective. Why restore people to what they were when we can make them better? Okay, I think that should do it. Ready?
Everything okay?
Damn it! This is all your fault, Norman, you son of a...
Well, I know who you're not voting for in the next election. Sorry. I have a habit of making bad jokes in tense situations.
It was a good joke, Parker. Just a bit of an overreaction on my part.
No, don't worry. Why don't you take a break? I'll clean this up and get us ready for another test. So, hope you don't mind me asking, but it seems you and Norman have a bit of a history.
We were lab partners in college. Became friends.
okay. Don't worry, I'll figure it out. What's a few bucks when you're trying to change the world, right?
To changing the world.
Missed call from MJ. Doctor, I need to go, but
I'm gonna take a break. If I don't, I'm gonna piss my pants.
what's that? Hey, sorry I missed your call. We still on for dinner?
Dinner? Oh, yeah. I was calling you about something else, but yeah, we should talk over dinner.
Offer still stands for me to come over and cook.
Oh, really? Well, I like to take risks. I'm still out, but I'll grab some stuff at the store and let you know when I'm home.
Okay, talk soon. All right, dinner at MJ's. Low expectations.
Alright guys, I'm gonna
It'll be
take
hard
a
to
quick
screw this up.
stream break so I can go and
I'll
get
just
something
freelance
to
for a
eat.
while until she calls.
Intro.
My god, God. Oh, it's cold. Ow. Lay down then. Couldn't get a normal dog, could I? Then no, I got to sleep under the blankets.
Good morning. The Atlanta Police Department is currently investigating a shooting with multiple victims in downtown Orlando. At approximately 1:07 a.m., officers reported shots fired at Central Boulevard and Orange Avenue. Within minutes, a second report of shots fired was called in south of Washington Street on Orange Avenue. At this time, we are aware of 8 total victims, 2 are now deceased. 6 other individuals who were shot were transported to OMC for further treatment. Those victims are currently in stable condition. Shortly after the report of shots fired,
What's going on in the States where you can't even have a picnic Halloween?
All living things kneel before your master.
It's just TV 76 is now live. Streaming I'm Only Sleeping, new channel points ultimate difficulty.
Silent Hill 2's Silent Hill 2's Platinum Trophy is one of the most unsuspecting trophy lists that I have seen, because at first glance it looks like your usual trophy list for a horror game, but if you examine it closer, it's hard to notice. Before we get to what makes this Platinum Trophy an absolute nightmare, let's get everything else out of the way first. For the Platinum, you have to beat the game 6 different times to acquire all 6 endings. Starting with my first playthrough, I went in blind, having never played a Silent Hill game before. I gotta say, this game is incredible, and unlike anything I've ever played before. And that last compliment attributed to the tank controls. Oh, dude. Okay. Whoa, okay. Alright, this is gonna screw with me super hard. Joking aside, it actually takes quite a while before I pop the first trophy for defeating the flesh in the hospital section of the game. Once I entered the museum section and picked up my 150th item of the Keen Eye trophy. Not long after that, we make it to a rather uncomfortably themed room and fight the fact Papa, and with its defeat, we get the Childhood Trauma Trophy. In the final segment of the game, there are 2 boss fights back to back, and of course, just like the fights that came before them, there are trophies tied to completing each. And with that brings us the ending of the game, giving us the free-to-go trophy for getting more or less the normal ending of the game, which now brings us to the topic of
all living things kneel before your master. In my first playthrough,
Hi, X. Not done yet.
I think I lost my side piece.
YX.
Sent me a message this morning. Honey, a friend asked me to participate in a real estate project and I plan to invest with them and own a certain amount of shares. I will be very busy. I won't have much time to hang out with you. This is a large investment project, but it will bring considerable returns. I got done for real estate. The fuck?
Or don't worry, Stevie, better things will come. Smiling face with
Yeah, I'm
hearts.
gonna have to, don't get
What
in
did
on
you
the
say to
list
him
then.
next?
I said, that's alright, I just concentrate on my trip to Japan. And then he was like, I thought you were coming to Hong Kong with me. Like, when you haven't got time for a relationship now, you haven't got time to build on anything, why would I want to go to Hong Kong?
Ye right.
He's not gonna think you sit there waiting around for fucking 4 months for him to make up his fucking mind with what he wants.
Thought we was
Disrespect
playing
me.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, I took a
You.
break. Kind of done my head in a bit, so I needed to recharge.
Ye don't blame you.
He's either going to sit there wait around for 6 months for him to think want a relationship, he can fuck off. I ain't about that life. I'm not mindful. I'm not very demure. And I'm not patient.
Literally. Smiley face. Smiley face.
In chat. It is Snake. I might have to start chasing Nick again.
Oh.
Come back, Nick. All is forgiven.
Nick might have to come back.
Message him. Gary Sunday's going.
Wouldn't have checked, but I just happened to. I got a time and I was like, what happened? And I saw that he had beaten my time by like over a second, and I was like, whoa, hang on a minute. I spent a little bit of time yesterday. Better time. No, we did. Do you like the world? Yeah. Do you watch the video? Yeah. Okay. And it is, I don't want to get too bogged down in competitive spirit because I think that's a slightly different obsession. Yes. But that's where.
Nick, it's okay. Stevie is very, very forgetful and now is being very mindful.
Yeah, be very mindful. Asking him how his weekend went. very considerate.
Smiley face.
Very caring. I invited him for Christmas.
Funny, you make me laugh. Smiley face.
I'm going to start using escort agencies. I think that's the only way forward for me. Rent a boyfriend.
If you are enjoying these custom channel points, please consider a subscribe. Your support will go a long way to keep these going and to add more features for your enjoyment.
If you're enjoying this
Nitty, I'm still waiting.
please consider subscribing so I can afford an escort.
I'm so hungry now, X.
I was just thinking about food when he sent me that message, but now I'm not hungry.
When you having us?
I might eat later. You know what you're having?
Harry Potter fans.
Illa Jaaaaaa.
Here are some things just.
Whoever Loki is, I don't know if you can see it. Don't even know where my fucking remote went. Where did my remote go? Hold on.
Illa Jaaaaaa.
He's like right there. I can't even move.
Hello Potterheads, today we are unboxing latest wizard. No idea what it is. I cannot send an email. As you know me, I have.
How much do you get paid for a
JBG.
sleep stream if you can answer that, X?
It depends on how many people are in my chat. The more people in my chat, the more ad revenue I get.
Amau Sam Valjada Te Upidamud.
So if I was just watching Nit typing, you get paid.
Illa Jaa. Kukaku Ti Ukolana.
Nope. Nemoj da pucaš nikom u koleno. Koji ti je đavo? Evo, zvaće Nenada. Piše moderator da reaguje. Nenada, reaguj. Slavko, hoće mi puca u kolara.
Tu Samzi Amen Max.
Znam.
Viravatno Ranai.
A, da. Yep.
A gdje smo, taman da se tuče, jesmo li tu?
Još nisam dobio memoriju.
Ne.
Znam.
Tu je, ne sekiraj se ništa.
Znam. Mene mrdi da dođem do tebe isto kod tebe.
Neću ništa, nego eto, jedino što sam s vremenom tanak radim po cijel dan i...
Isto.
Ne stiže, pravo da kažem, i na kanal me nema, maltene.
Razumijete skoro. Nemaš šta da mi pričam.
A gdje nam je Nenad, je li tu bio, nije?
Trebali bi da pošaljemo Milana to da donesi. Pa Nenad bi trebao da bude tu. Pošto je onako Milan svuda štrapacira da on donese tu memoriju.
Vidim da je bio tu na kanalu.
Bio je i do mene, juče.
Jel?
Mi se juče, jutros. Se tim reci. Možda jutros.
Upadam uskoro.
Ok, sve u redu. A valjda će da fiksaju to za trade, znaš, Kesić.
Ne zajebavaj, kad su najavili to?
Pa ne znam tačno, ali na onome Redditu kao zvaničnom su...
Ajde, gdje si ne sta, evo sam na kanalu.
Napisali su da će smanjiti...
Pa i on je tu igra, neki Tron Liberty, ajde.
Sa 75 milisekundi, to je koliko već? Trenutno ti je onaj 800 milisekundi imaš kad te neko upuca da ti ne lišaješ u njega da ga ubiješ. A to će da smanji na 75 milisekunde, znači 10 puta će da bude kraći. A pazi sad ovo, do sad ti je bilo kao ako mele nekoga udariš izbliza. Nema veze kad si umro, automatski ti se računalo kao udarac, 100% udarac. Nisi imao limit. Do sad su i na to stavili limit. Pijem kafu i jedan keks. Ovo je vrh. Ne može bolje duga. Jesi ti prešao onaj Battle Pass? Već?
Skroz. Pa ima 4-5 dana kad sam zadnji put igrao.
Pa ti čim si ga kupio, prešao si ga skoro.
Pa, brzo što bi se rekao. Evo ga i Peđa, evo.
Zdravo, Drakola, gdje si, šta ima?
Gdje ste ljudi, bolestan sam, povraćam.
Kuku mene.
A šta je, od čega boluješ sad?
Virus, neki. Od sinoć, prespavao sam 20 i nešto sati.
Da ti pošaljemo litar jajopera, možda pomogne.
Može jajoper da se podmažem u dadole. Je to...
Vlada kaže na biljnoj bazi.
Kak je to ludak, zamisli to, brate, može.
Mislim da trola nas.
Ne troli, on je mrtvo ozbiljno.
Pa.
On je mrtvo ozbiljno.
Šta se radi? Pa sad se ga zva na mobilni, ne javlja se, vidim da je na Tron and Liberty. Sad sam upisao isto na kanalu. Je li Makićev ovaj 065? 979 7265.
Peđa, lezi brate, gledaj neki film ili seriju, ne mrdaj nići.
To sam mislio, naravno sve kako ne mržnja. Ja sam tebi rekao Milane prije 2 sata bio.
Pa znam da si mu rekao, ne sjećam se, to je bilo pre 2 sata ipak.
Znači ja opet... Ne,
A ti radiš Drakula neđe, jeli, zaposlen si, jeli? A radiš, a?
Idi bre, smej.
A znaš ko te pitao 5 puta ali radiš? Kao da nije normalno. Kao.
Pa uzet ću ga svakako. Ne zbog sebe, ja sam danas trebao, znaš eto kako ti brate Bog, brate, karte brate namesti. Ti brate juče, evo ja, sinoć, želeo ovo ono, danas da brate pomognem, brate, kolegi, brate, firmu, tamo vari nešto. I sine kad sam ustao, evo i sad, znači bolo bi nogu, ruku, svega, znači ne mogu da se pokrenem. Raspadam se. Pustit ću. Upravo si Snake, pustit ću onu seriju From da počnem. Da gledam.
Ili od onoga kako se zove onaj Guillermo del Toro što je režirao Strain, ako već nisi, gledao si ti to 100%.
Gledao sam ja Strain 5-6.
Gledao si.
Kako to
A Panov labirint?
Nisam to. Kako
to ti isti režiser.
Ozbiljno.
Aha.
Kako Strain, bre, da nisam gledao, ja sam čekao svaku epizodu.
Evo, pada Makić, sam je poslao poruku.
Serije, bre.
Isti lik što je režirao Strain je režirao Panov labirint.
Sad ću tu da kucam. Panel labirint.
Panov.
Gdje si Makiću, šta se radi?
Obično gledam.
Evo, igram malo Liberty-a. Ti si mene zvao, jel?
Sam malo prije.
A bio sam na groblju, brate, ostao mi isključen telefon, jebem ti. Ajde.
Ti se dešava u realnosti, ali glavni lik ima neke halucinacije. Da, nije ono kao horor ili nešto, već jednostavno ono kao maštarija neko.
Staro je.
Staro. Ne zajebao je, pa sad bi gledao Terminatora 2.
Znaš da sam juče vidio, brate, bioskop.
Terminator 2?
Da, nego su Terrifying 3, brate. Jeste, ono je bolesno.
Vadi drob iz čovjeka i kao hvali se.
Jesi?
A nisam, no snimak neki.
Story je video moj. Film je da ja, zato što nemaš ovakve bolesne stvari u prethodnim delovima i u ostalim filmovima. Kroz humor, bolest, brate, maksimalno, brate, ono, testerom seče muda, čmar, ludila, brate, pa se sprda.
Mislim, dok god kapiraš da je to, i film je napravljen kao parodija samog sebe.
Jeste parodija, znaš ti koliko se on sprdo tamo, kao, hoću da osjetim njegov duh, kao, hoću, nećeš valjda da ga ono jebeš, a on tamo iza njih, brate, u drugoj prostoriji se smeje i kao, neće da me jebe, ništa, kao, znaš kak je fore, brate, ja sam oplakao, brate. Ja sam se više smeo, mislim svako se više smeo, brate, nego, ono, krv si vidio, ono, brate, eš protiv zli, brate, isto ti fazom.
I je crna komedija. Mislim, ima tako nemoguće scene kad uzme pa onu žensku izlomi i odere kožu s leđa i onda kao ona misle da se izvukla, on se vraća iz kuhinje sa solju i sa sirćetom. I onako kjezi si,
Sa solju i sa sirćetom.
A jeste!
Ali gledate jebe.
Ali, poenta je, kao što rekao, sam film sebe ne uzima za ozbiljno, razumeš?
Da, to je super, zato se meni sviđa.
Nije kao Sov, Sov je kao trudi se da bude realan, ali ona kao...
Ja kad sam bio kod Drakula koliko ti imaš, 24, 5, 6, koliko imaš gledao?
26.
Da. Ja sam, znači, guto te horror filmove, sam to i gledao. Ne mogu to više gledati. Ne.
Da, dobro, da, zasjećenost.
Jednostavno, ne mogu...
Pa ne znam, reka si da ne krećem.
nešto mi smije početna scena, uleće on kao dete i mama i brate tata, Nova godina, Božić, ono sve lepo, on se spušta niz brate krov, niz odžak.
Kao Deda Mraz, no?
Da, kao Deda Mraz. I brate, kad je ušao gore u brate sobu njima, patruš samo sekiru po njima. Crka. Poslije ih pobi sve i dole kuva čovjek jaja, brate, posle prži jaja i kao. Znači, baš ono, niđe
A
veze.
crna komedija, razumeš, ono, bizarna, kapiraš.
Crna komedija.
Crna komedija.
Jo, znaš ko je
podsjeća na srpske filmove, da takvi ti srpski filmovi, znaš. Kao treba da je smešno tužno.
Kako se zove onaj za zemaljcima?
Men in Black, bre.
Ne, bre, srpski film.
A srpski? A,
Kad prasne biću kengur.
Nije.
Pa isto imaš kad prasne biću kengur, kad ono priča o vanzemaljcima.
A, NLO gore, onaj
Ima baš o NLO ima vanzemaljcima.
Jesam ja naduvan.
Vjerojatno mislim.
Smešna je ovdje scena jedna isto, u tržni centar.
Pričamo o filmovima.
U tržni centar, slušaj, Deda Mraz ima ono fazon, daje deci poklone i ima ono security oko njega i kao ajmo svi na pauzu fazon i oni odu, a on došao, vrate, seo i vrate, deca dolaze i vide kao vidi Deda Mraza i on dolazi, oni stvarno daje lucke, stvarno ono, znaš kao, dođi ti, super s njima, s decom je top. A kad su ovi vidjeli da on nije pravi Deda Mraz, brate, iznervirali ga, brate, otrali ga, on stavio bombu tamo u neku u neki poklon, razneo čitav tržni centar, brate, ja sam oplakao.
Bizarno.
Baš. Jo, Boris Kesiću, ispod ove, brate.
Makiću, da tebi kažem, Krajtek je konačno rešio da smanji onih 800 milisekundi. Jesi, ja?
75 sekundi sa 800.
Sa 800, da, na 75, što je malo onako nebo i zemlju.
Imat će nekog učinka.
Na daljinu neće više biti moguće.
Na daljinu hoće. Zato što ti metak leti, znaš, nego na blizinu je fazon. Hoće. Ako si ti, Makiću, ako si ti daleko 200 metara od mene, ja opalim, dok dođe informacija od servera da sam ja primio metak, ja mogu da pucam, razumeš? Imam sekundu da opalim metak, razumeš? I dalje je validan moj metak.
Ovaj ključ kaže da neće.
Hoće. Na daljinu, na blizinu će biti ovo, na daljinu je diskutabilno na daljinu. Kad ti izbliza, razumeš, ubiješ nekoga, on se okrene kao sa zemlje, te ubije mrtav. Toga ne bi trebalo da bude toliko, ne svaki trade. Došlo ti je bio svaki metak na blizinu.
To sa sljedećim updateom ide kako?
2.02 ili 2.2 kako rekaš?
22.02 prije.
Tako nešto.
Hvala.
Hvala.
Molim. Let's go boys and girls.
Od 30. oktobra nisam palio igru jebate.
Koju?
I bolje što.
A ništa nisi propustio.
Samo gubljenje vremena.
Samo se opusti. Sve je to, isto je sve.
Ja sam u tjedan dana odigrao jedino 2 partije, 3 sa Borisom i s Nenadom i to je to.
Ja.
I uopće ga više ne igram.
Know that I have your back.
Ne da mi se više s tim zajebavati, baš nema volje igrati. Mislim ono mogu malo radi zajebanci, ali...
Mene čudi što si uzeo Call of Duty.
Dok te ne zonu gardi i Nenada.
Pa uzeo sam ga samo radi zombija, samo zombije tuče.
Pa mogu si uzeti Modern Warfare 3 pre toga.
Pa gledaj, igrao sam Modern Warfare 3, ali ovi zombiji su mi puno zanimljiviji. Ne, ajde.
Mene djeluje kao ista igra. Tako kaže, ista igra.
Ali realno cijena je ista, jednog i drugog.
Imaš terminal one mapi stare Black Opsa.
Dobro, ali govorimo da je cijena ista, starog i novog Black Opsa.
Pa upravo zato, već sam platio jednu igru po punoj ceni, ne moram svake godine da kupujem novu igru.
Ja nemam.
No šta si platio ti sad? Platio si Moment iz 5.2 sam.
Movement speed.
Ne, imaš ono da trčiš u rikverci u stranu.
A to ti kažem, PD2.
Pa ne, ali ja nemam Modern Warfare, razumiješ, tako da...
Ma, ništa nisi ni propustio. Kupiš jednu igru i imaš ih sve.
Dobro, nego na šta hoće to misle bre da kaže Snake, to jest tako, oni...
Njegova prva igra.
A to ti govorim, ja da sad biram između stare i nove, onda ću radije uzeti novu ako ne mogu birat, to ti govorim.
Idu na nas.
A meni su ovi zombi, evo ja sam sad već, znači u 3 dana sam došao na 55. level, sad mogu prestižat. Sad ću vidjeti, hoću prestižat ili neću, to još moram razmisliti.
Raspadali se stomak.
Ali mislim da hoću, jer koji je smisao uopće igrat, ne prestižaš, ono samo ovak bar dobijaš neke nove stvari, šta ja, valjda.
Buba, ubite me buba.
Evo kak veli Makić, bubam bez veze.
Excellent specimen. Technique improving. Full mobility this time. Directed it to move a scroll. Scroll ended up in torn pieces. Must work on fine control.
Ima dobar counter bubom ako krenu da smario Makić. Dimna bomba.
But undead labor is cheap. Free. Library too valuable to let rot.
Baciš dimnu bombu, jedina buba ko može prođe kroz tu je dimna, a ona ne radi ništa. 1 point šteta, mislim.
Jedan manje. Još jedan unutra u kući. Bravo, to je to. Oj, ti uppercut ima.
Joj mene.
Gledao sam jučer Kesić.
Šta je?
Kesić.
Zmijen se to ispavo ja.
A šta da velim budali, vi?
Slušaj, jučer sam gledao ovaj video Rahpezije testirao municiju, znaš, i pištolj.
Nikoga ne, ali stari, po čemu pričamo, već sam rekao 28.000 puta, glupo mi se ponavljati. 13.000 ljudi igra u grupi...
Možda ga ugasiš sad.
No.
I?
13.000 ljudi igra jebeni Hunt.
Da. Igrala je kad izašla 2-0-60.000.
A Milan tak se veseli tim šesticama ko da je dobio na jebenoj...
To je 2 ekipe, ili šta?
O tome ti govorim, ne drugo ništa.
Ma to je chaos, ali...
Samo ti igraju, znaš, ti stari veterani, niko ne igra od novih igrača.
Pa dobro, ali govorim, ništa ne govorim, pa Hunt je takva igra je okej za jebavati.
Danas sam naišao, ja kao solo, na 3 solo igrača druga u regularnom Bounty Huntu. Znači 4 solo igrača i 2 tima regularna.
Ja govorim o jebenoj igri, da je igra glupa ko kurac, a ko da je osvojio prvenstvo, a ne 6 zvjezdica u Huntu, jebote Hunt.
Moramo se mu nići.
Slušaj, kad se bude ove godine, u ovo doba godine, pravilo prvenstvo i Milan bude prvak, tebe neće zvati, jer nisi verovao u njega, znaš što mi
stavio. Jer ti znaš, ajmo, mislim, da baš Milan ide u prvenstvo, ako bi bio od njih 60, 58, ja si...
A nema muda da igra onaj, kako se zove? Da, deathmatch.
Ne, ima, igra je prema 3 partije, poginuo je sva 3 puta, rekao da više neće.
Pa naravno.
Da se to njemu ne isplati.
Pa naravno se isplati kad uzima narkotik.
Ma ne, ali u tom deathmatchu neme se ti...
Nema tu drogiranja.
Neme se ti sakrit nekamo i čeka da tebi neko dođe.
15 minuta imaš, znači mora akcija.
To govorim, no. I to...
Nema skrivanja.
Uzimam pjelt.
Po cijelo vrijeme je samo napad i...
Vratio sam ti.
Bravo.
I nema mećanja žice na prozore, vrata i ostalo.
To ti govorim, no.
Jedan mrtav.
Sad sam vam rekao, odi proba. Ili evo, jučer sam ti probao na Call of Duty-u onaj...
Deathmatch?
med meć. Ma stari, šta
Eno
si
ga
te
treći
love?
tamo.
Pa tu te ukebaju...
Pinuo sam, vamo je.
Da sekund.
Tu. Iza tog kamena.
Yes, I try.
Pazi, bomba ide.
I try.
Ide, tebe je roko.
Ide.
Jebi ga, šta će? A jes.
Možemo da gledamo stream toga lovca na šestici.
Pogledaj to koliko imali ljudi. Čujem konja da skričim.
Nema, može samo bounty ekipa biti. Bounty ide napolje.
Too much zombie.
Evo ga, Feli dobio headshot.
Gdje si čuo?
Ovo imao strelu za instant design. Treba si health sebi vratiti.
Ma ne, jebi ga ćeš. Da ga zakineš za kasu, neka Milan uzne health. Ajde. Znaš da Milan neće da uzima health s tima zato što mu to jednu kasu manje.
Idu prema terminusu. Ali ipak idu prema izlazu. Ma da, idu prema izlazu.
Wait.
Ma da. Pa yes.
This will be your last stupid mistake.
Vidite negdje mitke da imamo onaj veliki.
Jeli momci, ste naišli na ekipu koja baca non stop dinamit? Kao da igra ima 200 komada.
Jesmo pre neki dan, smo igrali.
Ja, znaš kako?
Na
Samo
poštare.
se kao da su sva trojica po 3 dinamita bacili.
Ne. Ima skin za onaj Vex Dynamite, znaš? I kad staviš taj skin na oružje, kad eksplodira dinamit, padne na zemlju isti takav. Digneš ga i opet baciš. To je bug. Crytek ga je isključio, ne možeš da ga biraš, ali ako si snimio loadout sa tim skinom, može da ti ga igra vrati u loadout meniju. Tako da ako neko baci 20-30 dinamita, ćete znate da je to glitch.
Da, problem je što on s tim glitchom može se ubije.
Pa mora da priđe na mjesto da ga je bacio da ga pokupi. Razumeš? Može ga ti dići.
Pa ispao, da.
Tu gde padne...
Nije bug, on je aktivirao bombu, brate.
How long it's working?
Ko je to izgorio? Šta je to?
Postavili su trapove.
How shall I guide my hammer?
A Milan umalo nije poginuo na ove.
How long
Ne
it's...
zajebava.
Not working.
Jesu to minirali izlaz, Amakić?
Ma da. A kako glupo Milane? On je aktivirao bombu.
Što ne gledaš pod...
Ali je aktiviran, on šišti, ti si njega aktivirao. Kako nema veze, brate, kad aktiviraš bombu iz ruke, ona otkucava, ti ako je ne baciš, gotov si.
Ubićeš sam sebe.
You must put free...
A u suštini nekad pukne, nekad ne pukne, sad jebem li ga.
Ali, ne razumem, ti nju izbacio, ne izbacio, ona će ti pući.
Kad zapališ dinamit, da. Jel to?
Pa, mislim, bilo koji taj, ili bomba, ili onaj frag, ili ono, ti kad si počeo da kuvaš, ona će pući.
Ako si uvatio ruku i on je onako drži spreman kao da je izbaci, moraš je baciti ili ćeš se ubiti. Pa ti radiš što hoćeš.
I ako te ubije, bomba padne i pukne.
Da. Nije to bug, nego šta si mislio, će da se ugasi dinamit? Magično.
Nisam ja mislio da će se ugasi.
Ne, to je pitanje za Milan. Budući da on ima 6-7 sati, pa on zna bolje od svih nas mehanika.
There's something special.
You can take the gun here and use a weapon here.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Fuck.
A u dosta slučaja se desi da puca ovako.
You take the weapon.
Ima li neki stream da se može gledat, recimo se ono, da navijam za Milane ili tako nešto?
A može, evo Milane kupali.
Onako da ga bodrimo.
Eto, da nas bodre ljudi, brate.
Jeste.
I'll keep my forge
Pa evo,
hot.
upalio
Return
sam.
soon.
Hvala Kesić.
Gdje mi je, evo ga, pa dobro. Uzmi drugog lota.
Kako se tebi zove ono... Kesica, jel tako?
Kako me nervira ova 0-1, jebote, život!
Probaj da ugačiš svetlo, otvoriš šat.
Ma, upalio sam sad na drugom kraju sobe svetlo i sad ću da ugasim klimu.
Pa eč. Ajde.
Kad me ljudi pitaju gdje si, ja ću im reći u najlon kesi.
Jebote lesi, u najlon kesi.
Kesić mislim.
Ne, to ti je... Ja, moj kolega bivši. Jebote lesi u najlon kesi.
Prof Amizi. Welcome to my channel.
Hello Eric. Looks like you became as I said, double famous because we already knew you. Well, I guess now more people know about you. Did he give you credits? I'm gonna guess yes. I'm gonna guess.
Umire, majko.
Vidi, neće da mi uzme kop.
Ako se ne čujemo sutra, znajte da sam vas...
Pa si umro? A nisi umro, ne sedi.
I da sam vas volao.
Ovo, majke, ti neće kop da uzme s njega.
Ideš da pljačkaš banku, bar pošalji nam pare ako ne uspije. Samo nemoj da postaneš plaćenik za pare. To stalo može. Da budem iskren, noževi za bacanje su ti ubojitiji od toga koplja. Testirao sam i jedno i drugo. Sporo leti koplje, a ne može više da one-shotuje mithede i ostalo. Ne mithede, nego armorede, pčele i to. Zabije se i oni kao ništa.
Pa kao moraš izvući koplju iz njega.
Ma, nož za bacanje baciš u H i pogine odmah.
Koplje mi stoji sad dole na podu i pritiskam F, neće da ga uzeti.
Ne možeš, zagličalo.
Zabagalo se.
Da.
Aj, evo ti život, sad idem bez mele.
Super igra, super.
Moj ti je savjet, 1 point svaki put potroši da uzmeš silent i uzmi nože za bacanje. I možeš sa throwing knife-om da ubiješ čovjeka ako ti te nađeš ono mele.
Pa imam ti throwing knife.
Da, ali treba ti trait. Znaš, da ono drugačiju ima animaciju za udarac. Znaš? Onda se ponaša kao obično onaj hunting knife. Mnogo su ga nerfovali, znaš, ja sam za to batalim. The fuck?
Pa nije se niko spavnova.
Vi ste krenuli sa Scupper Lake, no?
Ma da.
Ne vidim. 2 bounty-a. Čut.
Ja nemam čime da ga udaram sad.
Imaš na supply-u još jedno koplje. Jel vam bleed supply?
A ti imaš berzekera.
Gdje je? Aha, imam, da. Da ga osušio za 20 sekundi.
A nema vrh si.
Ti bacio kutiju Makić onu sa municijom.
Ammo box.
Ne, toolbox.
Uzeo sam koplje. Uzeo sam. Imate ovdje ako zatreba i 2 kutije municije. Sad ćemo malo...
Jel ide stream?
Ide, gledam te ja. Vidim nosiš karabin officer i šta nosiš još kao redzerno?
Ovaj, mali officer.
Aha, vidim da imaš više municije, čini mi se da je regularno 7 po 14.
Gdje je štrudla s makom? Moguće da je neko puo, ja.
Zar ta officer nema bleed municiju kesić?
Sa makom. To se
ima i bleed i ovaj...
Da su klinci upuvali, sad ću da pitam.
I bleed i...
Poison.
Otron.
Pojeli klinci štrudlu sa makom, a?
Jes.
A jebi ga, stari pa. Djeca su gladna, ne samo tata.
Gledao sam juče klip, Rahta je bio testirao u municiju. Znaš da je Krajtek menjao koliko...
Šta je?
Testirao koliko koje oružje probija, znaš, kroz dasku, kroz metalnu... Uppercut ti više ne probija nikako zidove, znaš.
Nego?
Već i ti...
Drvene, šta?
Ni drvene, ni metalne. Drveni zid možda probije, čini mi se da 30% ima redukovanu štetu. Dok recimo Pax, onaj sa dugom cevi, onaj true shot, ima 10% manji damage. Samo 10%. Pax true shot ima bolji penetration od uppercut, a košta duplo manje. Znači nema logike. Čekaj da ti nađem. Juče sam gledao bio. Crytek je promenio kako radi koja amunicija, a nije regulisao cene. Znači, totalno ludilo. Ušao je bio onaj trening mod.
Jebot.
I u trening modu je testirao kako koji metak probija. Uglavnom, uppercut je $400, a probija ništa. Bukvalno ništa.
Zašto?
A joj, uppercut je više
A
za...
to je bilo nije više ni to.
Da.
Nije više ni to. Sad ti ne skida ni 125 damage-a, nego skida 122-3. Samo da nađem gdje. Gdje?
Isto, možda napolje.
Ovo je mnogo teksta, je vidio.
Pazi na zamku.
Pa kako hoćete, sve jedno mi je. Ali ubit će ga već dok mi dođemo.
Ovaj bot nije normalan, kunenc. Dobro, neće piše još ništa.
Čisto.
When she's purple, come here. Come here, come here, green.
Videte...
Mamu ti jebem.
Gdje izlaz?
Ovamo prema Port Trickeru idemo.
Da, gore od severno od Port Trickera. Jel ima iko od vas Vigilant da proveri za zamki pored izlaza?
Ne vidim ništa.
Ne. Pored kočije, znaš. Da li ima pored kočija oni kako se zovu C4, onih postavljeni?
Pa reši ga odmah, nema šta. Se čuja s Bobašem. Na crkvu malo je.
Nema ništa.
What you doing now?
Sekundi od stići.
Lagano. Pa imam još ovaj perk da brzo i trčim.
Bravo.
Kada je vaš?
Pa i tebi Makiću malo ostalo da rešimo taj event, nema tu šta.
Ma 2, 3 ovako, 4, sad ću vidjeti. Malo.
$56.
Oma.
Ja sam jučer solo uzeo 135 poena, čini mi se. Solo. Malo da je taj bounce. To kad ne ubiješ nikoga, to slabo ide.
Pas. O, ja sam 36 i evo još jedan level, Kesić.
Bi onda dosta igra.
Pa nema mjesta. Onda ovo,
Ma ne vjerujem. Još.
Akiću, ti više nisi za njihov klub, pošto si petica.
Ovo bio sam na ovome, u dungeonu s ovim jednim kolegom, napravimo neki party, uđu nam još trojica, četvorica. I u sred dungeona promeni se iz dana u noć i pobiju nas kao krpe.
Dobro, šta ako se promeni doba dana?
A na nekim dungeonima, ako se, kad je dan, onda je kao peace. Ali čim padne mrak, onda je kao konflikt, onda možemo između sebe sudijamo. I do sada ovi što su farmali svi skoro zajedno, znaš, svi tamo biju sve, odjedno počeo pokolj, evo. Evo da verujem, pola misija sam uradio, pola misija. Samo ova igra ima da se igra još narednih 5 godina.
Sad da ne skupiš, misliš, sav gear?
No. Nije nego non stop ti imaš te kontrakte, non stop imaš nešto da radiš.
Ali ide priča negdje ili?
Ide priča.
Misliš, kao dopunjavaju kako ide koji pečene?
Da, vezani su za glavnu priču su vezani svi ti i side questovi. Na primjer, u svakoj zoni, za svaku zonu ti možeš da kupiš te kontrakte ili da uzmeš.
Dobro.
I onda rešavaš te kontrakte i svaki kontrakt piše šta ti daje, koje iteme dobijaš. Onda ideš to i rešavaš. A ono što je dobro, ti kad uđeš u jednu zonu, tebi se odmah s desne strane pojavi koji su ti kontrakti aktivni u toj zoni. Mislim, dobro su napravili igricu, ne mogu da kažem. A što kaže Tomo, ovo je tek 15% mape što sad igramo. Je li Tomo? Što rekao?
Tomo, tu je. Tu je i nije to.
Ko mi je pojeo štrudlu s makom?
Neko je pojeo štrudlu s makom.
Neko mi je ukrao biciklo.
Makoš.
Makoš.
What? Poor anyway. Now what do I tell their mothers?
Štrudlu s makom, Mađari kažu makoš.
O.
Makoš.
Imam sad onaj beast phase da ne dižem ništa.
Ja zaboravio to da uzmem. Koji sam ja majmun.
A to važi ako imate svi trojica to. Onda samo pičiš kod mnog. Mislim, ne vredi keći ako ti to imaš, a Mila nema, znaš. Džaba si uzima.
Na lišću idemo, jel gdje ćemo?
Hello.
Ma kaki doktora, makneš nešto drugo. A doktor ti je najbolji perk.
Jesi ti stid da uzmeš doktora. Ti kako igraš ti pogineš instant. Tebi doktor ne treba. Treba mu izslednik.
Znam, ali ako te long ammo pogodi s jednim healom se krpiš. Do kraja.
Da, ako imaš velike kotke, kesiš 3.
Pa ili sačekaš negdje ti se dopuni
ono
velika prva od 50 i onda se healuješ.
Tako da. Ili uzmeš again veliki kad počne fight i traje ti do kraja fighta jebi ga. Dok banišuješ bossa i taman da kreneš kad izlazi. Ukoliko hoćeš da izađeš, ako hoćeš da kampuješ jebi ga. Onda ništa.
Log B.
Not much gives
Eto ga gdje.
Sad na sredinu možemo, ali tamo je rizik.
Nije rizik. Rizik je da idete iza Milana, to je rizik.
Ja. Ja se, što su
Pazi na trapu.
Ništa, samo ti
Kako
slušamo.
me dira pčela ako imam beast face i sur food?
Što te dira zato što to ti radi samo na vrane i na pamet.
Nisi nevidljiv. Nije to shadow, ako si na to misli.
Da imaš shadow, onda je to...
Onda te jedino boss registra. Onda te jedino boss registra. Ne vidite ni ptice, ni vrane, ni AI. Ali nemaš shadow.
Oko ga oko.
Ima li kakav trait, šta je ovo? Remedy, to imam.
Mislim da jest na nas, brate.
Na nas, brate, tu se bježno daje.
Kako me nije pogodio da me znate?
Daleko je. Lepo.
Ja taj perk nikad ne nosim. Uzimaj slota.
Ja Silent Killer uzimam, ali...
Daj se odloadat, šta?
Ma da.
Ljudi su na krematorijumu digli vrane.
Well done.
Gdje je touch?
Znači ipak boss nije na logbe, a?
A i s leve strane nam ekipa dolazi.
Iz crkve.
Ovdje desno je žičani, da znate.
Pa ispali flare, Milane, zapali.
Pazi Makić. Iznad mene.
Pogođen.
Hitan levo. Još jedan metak, Makić. Bravo, diži, slobodno. Vidi, jel ti se vidi u Dark Sightu da je... A
Pazite se ono što su pucali danas.
A. 25 manje imam. Ko ti pucao to?
Iz daljine gađaju.
Sa Northwesta, West?
Jest, West. Za Northwest, West.
Ma mogu i bez health, sad ne možemo ići tamo. 25 ja manje imam.
Ovo bi Midheada, pa ako padne tret na njega, iskoristi remedy.
Da, nisam ni gledao ima, ali...
Imaš remedy, vidio sam ti ja.
Neki perk tu, vrati, u compound.
Vladiv. Welcome to my channel.
Gdje si, Vlado, T1?
Nema ni jedan perk, vrati.
Thank you.
Dobar, da?
Dobar, da.
Bravo, Slavko, bravo.
Evo mene i u vaše selo.
Moguće da ne.
Ili je joystick mi je na punjenju što se tima tiče.
Ja nemam veze s vašim joystickom.
Znam.
Dobro.
Bounty ide napolje.
Vidim Roxaš Diablo, si piko Divers danas.
Sve.
I dalje su tu, jel?
Jednom reći sve.
Tested now.
Jednom riječi sve se igralo.
Da. Zašto vole mlad?
Ako misliš da nešto nisam, i jesam.
Nisam Thrones and Liberty jer ne verujem u besplatne igre.
A dobro. Ja ti velim da je dobra da probaš.
Ne znam, igrao si Ivan s Humom pa si stao.
A zato što su zbrisali sve, ne da mi se...
Pa ja sam ti već rekao, nego ti si rekao nije to tako, ja sam rekao
dobro,
tako
ali
je.
ovdje nema, ovdje sam pogledao prije igranja, ovdje nema nikakvog brisanja, ničega.
Neće ti brisat, ali ćeš doći to, ti ćeš morati da uložiš realne pare da ne bi grindao, vidit ćeš.
Ne treba, ja sam do sad sve zgrindao.
Dobro, vidjet ćemo.
Znači, do levela ljubića, stoga sam...
Takve igre se ne prave džabe da bi tebi bilo dobro i toplo oko srca, nego da se zarade pare.
Pa dobro, ja to i kužim, ali isto tako ti imaš ljudi koji će uvijek platit, a ima ljudi koji će uvijek grindat, razumiješ? Tako da...
Je, ali ako ti grind traje godinu dana, jesi siguran ćeš pa te da grindaš godinu dana?
Pa, stari, ja ako nečega imam vremena...
Ide dosta brzo ti...
A evo ti, Matiš...
Ne znam, evo ti ga Kesić. Kesić je igrao Lost Ark duže nego svi mi ovdje. A ja sam kao neki igrač RPG.
Kes to je igrao baš pun kurac.
Igrao kao da nije normalan. I znaš šta je, i momak je digao ruke. Zašto? Zato što je trebalo da ima gear nenormalno jak da bi mogo da igra dalje.
Pa jesi.
Ili da plati. Ili da otvori novčanik i da kupi gear. Važi. Ja sam...
Dobro.
Čekaju nas ladno,
opet ti govorim, uvijek će biti ljudi koji će dati novce, bit će ljudi koji neće dati novce i...
Pitanje je da li hoćeš.
Vamo su iznad.
Tako da...
Bar jedan čovjek.
Ako hoćeš neku kooperativu reci.
Ali velim iskreno,
nego
da
kažem
igram...
ti, samo mi je trenutno za Steamovoj joy na punjenju.
Da bi te ja pitao imaš li miša i tastaturu?
Imam.
Dobro. Mali ti je sto mali,
da
rekao
igram
si.
igru godinu dana i da je
Ne
onda
mogu ti
zbrišem,
u ovom
okej,
položaju, ja
a
jedino
mi
brate da
pružuje
ti
nekako
snimam, mogu
zadovoljstvo.
to kao da...
Nema potrebe, verujem.
Znači, kolena su mi višli od stola. Eto, sve.
Čekaj, je li toliko skup sto, majko mu jebem?
Ma ne, čoveče, ovo je stoče uz ugaonu garnituru koji ide, kapiraš?
Pa znam, ali imaš i radni sto, vi si ti neki profesionalac ili nisi?
Nisam, još.
Pa vidi si, amater. Amater, a mislim kao gamer amater, to sam mislio.
Pa jeste. Što se PC-a tiče, ali zato što se konzole tiče,
Welcome to my channel.
Yes.
Tu je već druga priča.
Ko nema bounty?
Ja.
Ne, od vas trojice momaka. Makić, jel? Ili Milan? Se neko ne izvuče pa im dođe izrukola malo. Ili ćete da kampujete tu u sati.
Kome da uze prase? Za prase?
Ovdje fali Nenad da krene s bountyjem napolje. Ili Milan.
Может, из-за того, что я натекаюсь много, типа, я... О, бля, я сейчас соберу эту хуйню, типа, что предназначено для зрителей.
Slušajte, zvat ću vam Nenada. Nenad je jako ljut kad čuje ruski. Samo da znate. A vi samo izvolite. Ako zovemo Nešu, znači vi će ko to priča ruski da mu jebe majku.
Kak je to ludak?
Kad je Milan igrao sa Rusima Hunt, znaš? Čeka, Nenad mi slom. Da pričaš taj magareć jezik. Može sad čuje. Šta je, momci, nema gasa ka izlazu.